I am Garima Pant, Associate Editor of Elets Technomedia, your host for the day. A bit about WAS. Armed with a rich legacy, the 26th World Education Summit aims to foster innovation, investments, technology transfer, best practices, and global partnership opportunities in the education domain. We witnessed a very enriching and enlightening first day, and the 2 day summit, the second day today. Promises pulsating sessions on innovation in higher education, national education policy, emerging technologies, and a host of other topical issues in the education ecosystem. The summit will also highlight the emergence of novel opportunities, newer aspirations, and lifestyles in the evolving education landscape through its true components, the conference, expo, and the awards. This rich legacy of the World Education Summit has witnessed participation of education leaders from more than 40 countries and over 11 lakh key decision makers in the education ecosystem so far. Elets Technomedia, the premier technology and media research organization of Asia and the Middle East, has been successful in organizing the last 25 editions of the World Education Summit, both in physical as well as the virtual platforms. Our digital learning magazine, which is published by by Elets Technomedia, is Asia and Middle East's premier monthly magazine on innovations in education, focusing on information and communication technology's role in it. Since 2005, in print and online formats, this magazine raises awareness about how ICT is enhancing the scope and quality of education. Beginning today's sessions, may I invite the Mohammad Mahanashi, SU President, Advisor for Digital Transformation and Data Management, Saudi Electronic University, Saudi Arabia, to please join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Welcome once again. Round of applause, please. I'd also like to invite Professor Raghuveer Singh, Vice Chancellor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. We will also be joined by Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group, Telangana, in a bit. So, to begin the discussion, or should I say, knowledge sharing, panel, I'd request Professor Raghuveer Singh, Vice Chancellor, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad, Uttar Pradesh, to share his thoughts, followed by, round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me on the outset thank Elets for creating this opportunity to share whatever little I know about on the topic. And the topic as such is enlarging the horizon of education on a global level, opportunities and possibilities in the digital age. Enlarging horizon itself provides you numerous aspects of this topic. Number one, it could be Indian institutions going abroad. Number two could be taking Indian education to the students abroad, mutually having collaborations between foreign university and our own university. The last one could be enhancing our own education standards to global levels. As far as I'm concerned, I would take the last one, that's enhancing Indian education standards to global levels. Okay. Before that, if you look at the sliding across the globe, there is a paradigm shift in education delivery. New models are emerging where, rather than a student coming to the universities are going to the students, and there are, a couple of them have proved these models, especially universities like Cornell, Harvard, all those reputed universities, and we as Indian universities are yet to take off on this aspect. So there's a great amount of opportunity on that aspect where we can take our education to the global standards. But before we do that, there are fundamental parameters. If they are not set right, it will not be possible to do that. If I am to look at, various issues of collaborations and things like that, and talking about enhancing quality, for last at least 2 years, we've been hearing about from the government and UGC inviting foreign universities to India. That's a big thing. And I don't find the purpose behind, and anything which you want to change, anything you want to do, there is always a why behind it. Unless you find your why, probably you may not succeed the way you should have succeeded if you had found your why. So why do we want to invite foreign universities here? We all can have our own reasons, but the authorities, those who are, we are yet to give any reasons to us. They might have their own reasons. So, you know, when we start our journey, there's always a destination fixed. Unless you have a destination, it'll be very difficult for us to find means of reaching the different routes to reach the speed of our journey, etc., etc. They all are decided by based upon the destination and the purpose of our journey. Unless that is there, it will be difficult for anyone to have a safe journey, faster journey, or to reach on the destination. Similarly, if I look at Indian education, unless I know what ails me, how am I giving a treatment to it? So, do we have any research, not surveys? The surveys being conducted by numerous magazines and whatever they throw on us, we accept that. No, I'm not talking about those kind of surveys. Do we really know what ails Indian education system? Unless we know that, we will not be able to treat it. So fundamentally, when you look at education, as I understand, we all can have different views. Fundamentally, if I understand, currently, if you look at, there is a tried transactional relationship that exists in education system. When I talk about triad, you have HIs on top. In one way, you have a students. On another way, you have a faculty. Each one transacts with other one. Student transacts with university for the purpose of earning a degree. Faculty transacts with the university to complete his or her course, right? And student and faculty again have a transactional relationship. Student expects marks, faculty expects to complete her course. Now, if this goes on, when I say this, I also, claim a disclaimer saying that all of us are not that way, right? But I'm talking about a majority where 99% of students who are enrolled in smaller institutions, smaller towns, and rural areas. That's where Bharat is all about. Having put certain universities at a top level doesn't change our education system. The governments over a period of time have been harping on QS ranking, Times ranking, and Shanghai ranking. It's fine to have ranking, but what would it change as far as the Indian education is concerned? Will it change the kind of the tried transactional relationship I talked about? Unless otherwise, I make it transformational, nothing would change. Just look at what is it? Who is being shaped? Who is shaping? And how are we shaping? There's a human being involved in that. If the process, if you are using to shape, is again a human being role. It's not, sending across guidelines, instructions will not make education change. Not at all. Because it's not a machine where you put instructions and it starts happening the way you want it to happen. It requires a fundamental shift in the mindset of everyone right from top to bottom. Unless we recognize that, we would continue to do what we have been doing for a long time, churn out degrees. uh, uh, you keep having, or keep listening from various surveys. 85%, 80%, 75% are unemployable graduates. Even I have my own reservations on those. How these surveys are being conducted, who is their sample size, who they include in their sample, what is the basis of understanding employability. See, it's a very complex issue, some calling somebody employable or not. For which institutions and organizations and business institutions they are not employable. They may not be employable for Tatas and Reliances, but there are small businesses, they may be employable there. So how do I declare that 85 or 90% are unemployable? Why should an institution create employable students? Why they need to create thinking people? No, my role is not to create employability. My role is to educate, and education is not necessarily focus on employability. Employability could be a byproduct of education. So if I look at, when a child comes to a school or a college, he comes as a whole. It doesn't come one part of his whole. That means it doesn't come only for his brain to be developed. Its soul, his hands, that is ability to do things has to also be developed. So coming back to taking education to the global levels. If we invite foreign universities, what would happen? My thought, number one, it will make education elitist. How? Look at who would they attract. People with high income group, people who speak well in English, and people who have very high marks, and from good economic background students. Who do that? That's what. And how many would they come? What percentage it would be? At best 1%. Will it change? So the change is going to be minuscule. Number one. Number two, do we have socio-eco-legal environment ready for that? There are so many legal hurdles, they have not been put aside. Will we be able to ready to pay them what they get out there? Will we be able to create the socio ecosystem in the country where those students would be coming to us? Will we be allowing them to work beyond their education? So there are so many complex things to do. So what is it required to be done? Let's think about it. Is there any other alternative rather than just being dependent on inviting some quality universities here? There are. You can always have an alternative to that. Having such universities over a period of time, maybe say 20, 30 years, start showing some kind of results. But you can't wait for so long. What is that we are actually looking for? Are we looking for that foreign degree? No, I don't think that's it. So what are you looking for? We're probably looking for the processes and systems which exist in those foreign countries. If they are brought here, probably it will change the way education is delivered. Another important thing, see, like we say, what we speak and what we talk, in fact, influences our behavior. Look at what we talk in our education. Course completed, big thing. Number of hours, teaching load. Teaching becomes a load. Lecture, I completed my lecture. The purpose of lecture is to disseminate information when you have a large audience. And we continued that as the thing in education. Unless we change these basic fundamental things, human nature will not change. It's very difficult to change human nature. Unless we work on him or her, things won't change. They stand there itself. So my thinking is that if we send thousands of people, that is faculty members abroad, let them learn those systems and processes, how to involve student, how to engage student, right? How to motivate student. See, transferring information is redundant today. It's not required, but that's what we do. But shift from that position to the desired position would require training. And when you have those people abroad, few thousand people trained, they come back and then they become catalysts to train another few thousands and thousands. And that process could probably will have a better chance of changing the way education is delivered than what we actually consider to invite foreign universities in the country. Might take ages. I don't know how long it will take, but there are options available, provided we have discussion on it, provided people listen to others' views also, right? In whatever position one is sitting, and sharing these directions and instructions is not necessarily the only way. So if government cannot support, there could be small efforts here and there. The good number of universities which are doing good job, they would definitely do their own. But how much going to be the impact? It's going to be minuscule, as I mentioned earlier. Right? That change would take ages to be, showing in our own systems, in our country. So as far as internationalization is concerned, I have yet to learn what are those parameters when you say global standards. Somebody say getting into QS makes us great. I don't know. I many times fail to understand how research professor or someone who is a university which is engaged in great research work is actually making an impact on the student. You might say, no, it has a great impact, but I still don't have any research to read and make up my mind. Yes, greater the research in a university, greater the impact of the student. Not yet established. Yes, we can conclude, because it attracts better students, it attracts better faculty, and then the overall environment. No, not just because of research. There are multiple factors. There is no single factor is responsible. Yes, research may be, but then there is alternative to that. What is it? Whatever research is available, I can use that if I have to give greater insight into a particular discipline. I don't have to myself. So the kind of research which is happening, I don't know how much useful it is, truly speaking. How much TOTs are turned out from university portals of our country. That desires a much more, directions right from the top. Investments, yes, investments are coming. We know the research foundation which is going to bring, how details are yet not out, so can't say much about. So finally, my conclusion is that unless we do it at ground level, nothing much will change. Instructions and directions, if you all recall, there's about 20 different kinds of guidelines available to us. What has changed? Those who wanted to change will change themselves. But these will have no impact on it. That's my final conclusion. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we have Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group Telangana, who has joined us. Welcome, sir. Please join us on stage. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Ashish Mittal. I'd now like to invite Mr. Mohammed Manashi to please come forward and give his talk.
Thank you very much for having me for the second day. I'm trying to be short today, not to talk too much, but um, I know how to speak after what thought, the great thoughts that the doctor said, and he's talking about in education. And let me try to complete from the point he stopped in. Uh, what drives higher education in the countries, and why we go to see the other experiences and foreign universities. Maybe the main thing that we done at SEU once we started our strategic digital strategy, we make a benchmark. We make benchmark with different 70 universities to see their journey, what they did, what they found, how what difficulties they faced, and how they fix things there. But benchmark is a great thing, and it's what drives us to look at what others have and where we could complete from there. But I'm not judging anything here, just to complete the idea that you are talking about. But I'll go back to the question in my mind, that what drives higher education institute to be to have this program or that program, and why we open this university, we have this major or that major. My daughter this year, she just finished secondary school, and she start searching for to which university I should go. And the only question she was asking is two things. First question is this a good university or not? And ask her the question, what are you mean by good university? She said that after I graduate, when I could have a job. This is the main driver for any student want to go to any university, because you are investing 4 to 5 years of your life to study in a major or in a college that you are expecting after you finish that you will go and find a job. First thing, you are looking to think that you love, you like, and think that with the market, and think that will give you a very quick way, a place in university, and place in the job after that with good salary. These are the main drivers for what we as families and what are the students are looking for. Maybe the student in some parts he look for easy things, but he to find job. I don't want to make that not headache. This driver is the main driver for the capacity of people who are demanding even this college, that college, this major, that major. From for the workforce and what they are demanding and what they are offering after finishing the courses or after finishing the university is the main driver for us to see what majors that we have there, what major we close, what major we are opening. This is the main driver that I see that. So what drives us in higher education is the demand. It's an open market, even it's government or private sector, but it depends on the demand. You cannot open a college that you spend that a lot of money on that college and no one is coming or studying in that one unless he's enforced to be in that college and he has plan to go to another college. So this is the first thing. So from there, what makes it good or not good, you have to look to the demand after you finish that college. From there, the game is changing now. The game is changing now. It is not about, okay, you have this standard in teaching, this standard in making the journeys of education, and we will get good education. No, it's around, uh, did after I finish my school, did I have the right skills that makes the workforce or the job, I find a good job after that thing or not. This is the main driver. It makes the right answer of, you are not looking to those global rankings for the universities depending on the researches or other things, but it makes it on the real life. Real life, look at the demand, look what you have. I don't want to take more than 5 minutes. Um, I want to thank all of you, and I think we have a great job today to talk, and I don't want to take your time also to start this initiative. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Mr. Ashish Mittal to please come forward and share his thoughts with us. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Mittal.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. I thought it was good night for a moment. Okay, no worries. Thank you. So I'm actually just going to focus on a couple of rapid changes which are happening today in the education sector. You know, in the era of technical disruption or the technical advancement and the global connectivity, EdTech tools have a huge potential to change and transform education at a global level. We all know the various EdTech tools, how they have kind of, it's a tsunami of EdTech tools in the market. And there is a direct correlation with the students today. Why? Because today's generation has changed. We are talking about personalized learning. Students want to learn at their own pace. They need flexibility. They need multimedia, they need videos, they need YouTube, and we are looking for continuous feedback and assessment. Gone are the days where the students would actually wait for the teachers to tell in a parent-teachers meeting or during a college or 6 months or a yearly basis. They need instant communication feedback on the areas of development, which an AI and EdTech is able to deliver today. We're talking about collaboration. No more geographical boundaries. You're able to collaborate with people across the globe. You're able to learn. And again, with this flexibility, the onus of learning, the onus of education actually passes on to the student rather than the teacher. With the gamification, we have seen research has proven that it has a huge impact on a student, for that matter, be a student or an employee today. The moment you have a game, there is an excitement. There are positive hormones which are released, okay? Because the moment you are, say, you are able to achieve level 1, level 2, level 3, there is a lot of motivation for a person to complete a particular course. And again, with the AI tools, a student can always go back, listen to a particular lecture or a talk 5 times, 10 times, at their own pace of words, at their own comfort level. I think EdTech is actually changing a huge sea change in the education space, and education industry cannot survive without technology today. Again, with the UGC, we have seen that a person is able to have 2 degrees, dual degrees, parallel degrees at the same time, which means the number of learners are going to double. So if we do not use technology, we can't even imagine how we're going to deliver education. I would also like to share one of the examples. Last year in July, Hyderabad, we had the first education robot which was launched in India. I repeat, the first education robot. It was launched by Indus International, 21 robots, 7 deployed at Bangalore, Pune, and 7 at Hyderabad. What do these robots do? These robots are able to deliver classes in a standalone model, along with another model where a teacher is next to the robot. Using the robots, the students are able to connect with the robots using their iPad, using their mobile phone, using their tablets. And the best part is, immediately after delivering a session, the robot is able to give an immediate assessment of the particular concept a child has understood or not. We're not talking about gone are the days, just mugging and vomiting it out. Those days are over. I'm an HR professional, so in HR, we are doing more of a skill-based hiring rather than degree-based hiring today. Apple, Google, you take all the top brands. Dude, you have the skill, I have a job for you. I don't need a degree. Finally, there are a lot of shifts which are happening in the market, and I think we need to consider these at a holistic level and try to see how we are actually improvising and going along, having these changes in the education sector. Children They want, I mean, in terms of, so these robots are also able to deliver the sessions in 30 different languages. 24/7 they can teach. And again, with the music, lights on, and you can see the excitement in the children. So there are some larger questions which I don't have an answer today, but I would kind of, request you to probably think about it a little bit. What will be the future of education with the invention of technology and robots? And we have again seen the chat GPT, which has, I mean, taken the entire universe, I would say, there's got a huge change. We know last week, in the last week of June, there was a marriage performed by chat GPT. How many of you are aware? Anyone? Okay, I'll just use the mic. Yeah, there was a marriage which was performed by chat GPT in Colorado on June 26th. None of us could have even imagined or thought that chat GPT is doing all these things. So there's a couple which met. The marriage happened in a church. Okay, 23 and 26 was the age. They had a machine in between, an AI, which actually welcomed all the guests. They had a very good warm welcome speech. The bride and the bridegroom had a discussion. They formally exchanged their rings in a church. And the robot thanked all the participants and thanked all the people for traveling all the way from different parts of the US and attending the wedding. And the couple had met on a dating app, on an online dating app. What I'm just trying to say, I'm not saying what is right or what is wrong, but yes, technology is interfering. It's kind of going into all the various sectors. You know, the report which was published by Goldman Sachs last month, which said that more than 300 million full-time jobs, there's a difference. Let's understand. 300 million full-time jobs will be taken over by ChatGPT and other AI tools which will be launched. Today, all the repetitive jobs which are going to be there, I mean, HR, finance, and IT, any various sectors, coding for that matter, 5 years, 10 years down the line, these jobs will not exist. So which means we need to train our students for the skills of the tomorrow. We need to train our students to understand what are the various changes happening, how it's transforming their lives. We have heard Sundar Pichai's, as reading on LinkedIn and Economic Times, we have all heard his speech on Google AI, which is launched, which scanned the retina of a human being. The research was done in India. Using the deep learning AI, what was a very surprising fact was that when the scan came, no human being, no human doctor could actually predict the predictions given by the AI. Could predict that 5 years down the lane, this particular person will either have a heart attack, there'll be cardio arrest, or any major illness. So AI is able to clearly predict, whereas a human being, no human doctor could predict immediately just looking at the retina scan. And not only that, deliver, AI is also going to give the reports 24 to 48 hours in advance when a person is going to reach the critical stage of his life. And I think this information, when it reaches to a doctor 24 to 48 hours in advance, gives a lot of time. Today, robots are there in all the areas. We have agriculture, education, tourism. There was a pizza, right? On LinkedIn, you would have seen an ad which popped up. In the US, there's a pizza guy who's delivering pizza through drones. So my point is, technology is going to shape each and every sector. Be it, today robots are performing surgery on human beings, right? Last year, Bangalore airport, they launched robots, so you can just talk to a robot, ask a boarding pass, which gate I need to go. You can talk to it, and it will help you. So they're moving the robots all over. And today's we are talking about Industry 5.0. It's not Industry 4.0. 4.0 done and dusted. Now we're talking about Industry 5.0, because Industry 4.0 spoke about automation, IT. But Industry 5.0 is trying to focus on customer-centric approach. Industry 5.0 is directly linked to the UN 2030 SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, in terms of how we are trying to use the resources available at our disposal. So, and today are the times where, none of us would have experienced that in organizations, okay? I'm from the corporate sector as well. So we will have Ashish sitting here. We'll have robots sitting right next to me. So you'll have robots and human beings working together. So with the advancement of technology, how are we actually training our students? What are our assessment methods? And during our times, the education was pretty simple. We just went to the school and learned. Today's children expectations are completely different. And as academicians, my first question would be, are we savvy to understand and even teach the students? Can we eliminate technology or do we need to embrace technology? It's really important that as educationalists, we embrace the technology to support the teaching and the learning experience to give the best possible, because all universities have to be student-centric universities. All of you agree with that? Any education institution has to be student-centric. And again, we are talking about EX. In HR, we call it employee experience. I just translate that, we call it student experience in the education space. The various touch points right from day one, when a student visits the website of a particular college, admission process, fees, my courses, which are my classes, my hostels, my extracurricular activities at campus, medical support, counseling support, and the help provided by the faculty members, HOD, deans, directors. You graduate. The story doesn't end once you graduate. Alumni relations. You know, just last week, uh, we had a huge funding to Nandan Nilekani. He donated about 315 crores to IIT Bombay. You are aware, right? You would have read about it. He had earlier donated 85 crores. Using those funds, the IIT Bombay was able to develop state-of-the-art research center. And what really captivated me when I read that article was not the amount or the person who's donating the amount. What captivated my attention was Nandan's feelings towards his institution. This is the institution which actually gave me a roadmap, which shaped my entire life, and I owe a lot. On similar lines, I happened to visit IIT Gandhinagar website. So when I visited the website, I found that this year the alumni contribution has increased by more than 55%. And then I was a bit curious. I again went to deep dive trying to understand who are these people contributing and for what are they contributing. Especially in India, we know, like the funds in terms of a lot of people donate and we do not know going for the right cause or what is it? Or what the psyche is in the person's mind that he wants to donate back to his own institution. So I found that when I saw the pie chart, they had donated the maximum amount, more than 53% towards a project called NYASA, NYASA in Sanskrit, which means trust. So I was again trying, more curious, what is this trust all about now? Because most of the alumni is going to contribute over there. Surprisingly, this is a trust which was created by IIT Gandhinagar, which is trying to educate the students of all construction workers, housekeeping, security staff in and around Gandhinagar. So it was extremely touching. Now, as senior education leaders today, we need to think that if we have to build a strong alumni, okay, and if we want this kind of support, we need to think about it today to give the right experience. We can't say, Bhaiya, you came, you taught, we collected your fees, tada, goodbye. You can't do that hit and run story. Those stories will not fly. 2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'll take 30 seconds. That's it. So what I'm saying, in today's context, we need to take care of, provide the best student experience and give a best service so that all of us have a mutual learning process at the end of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for these thoughts, and to all our panelists for beginning this day 2 of the 26th edition of the World Education Summit on a very, enlightening note. May I request Mr. Manav Ratan, Head of Education and Government Business India, Shuan India Private Limited or MaxUp, to please join us on stage and present small tokens of appreciation to our guests. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? Sir, if you could please present this small token of appreciation to Mr. Mohammed Mahanashi, SU President Advisor for Digital Transformation and Data Management. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. To Professor Raghuveer Singh, Vice Chancellor, Tirthakar Mahavir University, Muradabad, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause, please, for Professor Raghuveer Singh. And to Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group, Telangana. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening thoughts. May I request the panel for a group photograph, please? If you could please step forward, all of you. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll request the panelists to please take their seats as we will be soon joined by our honorable chief guest, who has already arrived, Shri Tem Jimlenna Along, Honorable Tourism and High Minister, Government of Nagaland, along with Mr. N. Lotha, Secretary Tourism, Government of Nagaland. And while the stage is being set for their arrival, I would like to reiterate and re-inform our attendees here that we have an exciting giveaway that is going on, and all of you are eligible to participate. All you have to do is register yourself. There are QR codes at every booth in the expo hall. There are various activities that make you eligible to gain points. All the attendees who gain above 15,000 points will be competing for the exciting prizes that are lined up. So I encourage all of you to kindly visit the website ws.eletsonline.com. You also have QR codes on your tables there. You can scan them and get more information about this giveaway that's going on. And while we are there, can I ask my team to kindly play a bit about the Elets journey? Can we have the video, please?
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and please put your hands together for our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Tamjam Lena Along, Honorable Tourism and Higher Minister, Government of Nagaland, and Mr. N. Lotha, Secretary Tourism, Government of Nagaland. I'd also like to request Mr. Mohammad Mahanashi, SU President Advisor for Digital Transformation and Data Management, Saudi Electronic University, Saudi Arabia, to please join us on stage. And I'd also like to invite Mr. Michael Hermansen, TEDx speaker, author and entertainer, Sweden, Europe, to please join us on stage. Welcome. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to request Michael to please come forward and share his thoughts. Round of applause, please, for Michael.
Hello. Thank you. We all know that particular question that parents ask their children around the dinner table. What have you learned at school today? And the most common answer is nothing special. And that's a heartbreaker for a teacher. We also know that when 21,000 American students were asked to pick the one word that best described their feelings after a lesson, the winner was boring. That's a heartbreaker also. 10 years ago in Sweden, I decided to try to create a new kind of teaching method based on the latest, studies about efficient learning, memory, and how the brain works. It was based on how does the brain digest new information and what's the best ways to package and present for a teacher. It was a micro lesson concept named Grej of the Day. It started in Sweden. 10 years later, it's spreading all over the world. And I'm so honored to be here, asked to come to this amazing event and help spreading good examples, because all around the world, we have to help each other. Because good education, it's not about nothing special and boring. We can do better than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Mahanashi to please come forward and share his insights?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to welcome you, sir, to be with us today. And again, I'm talking about what drives education, and how education is it globally now? Is it every country has its own way of doing higher education? Or we are on the world, we are affected with each other. I believe that benchmarking and the globalization that's happening nowadays makes us, all of us, having almost the same experience, the same thoughts, the same challenges is happening to all higher education institutions in the whole world. What we are looking for is a quality of education. What we are looking for is that if I start a journey in one country, I could complete my journey to another country without facing a lot of difficulty or a lot of devastation there. Education, I know that for a student, he will spend around 18 years or 16 years of his age in education, elementary school, then secondary school, then you go to university. So how could we make these 18 years of his life is shining? Especially that is the beautiful time of his life, the beautiful childhood, and even that the time after that one, and he's spending that time in school. As Mr. said, many students see that education is boring. How could we change that thing? How could we change that? Okay, I will spend 18 years of my life enjoying and well educated, and after that I find a good job to be in and to enjoy the rest of my life. It's not about how boring that I'm getting that going to school, and going to the university. So our mission is how to have uh, good education with enjoyable trip or journey within education in this 18 years, and to have a good result after that, and find that there is a demand for me and for my major or for my school after I finish, and to find a good job, and then I complete my message in life. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Ravi Gupta, Editor-in-Chief, Digital Learning Magazine, and founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, to please come forward and give his welcome address. Thank you.
So, namaskar and welcome to each of you. And we have with us none other than Temjem Ima Along, who is the Higher Education and Tourism Minister of Government of Nagaland. Thank you, Mike from Sweden, and thank you, Engineer Mohammed from Saudi Arabia, who have arrived here at this World Education Summit to grace this. And thank you for welcoming the Honorable Minister. So, each of you, I think, have many of you have heard about this, the Honorable Minister already who is here in the dais. Please raise your hand. जिन्होंने इनके बारे में ऑलरेडी सुना हुआ है, तो इतने लोगों ने ऑलरेडी सुना हुआ है और बाकी लोग लगता है जो है ट्विटर पे नहीं है. So he is most viral, most famous personality on Twitter and Facebook. Even the Honorable PM has retweeted his tweets. Whenever he tweets, it's like covered the next day on each of the leading media houses. The news about his tweet is going viral. Forget about the tweet itself. The news goes viral. So this is because he looks at things in a very, very simple way. He thinks most complicated things in a very, very simplistic manner, and sometimes we forget that there are very simple solutions for most complex problems in the world. So he has been our keynote speaker at World Education Summit earlier also before COVID. He spoke at the World Education Summit in Delhi twice. He also came to our Hyderabad event, and he is right now taking lots of education reforms in Nagaland, and also being a tourism minister. He is promoting the Nagaland as a tourist destination. And I was to invite him, and I barged in without, like, because of my schedule. I had to barge in an official meeting which was happening, and I had a live demo of how fast thinker is, how a reformist thinker is, and how much out of the box thinker he is. So people who are just watching on the sidelines, कृपया अंदर आ जाएं. You're going to witness a very, very important speech here, which will be very interesting. So with a huge round of applause, I will request each of us to invite the minister on the stage. So may I request you all to have a most exciting welcome for our honorable minister, and I'm going to tell you that you are going to not forget these next 15-20 minutes when he will be speaking. Sir, over to you.
First of all, I really thank God for this beautiful morning. And I thank my elder brother, Ravi, from Digital Learning, who has been always very kind to me. And the respected leaders from Sweden and Saudi Arabia, and also my secretary, Tourism, Government of Nagaland, and all the eminent guest leaders of learning and education who are here today. It is sometimes so important that we think quite simply also. I would like to share with all of you a few thoughts which are there in my heart. Usually, we are so used to thinking from the mind, and for simple things, we put so much of our mind and make it so complicated. Sometimes we have to think from the heart and make it simpler to be executed, because in these times when the whole world is in the race of being powerful, is in the race of being rich, economically very rich, and it is okay for you not to agree and I not to agree. And that disagreement will make something beautiful so that we can do what is right educationally for our people. Sirs and madams, I would put it this way. Education is the pursuit of excellence for making our generations of human resource ready to face any eventuality to be a good human resource for the nation, for the community, for the family, and for himself. But it is not only the education that is very important, it is the right education that is important. I hope you all agree with me. Today, if you look at almost all the crimes that are being done in the world, it is the so-called educated people who take the steps to do that. If you look at all the wrong decisions and policy makings of wrong that are done, it is also done by the most educated people on this earth. The very balance of right education is very important, not only for India as a nation, but for the nations of the world to know that and to pursue par excellence education for its citizens so that we may have world peace. The language is very, simple, but very big and huge. And to make our earth a livable place for each and every one, that we may live satisfactorily and live well. Many a times, people talk all the time about artificial intelligence and so many big things. It is the need of the hour. But a balance between the artificial intelligence to come in and our ancient way of teaching, which comes from our nation Bharat, the Guru Shishya relationship has to be balanced, which can never be taken away from our lives. Some of the problems that we see today, fortunately, I'm not married, like I said, you know. I'm not saying that people who are married are not fortunate. Fortunately, I'm not married, but when I see my younger brothers, they are all married, three of them, and their children, like 2-year-old boy, 3-year-old boy, they are on the mobile phone, or you call it PAM top, like crazy. I always tell my brothers and their families, father is on the mobile, mother is on the mobile, the children is also on the mobile and PAM top. And believe me, remarkably intelligent children. But that is not what I pursue. That is not what we should pursue. There is a problem that is coming up. You may not agree with me. Children, due to the fast businesses of the parents, the mother and the father's easiest resort for children is, चलो ये खेलते रहो, बच्चे को मोबाइल दे देते. Some games and all those cartoons and all. They are getting information so rapidly. Now, my youngest brother's son, most of his vocabulary that he speaks is the language of the cartoons and the movies, means that they see as children, and the music of all those memes and those characteristics. He is now going to be 4 years old. Many of us may not like to speak about our own families because we want our children, our generations, to be known as the best among your friends and circles and community. But I'm so sorry to say about my own family that my family has got so much into technology. Please, technological people, don't mind, okay? Your mobile sales and your smart board will go up, don't worry. But I'm just giving you an instance of what happens. So that young boy speaks in a language, I really like to speak with him whenever I go home, meet my mother, meet them, because they are family. And the boy also comes to me, my son I would call it, and speaks with me something which I don't understand. And it's not that he cannot speak. It's just that he has spent more time in that technological world as he grew, and he speaks the language of that. Today, we think we are in a confused state between information and knowledge. All of us are living in a widely informative world today. Without any efforts, we get a lot of information. Even an auto rickshaw wala, even a sabji wala, or even a top bureaucrat, or even an officer, or politicians, or educationists, or business people are living in so much of information. But the ability to seek knowledge has completely almost been uprooted. Because information can be anything. Information can be anything. And such a vast country like our India, Bharat, with 1.40 billion population is driven many a times by propaganda and information that is not right. And in this digital world, we have to differentiate between giving information and giving knowledge. Knowledge has roots for educationists and for educators and for institutions that run centers of excellence of knowledge. Knowledge has roots. Knowledge have to be planted. It has to be watered. It has to be nurtured. And it has to grow. And that is something with which the man or the woman will live his life throughout till the very end of his days. And even after that, it may be a blessing for generations of people to come about. We act upon information. That is our problem today. So, my dear leaders of the education industry, let us pursue knowledge. Let us give the platform for our people to pursue knowledge, not information alone. My dear sirs on the platform from Saudi Arabia and Sweden, I would like you all to know that the government of India, under Narendra Modi's leadership, I'm not saying that just because he is my prime minister, but he is our prime minister, has come up with the National Education Policy 2020. And it is one of the best and the greatest education policy that would be even called to be at par with any nations of this world. Because in the context of India and Bharat, with its rich diversity, with its rich cultural and traditional heritage, we have come out of the colonial way of education to an inclusive way of education that will promote knowledge seeking as its primary strength for the rest of the times to come, for India to be a blessing, not only for India, but for the nations of the world. With the coming in of multidisciplinary colleges and institutions, choice-based credit system as the crux and the spine of seeking knowledge, with vocational and skill development inculcated into it together with all suggestions and practices that would strengthen the student to be knowledgeable is the national education policy of this country today. And I hope all of us work towards it. I hope all of us, instead of criticizing certain avenues just because our situations of our states and of our community may be a little bit different, may we imbibe it in full, steadily, but promote this education policy, the national education policy, to be successful in the institutions of our nation. My dear leaders, today, as we look forward to being a global leader not to be a master to teach, but a global leader to be a master to learn from our past, to learn to be inclusive for the nations of the world. I think the education sector plays the most eminent role to doing that. You would be pleased to know, I know most of you that are here are from great cities like Delhi, Mumbai, or even Chandigarh or Bangalore, or the great cities that are there in our nation. And we have to take into crux our heart to make sure that our rural places are also educated in every way possible. And I think that is the responsibility of all of us that are sitting here. Every one of us have come from different ways of life and from different communities and from different places. As you strut forward to building your excellence, kindly make sure that the excellence that is left behind should not be deprived. I said this once in a program at Digital Learning Only. When we learn to sit in the comfort of the air conditioning, in the temperature that we want to feel cool and want to wear what we want to wear and enjoy, and show who we are, let us not forget the people behind the air condition where it's heated up, where the our very environment is getting harmed, where the behind is so difficult to even stand near it. The very substance and the very object that gives you the comfort in its behind has its ills and problems and lot of difficulties. In the very subject that we are there, in pursuing excellence for the industry of education, in your businesses, in your wanting to promote your digital, transformations and everything. Let us also be aware of those people who can't afford it. Let us also be aware of those people that really want to go to school, to colleges, to institutions, but still are not able to do it well. Let it be our virtue not to show anybody, but to do it with all of our heart for excellence for all our citizens in every way. And that is what we are doing. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. And that is what we are striving to do. in building the thought process of the boy, of the girl, of the young man and the young. Then we will have a nation that is sound in knowledge. So I can go on and on, but I thank Digital Education Summit Delhi and my elder brother Raviji. He's such a simple man. He came into my room. He just said, "These are the magazines. You have to come." I said, I thank him for giving me the platform. He was the first man who gave me a platform when I came in as a newcomer in 2018 after the first election of my life. I was really overwhelmed. But I'm happy that I partner with you throughout our life. As long as we are there, we partner together. Digital learning platform is one of the best platforms in this nation for educators, educationists, policymakers, industry leaders, and people to learn, to be able to speak on policies. I've seen a lot of great people speaking here. I've seen a lot of eminent educators being part of this digital learning initiative. And to all of you, as a family, welcome to Digital Learning. The magazine that he produced, he put my face on the first one. थोड़ा सा पीछे से लेता फोटा तो थोड़ा छोटा आता, ठीक होता. My face has covered almost 85% of the place. But then, thank you so much for being here. I am thanking you on behalf of my brother Ravi and to all of you. Let us go back as better people. Let us go back as initiators of the right education, initiators of the right knowledge. If you don't want to teach your children how to plant trees, please don't teach them how to use laptops and mobile and artificial intelligence. We have to balance that out. Thank you very much. God bless us all, and Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
uh, the way you've really brought it up, I really want to congratulate you that the way your people work, the Nagaland people work, I would say the way our people work from Nagaland, they're just brilliant. And I really wanted to share this. And another thing that you just said, we need peace. So there's one thing that we've been practicing in our school, which is a peaceful clap. Can I please have you all do it for him? Thank you for all your what you shared. Thank you.
Here is a question and feedback for the Honorable Minister.
Iqbal, front. You had something to say? Okay. May we request a small token of appreciation for our honorable chief guest for his wonderful presence, his insights, and his thoughts that have really livened, this World Education Summit, the 26th edition. Can we have the memento on stage, please?
May I request a representative from Max Hub to join on the stage for presenting the memento.
Mr. Manav Ratan, Head of Education and Government Business India, MaxUp. We also have a small token of appreciation for Mr. N. Lotha, Secretary Tourism, Government of Nagaland. Sir, if you could please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. N. Lotha, Secretary Tourism, Government of Nagaland. Ravi, sir.
Just invite some of our. Please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. Minister Naga from the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Nagaland, and every speech was such embellished with so much of knowledge. And to go back to the roots, where natural learning is the tool to move ahead, is wonderful, sir. And I'm a Korean language teacher. I'm the director of Adiran Korean Academy, New Delhi, sir. And I think the Korean tourism will boost in Nagaland because the Koreans they feel alike with the people from Nagaland, sir. And I need to thank everyone here because we have become much more knowledgeable. I came here at the very outset in the morning, I was a little bit less of knowledge, but now I feel much, yes, I can say I'm a knowledgeable person now. Thank you so much, sir, everyone. Sir. Thank you so much. I'm from Assam, Guwahati, basically, right?
Yeah. So, as we are all aware that in this platform, we have senior leaders from the higher education sector, also from the school education sector. And India has a very, very emerging sector for the edtech sector, education technology. And technology transforming the whole education sector. So, with your kind permission, there are a lot of edtech companies here, and all are interested to meet you. And I am aware that you wouldn't have so much time. So I have a request that they all want to have a picture with you. So I thought if I can invite them here, and they can have a picture with you. So is that okay with you? Yes, yes. So किस किस को फोटो खिंचानी है कृपया हाथ उठाएं और जिनको हाथ फोटो खिंचाने की और ज्यादा इच्छा हो रही है दोनों हाथ उठाएं और जो एक्चुअली में जिनको बुलाया जाएगा वो उनको एक बार खड़े होना पड़ेगा ठीक ग्रेट तो अभी आप लोग वेट करिए we will first invite our edtech companies here on the stage. I will announce names here. Give me a second. Zoom in. I will invite our powered by partner Creatix campus here. Please join in here. Representative from Creatix campus. And I will invite our display solution partner MaxUp here. So please stand here, and we will have the minister standing here because itne capacity शायद stage में नहीं होगी. So we'll have here. I will invite our edtech partner Anthology here. Please join us. Shukumar ji idhar aaye. Yeah. Let me invite our furniture solution partner Godrej Interview here. Inviting our edtech partner higher education Kamu here. Inviting our senior talent hiring partner Wisdom Circle. ERP solution partner school education, She Connect, our fintech partner Agenda, our enrollment automation partner Merito, our NAP knowledge partner Quest, our school education smart school creative partner Smart Shape, our learning partner Star and Jaipuriya School, St. Anand Ram Jaipuriya School, university partner Shada University, institute partner School of Allied Health Sciences, uh, our school partner Global Indian International School, Gananda School, Sanford School, Dr. Shivaji Rao Jonde School, and our preschool partner Sanford, and our the partners Data Class, uh, Henry Harvin Education, UXR Lab, Launch Pilot, Lex Council, Education, SAR Education, Tag Hive, Jolo, uh, Canvas, Academia by Zerosoft, uh, Edujo, Kidjania, uh, MTAP Technologies, Safe Bus, T10 Sports, Open Door, and our country partner Education in Ireland, and our other supporting partners NISA and Nanda Gurukulam. So we have all our partners here, and now I have a challenge that how do I get a minister in the center?
When we come together, all of us.
Sir, requesting uh, the other people who like to join in here, and yes, so you can actually stand here on the back. So please join in groups one by one. तो हम लोग दो बार भी कर सकते हैं. हाँ हाँ, तो आई थिंक आई हैव लाइक गुड सजेशन. एक बार हम स्कूल का कर लेंगे, एक बार हायर एजुकेशन का कर लेंगे. Iqbal, please ask like tea to start there. Tea break to start. सर सर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग प्लीज पिक्चर ले लें एक बार एंड
Can we have the higher education school leaders to please join us for the photograph?
have some music in the background please music हाँ मैं तो ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ रिक्वेस्टिंग कि एक बार हम स्कूल कर लें एक बार हायर एजुकेशन कर लें और दोज हु हैव ऑलरेडी टेकन द पिक्चर कैन मूव आउट या हाँ हाँ तो हाँ
Check one one check. Check one one check. Hello, check one one check.
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ में हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Check, check, check. 1 2, 1 2.
Requesting all the delegates, kindly please join us back inside the hall. We need to start now. Requesting all our delegates to please kindly join us back inside the hall. We have already been late now. We need to start soon. Requesting Elets team members to kindly escort all our guests inside the hall. Requesting all our delegates to kindly step back inside the hall. We need to start with the session now. Elets team members, kindly guide all our guests inside the hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly settle down. We need to start with our session now. Gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly settle down. We need to start with our session now. Elets team, kindly escort all our guests inside the hall. So good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 26th edition of the Elets World Education Summit. Moving ahead after a very exciting and enriching morning, we have an industry insight by Mr. Nihar Madkaikar, co-founder IXR Labs. Nihar Madkaikar is the founder of IXR Labs, the first Indian startup utilizing virtual reality to address the industry skill gap in higher education. With over 10 years of experience and expertise, he is a self made entrepreneur who has gained extensive knowledge in virtual and extended reality, specializing in immersive storytelling through VR. Nehar has actively collaborated with more than 70 educational institutes and corporates to develop impactful education experiences and achieve high quality results. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Nihar Matkaikar, co founder IXR Labs. Welcome. A little bit more enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi. Is the mic on? Am I audible? Great. Thank you. Yeah, so feels great to be on the other side of the fence where I'm talking. Principals, vice chancellors, directors are listening to me. Uh, so, while before I go through the presentation, I'll just introduce myself a little bit more. So, I'm a mechanical engineer by education, and a lot of what I do in my work comes from the issues that I faced as a mechanical engineering student. And and when I got hands on the technology that we work with, I actually scratched my own itch first, and I created something for core mechanical engineering, and that's probably one of the star products that we have, and that's something that I would showcase as well. Right? Yeah. So about IXR Labs is one of the largest virtual reality content creators across the world. I mean, our content library is one of the largest content libraries available with any VR organization across the globe. And it's not just us claiming, not just us claiming those, but there has been an AI-enabled research conducted by another organization, which also put us up at one of the top 5 startups globally. Our team now, 50 members plus IXR Labs specifically started 2 years ago, now three almost, in September 2020. Our team is now almost 50 plus members at the moment, and all from stellar organizations and institutions across the country. So yeah, this was the research that I was talking about. In 2022, out of 858 VR-based startups, IXR Labs got picked up as one of the top startups across the globe. And in today's day and time, we are also partnering with Meta, which is the parent company of Facebook, as one of the XR startup partners in the country. Right, so I said a lot of virtual reality once I stepped on the stage. The question comes is when we go, they ask Nihar, what is virtual reality? And then I also get words thrown in is what is AR and MR? We hear all of this together. So what is this technology? So that's probably a fundamental doubt that I'll try to clear today. Right. So let's take a case. If you want to learn about space travel, uh, you have multiple ways you can learn about it. You can look at videos, you can look at books, and then here comes along a technology which everyone is investing in. Apple recently launched their Vision Pro headset, and everyone is going crazy. Oh, what is this about? So fundamentally, all of this gets classified in extended reality. All of this is spatial technology. Now, our phones have probably reached their limits. So, I mean, it's just a 2D screen now. How that's where what everyone is working on is 3D screens. It's not just a screen, it is now a screen. And that's where these spatial technologies come into play. And while I believe a lot of people are hearing it nowadays, once all of these names are talking about it, it has been around for the last many years. I myself have worked on it for the last 6 years, and I have seen the technology grow in leaps and bounds. AR, for example, will allow you to interact with 3D objects through So if, let's say I want to teach about space travel today, you would see through a 2D screen a space travel machine here or a space station here. Virtual reality, on the other hand, transports you to a whole different environment, and all of that is done through a headset like this. So this is a VR headset through which you can immerse yourself into a whole different environment. And then comes the confluence of both, which is mixed reality, where your existing environment and the virtual environment can interact together. So you can have, so for example, in VR, the use case would be you would be inside the International Space Station and you would look how things look inside the International Space Station. In MR, you would have remnants of this environment. It could be the sofa that you're sitting on, the chair that you're sitting on, or the table around you. you would have the remnants of this environment interacting with virtual objects in those environments. So if I take a very technical use case in an industrial use case, through MR, I can interact with industrial machines as they work. As against in VR, I'd probably have virtual machines with me. Those won't be the same machines. And AR just superimposes on the physical machine, but I won't be able to work with that actual machine. So clearing this one fundamental doubt was one of the main use that I wanted to make of this forum, because that's a common question and a confusion that remains. And how is this all different from, let's say, what you hear about virtual labs or V labs that is popularized uh, through the uh, through the government initiatives as well? Is all of this is 3D immersive and interactive. V labs or the 2D platforms, they are a 2D platform where it is sort of a one-way interaction, if you call it. Here you have the opportunity to actually interact with things in a virtual environment and be in a different environment. The main differentiator is the scale at which you look at objects. I'll come to an example for that as well. So why am I talking about this? Uh, Before IXR Labs, I had the chance to work with a lot of industrial deployments for this technology. So I worked with the likes of DRDO, Hindalco, Adani, Ultratech, and all of this, at all of these setups, we created L&D, learning and development modules delivered through VR. For example, Hindalco has a plant at Renukut in Uttar Pradesh. It's an aluminum ore refinery. None of us have seen one. Now, if I have to tomorrow go and work in one of those as a student, I don't know anything about it. People who were joining Hindalco or the aluminum ore refinery had never seen one. How do you take these people and get them to work in that environment when they haven't seen one? So what Hindalco does is they go out and set up a virtual reality lab where they have where we created a whole aluminum ore refinery in virtual reality. So you know how it looks to feel, how it feels to stand inside and look up and see, oh, there's a crane on top of me which is lifting an anode, which is actually doing those processes, how those processes are laid out, what is the kind of optimization in those layouts that they have done, what are the safety measures in place. All of this can't be experienced or can't be felt through images or videos. As much as you tried, the feeling of standing in that plant and seeing how massive it is something that creates that difference. And that's what virtual reality enables you to do. And while working with them, all of these setups, what we realized is the ones who are actually making the greatest benefit out of it were the people who were joining these setups afresh. It was not maybe it was not really the ones who were, let's say, there in the setup because they had seen it, but the ones who came anew to those setups, they were the ones who saw that, oh, this is where I am able to actually experience, feel, learn, and they were the one who made the greatest benefit. And these were primarily mechanical, electrical, civil engineering students, where we today see a major challenge with a lot of educational institutes. Getting admissions in those branches, or be it getting placements, or even generating interest among the students becomes a challenge. And that's where there are a huge number of reports. I work very closely with the industry. Uh, so for our offices here in Gurgaon on Sona Road, there is a electric vehicles company a couple of floors below us. They have a number of engineers, all from Japan, who come here, develop and design their electric vehicle technology. They are able to find Indian interpreters, translators, but they are not able to find Indian engineers who can design electric vehicles for them. And this is a growing industry. This is the top publications talking about it. All of your manufacturing setups like Boeing, Apple, everyone making a mad rush to India. Where is the local talent to support it? That's a major question mark for them. And it's not that there is a lack of quantity. Probably there is a lack of quality in those core engineering domains that have probably got sidelined as in the rush towards computer science and other streams. And that's where our offering and the work we do specifically targets on catering to these niche offerings. And it's a challenge to teach a mechanical engineering student. I understand that as a mechanical engineering student. Uh, I'll just move through this. I'll go to a video. Right. So thermodynamics is a important subject for a mechanical engineer. As a mechanical engineer, I learned thermodynamics extremely theoretically. I just saw graphs. I just saw uh, so it runs on this Brayton cycle. I just saw graphs and I could on numbers and I could not make sense on how is this actually getting implemented in a real life jet engine, or how is the thermodynamics principle that runs an IC engine actually getting applied there. I mean, if I were to talk about the EV case, I learned about battery technology, but I didn't really learn how it is going to get deployed in these industrial applications. And colleges could not, colleges can't make available a jet engine for everyone to work with. I mean, you can't make available for everyone industrial plant within their college to work with. Or in fact, you can't even provide access to one outside. So that's where we can harness the power of virtual reality to actually provide those meaningful experiences, hands-on experiences, an opportunity to experiment, to actually drive those benefits, and the industry is already doing it. It's now the time for the institutions where the source of all of these students that are actually going to the industry and learning, they can actually be employed, trained in-house, and then be taken out to the industry. So yeah, that was about how virtual reality can actually impact education. And in the past couple of years that we have been working in the higher education space, we have partnered with some of the top organizations, institutions across the country. And I mean, no offense meant, but let's say these are some of the top institutions. There are a lot of other institutions in the country as well. What is the only difference among these? And I did not get a chance to study in an IIT, but I happened to tour a lot of IIT through my work in this field. And I think I have been to at least 7 IITs across the country. The only difference is the exposure that they provide. An institution like IIT Kharagpur can afford to set up a 50 crore facility to teach advanced manufacturing. Every institute can't. But there are ways and there are technologies that can allow you to actually have those facilities in-house or at least provide that exposure. And that's where we want to help the institutes be. So this is the work that we have been done. We have implemented successfully across Rajasthan, where we are primarily operating before this, before we moved to Gurgaon, where we have multiple labs running across the state. In fact, one of the this is a video, actually it's not thing, but yeah, this is a video of a lab that has been set up, and this is one of the first labs that we went out and set up. It's a college in Bikaner, and it's a pretty much a rural, semi-rural, semi-urban setting. The college is over 100, almost 100 years old. All of the infrastructure is close to 100 years old. Here we come, we set up this lab, which is probably the most stellar art infrastructure that they have. And in just over 2 years, we have trained over 3,000 students using virtual reality on their domains of expertise, which is zoology, botany, chemistry, etc. Since it's such a star facility, you have over 150 prominent visitors who have visited, be it local celebrities, the chief ministers, IAS officers, everyone is there. And they have taken initiative to actually train teachers on it. So over some 300 plus teachers have been trained to some 15 teacher development programs or faculty development programs just in the last couple of years. So, and there are research papers being published as well, just as an output of this one lab. Yeah, I think the video is playing. So this is the video of the lab. So while this is a screen just showing what is happening in VR, but you'll see my colleague actually performing the experiment. So students come into this lab before the session, before let's say their practical session, and then they perform in VR these experiments. And then once they go and perform the actual experiments, they actually perform much better than when you actually let them go without any exposure to it. So yeah, a lot more things that we are doing. We are actually partnering with institutes to actually train teachers as well, so that the teachers who are going to use it know what are the pedagogies involved, how is the technology effective, what are the things that can be done, and it's an ecosystem that we are trying to build. It's not just, let's say, a product that we are trying to sell. Some numbers talk about it. You will find a lot of research. I won't go through those numbers because there are research reports talking about these numbers. If you're still not convinced, I'll leave you with some 6 reasons why your institution should install a VR lab. I have spoken a lot of philosophy. I'll just talk a bit of business. One, as per our research, 11% of your NAC NBA ratings can be directly impacted by having a facility like this. Colleges that are already NAC A plus and above find it a challenge on what improvements can you make. Here we are. You can attract admission to core branches because there's something new that you're doing for them. It's not, they are not left at the mercy of the industry or the age-old curriculum that we have. There are effective enhanced learning outcomes. That is something that I have spoken about. And the news reports that I spoke about non-IT engineers being in demand. Infrastructure push, EV, power systems and power grids growing so much. We need mechanical, electrical, civil engineers to build. Computer science won't cut it for us. Core skills are missing in the market because we are not able to show experience and exposure. Core skills are missing in the market. And finally, since the industry is doing it, and if you do it for the industry at your own institution, you would obviously attract better employers. So I think that's my time. I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just stay with us for 1
Sure.
minute. Thank you so much for giving us into your journey, your products, and we request everybody, in case you want to know more, please visit their booth in the expo
Yeah,
area.
sorry, I could not give time for question and answers. So that's actually a bad thing on the part of a teacher. Ji, sir. It provides experience and exposure. It helps you visualize things that can't be visualized in a classroom. It won't replace teachers. It won't replace real industrial tools. But it will give students it will give students exposure and experience of things that you can't bring in a classroom. I can't take a student to a nuclear power plant. So if tomorrow if as a student who wants to, I spoke the facts.
Cannot make you to do.
There are ways you can develop
No,
skills in this as well. We can work that
you
out as
cannot
well.
make it to do. No technology. This is all virtual. No.
No, sir. I'll showcase you modules where you can teach skills as well. It is possible through VR.
Not skill. How to do? You will teach me.
Yes.
Not skills.
Right. I
To
mean,
do you cannot teach.
yes, sir. That's absolutely
Say,
right.
if you take a patient, you can teach students how should they do it.
Right.
But a live patient is not the virtual patient.
True.
So
Absolutely.
what happens when the certain parameters of the patient changes? That's very complex.
I'll give you a case.
No, give me 100 cases. Doesn't matter.
I'll give you one example. So we work with the defense services.
See,
and
let's take motors and transformers, all their work, isn't
Right.
it?
Absolutely.
You can teach them how to open a motor and reach out to the rotor. But when you do it when a rotor is moving, that's a different thing. Then do it on a virtually.
Absolutely.
There's a huge amount of difference between
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's escape from using a word, teaching skills or developing skills through virtual reality or any technology.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. So I'll request Professor Raghuveer Singh, if you could come forward and present a small token of appreciation to our speaker here, Mr. Nihar Madkaikar. Can we have the memento on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Mr. Nihar for the wonderful insights he's just shared.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for our wonderful speaker here. Thank you. And as we move into our next panel discussion, and while we have the stage getting set up, I'd like to request all of you, the 27th edition of the World Education Summit is being planned for the month of September in the wonderful locale of Malaysia and Singapore. In case you're interested to know more about it, kindly visit the Elets booth outside the registration area, or you can come to us. We have the brochures with us. We encourage you to just explore and see if you have interest in the upcoming summit. We now have a panel discussion on adapting future of work, the need for flexible and agile upskilling and reskilling programs in higher education, a topic that we also saw, briefly being touched upon yesterday. To moderate this discussion, may I invite Mr. Kavan Tushar Punj, Pro-Chancellor, Sri Sai University, Himachal Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Kavar Tushar Punj, Pro-Chancellor, Sri Sai University, Himachal Pradesh. Welcome. I'd also like to invite Professor Hridesh Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune, Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause, please, for Professor Hridesh Deshpande. Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, Vice Chancellor and President, Sri Padmavat Singhania University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause, please, for Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee. Professor Dr. V.K. Ratan, Vice Chancellor, GNA University, Pagwara, Punjab. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure our audience can give a little bit more enthused welcome to our esteemed panelists here. Professor Dr. Jaskiran Kaur, Campus Director, NMIMS, deemed to be University, Chandigarh. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause, please. And Mr. Vikram Shah, Chief Business Officer, Merito. Welcome, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to Mr. Punj to take the discussion forward.
Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would love I would like to thanks the Digital Learning Elets to organizing this a great World Education Summit in Delhi. I think it's our pleasure to have all the great young minds, all the experienced minds into education to come here and share their words of wisdom on the topic of upskilling and reskilling in the future of jobs and also with the changing education scenario in the country in the coming time. I've been given this opportunity to moderate this session, and due to time constraint, we'll try to keep it as short as possible. And the opening said, we will try to touch the government, what is the policies which we are defining, what is the institutes doing in their respective domains to come forward, and also how the skill gap in India needs to be addressed in the coming time. To set the tone, a lot of jobs would be displaced in the country. And with that, what I mean is a lot of companies today are working intensively to upskill themselves. A lot of financial gains were spent. Challenge. Second, also, India being the youngest youngest nation by 2025, almost 67% young people would be working in this country. So when we talk about 1 billion people to be upskilled and reskilled, we have got a great responsibility on our shoulders. So with this, I will start with my fellow panelists to introduce themselves and also give a brief note on how do you think about it. And we'll start from ma'am, and then we can come with questions.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Dr. Jaskiran, currently working as a campus director with Narsi Munji Chandigarh campus. Today's topic has been, very pertinent specifically for the education sector. I agree with Mr. Tushar, the way he has said that, it is going to be a young generation and everybody is actually looking forward towards India for this thing. The way we have transformed, we means all higher education leaders, those who are sitting here. We all have put heart and soul since 22nd March 2020. And Indians have left no stone unturned, especially in higher education, all the leaders, to make young generations so engaged that their education is not disturbed. But we need to, now learn and relearn. Because the way we are doing it, a lot of people, yesterday also while I was, attending the session, said that, we have transformed, we have reached, now we I'll just ask one thing. The learning has increased or not? The learning in students has gone where? Now the disruption is required in higher education to have better content delivery, to have better focus of the students. That cannot be done. See, we cannot change the workforce. I was just reading yesterday that a lot of multinationals, Amazon, I'll just give you McKinsey data on this. Amazon have spent $700 million to retain 1 lakh employees. Why is it so? That is the learning curve need to be increased. We all sitting on the dais. I'm very sure we all have studied through the traditional mode of education. But what we are delivering now is at par, even at our international standards. But, in the morning also, I was discussing with Sir, we need to train the teachers. We need to give them skills. Changing workforce will never be an answer. Bringing new, let them go. No, that's not the answer. We need to retain it. The loyalty cannot be demanded, it is being earned. If we are ready to spend on them, we are ready to invest in them the way even good companies are doing, we are going to, produce wonderful leaders. Wherever they will be, they'll be able to adapt, they'll be able to learn more and implement. Number two, they need to be grounded. I was hearing one of the experts in the morning that the marriage was being conducted by Chat GTP. It is good. A lot of audience clapped. But honestly, I was very disturbed. Reason, if, mantras are going to be read by them, in future, those kids will never need us. We can just tell them in our will that this is our blessings. And that is sorted. That's not India. That should not be the culture. And that is not going to be a future also. I'm not criticizing the technology. It is going to be there. Be it Chat GTP, it is coming, I think 4.0 has come in the better version where I was actually teaching teachers that, we can even decode the students who are using Chat GTP. Now it is even, I cannot see the way they are doing it with Chat GTP 4.0. They're going to come more refined. But in the end comes what we teachers are. The way Chief Guest has said, technology will come, but human touch should never leave. So teachers are always going to play a very important role. As a higher educationist, we need to invest in them and invest in our faculties to make sure that they are grounded and they know how to adapt the new technology. That cannot be done without reskilling. Learn and unlearn. That should be there. Even, when I go to class right now, I always teach. Basically, I am a teacher. I love to teach students whatever position I'll be because we need to be in touch where exactly, right now technology demands or the standards demand. I'm a strategic finance teacher. Finance has taken such a turns. What I was studying when I was in MBA or I studied from Singapore Management University, I'm not teaching those two students. The whole paradigm shift has been there. Things are not the same. We are learning that and teaching that to them. The way we take up the case studies, we were not taught the same way. We also need to train them in the same way. Right now, teachers need a lot of training to have that focus of audience, the students, so that that kind of content that is being delivered. This one thing that has, actually, since morning I'm thinking, when sir was speaking, He said we tell teaching load. You know that load word is actually negative. I promise you, sir, at NMIMS also we use the same language. I'm going to change it because we should not say this. When it is a load, it is actually a negative thing. We need to make it very positive. And only teachers are the people who are going to train future generation immaterial of the fact, whatever industry they go. If we ceases to be a student, we ceases to be a teacher. That's my take on it. Thank you so much. I hope I've not taken a long time. Thank you.
So yeah, very good, ma'am. So we'll start with Dr. Deshpande, sir. Go ahead.
So thank you for having me here. And I have 3 points to make. Essentially, I like to provoke it. So the 3 points are because the panel is future of work, and then this word skill is getting used. I think, and now my ears are paining the amount of word skill that I hear. So I thought let me put a few points with respect to that. See, what has happened is we are seeing one of the largest, single largest, yeah, single largest economic transformation that is happening. And so far, over the last hundreds of years, the industry, the companies, the businesses have been organized around in a particular manner in terms of the nature of business they were. They were mining, they were industries, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. Now it's more cross-industrial and cross-functional. If you look at it in the last year, last couple of years itself, more than $8 trillion of economic value, the shareholder value has come from companies which actually are not from any particular sector. They are from cross industrial sectors. And that is the way the education will eventually also go. Because today, the way the education has been organized is been actually trying to mimic how the industry has been organized. So we have educational disciplines which are in accordance with the industry and so on and so forth. And similarly, if we look at the future, then that is the first transformation that will have to happen. Like that is as the industries have looked at what the customer needs and have organized themselves in accordance with that rather than from a sectoral perspective. Similarly, education will have to organize around problems and not discipline. What are the problems? That is what we are going to solve, and that problem is going to need a multidisciplinary uh, uh, input, and that's how the education, especially the higher education, will have to be organized. Second point, coming to the word skills, I think it's a very elastic word. And from an industry point of view, it is something when the industries are doing well, the skill gap goes up. When the economy is not doing well, the skill gap actually goes down. So it's a very elastic thing because it dependent on the industry. And unfortunately, we from the academia listen a lot to the industry. I don't think we must listen to them so much because in a way we end up following them to a place where when we reach they say no, 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 you're no good, but then they are unable to tell us where we are not good, especially our graduates. If we ask them what's the problem, then they are unable to tell us what it is. They say no, they are like they are like that. And I tell them, look, you're not here looking for a bride or a groom. You are having an employee, you're going to hire someone, you are going to look at the attribute, and you're going to have to spend time and money on that person, and you're not going to this whole uh, idea of having a ready-made product like they have a just-in-time inventory kind of a thought process is not going to sustain much. So I think we combinedly as an academic group, we have to educate the industry also in this manner because we have a far greater responsibility in terms of the youth that are coming out of our hands. That's the second. The third point is even if we talk of skills, I think we have to look more at the cognitive and the metacognitive skills that are the most essential part and not what you are able to do with your hands. It's a very bad thing to say, oh, he has done a BCom but can't write a check. Okay, there are computers, there are machines to write the check that he need not understand how to write the check. He need to understand why the hell is he writing a check for, and whether that thing for which he is writing a check is making any sense. And that is the thought that we have to instill in our students. They have to have the skills which are analytical. They have to have the skills of reasoning. They have to have the skills of numeracy, reading, writing, and these are the skills which are the most important. Then comes the metacognitive skills. Metacognitive is more about thinking, learning to learn, how you learn. We all know, we all often talk about it, that the future is uncertain. If we do not know what the future is, if we do not know what's going to be the turn of the times after 5 years from now, how are we going to have a graduate being trained today prepared for that when he or she is going to graduate 4 years down the line? And that's where the metacognitive skills plays a very important role, that if our student is able to learn and continue to learn on his or her own, we as educators are able to build that foundation in him, to be able to think, then that person would be able to adapt himself to any situation that is likely to come through. And that, in my opinion, is the most significant skill that we have to, as educators, look at imbibing and instilling amongst our students through our educational processes, systems, besides the discipline-based teaching, whatever we do. That these are the 3 points from my end. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all. So I'm delighted to be here. I'm Dr. Padmakali Banerjee. I'm currently the Vice Chancellor and President of SPSU Udaipur, Sir Padampat Singhania University in Udaipur. It's a corporate-led university, university which was established by J.K. Cement. You know, I firmly believe in empowering youth that build nations. So that's my baseline that I want to really emphasize on. So, and I also believe in the moment of truth. The truth is, we had a disruption many years ago, many decades ago, when the printing press came into education. So people thought that with the printing press, things will go away. But we realized that creating new knowledge was really important. And there you will always need the educationists who, and philosophers who will come out with thought leadership. I also agree and I believe that the future of work is already here. Very recently, about a year ago, we celebrated almost 100 years of Harvard Business School cases on the shoe company. And that time, I remember the dean of the Harvard Business School thought of taking, inputs from the corporate and to bring it into the classroom. So the case writing became an art which all management institutions adopted. So today, what is happening in institutions, the experiential learning, which I think one of my colleagues already, panelists already mentioned, that yes, experiential learning and some competency-based learning is going to be very important. For example, a learning where you have the 6 C's. I published one of the papers which talks about choice, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, and change management. So to do that, you need a lot of flexibility within the system. So we need to identify the different competencies, including the behavioral competencies, so that we don't create zombies. We are not creating only machines, human beings that are going to replace machines, but we are talking about man machine interface, because that's what is going to be the future requirement. If you look at the industries, because very recently, because now I've moved to Rajasthan from Haryana, so I was visiting their the Advanced Technology Center. So what are they going to do? They say when you bring in into a classroom a robotic arm to explain, yes, they are more trained. Just like pilots get trained through a simulator, similarly now you need all engineers, all, even these people need to do, global certification so that they're more industry ready. And when we say the hybrid work culture, it has already started. I know fresh, bright boys and girls who were imagining of a plush office, they're moving into their own desktops and working from home. So I think some balance of that, taking great challenges that we are going to face. Today in the morning, when the discussion with the photograph with the minister, I saw the whole room was filled with tech companies. So I was really thinking, do we really need educators anymore, or the technology companies are going to lead the way? But it's going to be complementary. So in the sense, we need to walk hand in hand to make a difference. India is making a great movement already. We are in the most exciting times in the higher education sector in India. And what I strongly believe in, now there is no competition, there is collaboration. We need to create leagues of universities come together to create, make a new beginning. So I think one of the enabler has been the new National Education Policy 2020. But at the same time, we are seeing within states, people are now collaborating to implement the processes. Otherwise, it's going to be a white elephant. In order to really implement, you need people, you need thinkers, you need educators come together and preparing for the most uncertain. The kind of change that we have witnessed in the last decade, it's going to be go faster. So we are talking about the Sustainable Developmental Goals 2030. To work on that, India, I think, is focusing, especially in the higher education sector. We are really focusing on creating sustainability ecosystem within the university. How do you create a more free access? How do you create a better education in terms of creating better intellectual resources? I think that's the kind of challenge. And I would love to, actually, in these panels, I often say that we should also have some youngsters sitting from who are actually students of the universities. I think they are also coming out with great innovation. Most of the bright patenting ideas, and if you saw the startup culture that has come into India, that's happening in the actually the labs in their colleges. So I think these startup ecosystem within universities was also really support that. And finally, what I feel is we are talking about the world which is now very interconnected. So we need to really look at the global problems together, solve those challenges. So universities can become those grounds, those green fields where a lot of these challenging problems can be resolved and bring them together. So creativity and thought leadership will become very important. You must have also noticed that aspects of spirituality has become so very important now. Why? Because the values were disappearing. So I think what is need to be done is that we need to create more holistic development in the students, in the future leaders of tomorrow. So that's the kind of vision that I have, where we need to create a better world around us. So universities can work along with the corporate sectors, tech companies, government, institutions, even international bodies, because 2025, many of the international universities are heading towards India. So we need to understand that what is the need of this great land. We are talking about harping on the fact that we have a most youthful nation, but we also have to accept the fact that there are challenges. Yes, there are gaps, but those gaps are because of the inequality in terms of even the digital space. For example, even the kind of mobile facilities and services that are there, it needs a lot of changes. So I think every government have equipped the different states, help them, gave them a lot of autonomy to come out with proper solutions. So we need to work together to create a better system. And where I think I must put on record that universities, in fact, today are also challenging times for all the vice chancellors, because you are creating a dream of many more people who are going to look back. And like Steve Jobs says, you can always connect the dots when you look back. So whatever we are creating today, it will create a history. And of course, I like Thomas Jefferson's word of, I like the flavor of the future than the history of the past. So we really need to create and dedicate ourselves for creating a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Ma'am mentioned about collaboration and holistic uh, development. Now we'll listen to Dr. V.K. Ratanji for his opening.
I'm Dr. V.K. Ratan, presently Vice Chancellor, GNA University, and earlier served with Punjab University, Chandigarh, basic engineer. So the topic for today is the need of the hour. We have to find why we should go for upskilling. You see, the courses we had in schools, colleges, they are the same. Very lengthy courses, and earlier the students have no time to go for, to search for the other skills or other part of the courses or their likings, what they want. So we have to change. The change is that the job market, the first reason, let us see the needs for upskilling. The first need is the job market is evolving. The industries which are moving from the industry 4 to 5, as has been said in the morning also, but we are still finding the institutions have not moved to parallel to industries 4. So we have to take the institutions, as madam has said, we have to go side by side. Industry and institute have to work together to make the students workable. Now the evolved. It is evolving job marketing due to globalization, automation, and technology advancement. The skills which are required today, which were having, the people were having maybe last 5 years, 10 years back, they are not required today. The skills are changing. The life of the, I'll say the half life of skill is decreasing. This is the World Economic Forum report has also said that the by 2025, after 2025, every worker, every person has to upskill himself at least once in 5 years. So you see the demand of the industry, the demand of the job. So we have to upskill. The technology is changing very fast. Nowadays, we are talking about artificial intelligence, digital marketing, cyber security, and many more things. So the skills earlier required, they are not useful, they are obsolete. The industry also wants, the jobs are also in the same area, so we have to skill. The courses in the industry, the courses in the universities, schools, or colleges, they are the same courses we are running, and we have to modify the courses. We have to give the students the skill, and also we have to tie up with the industries so that the students, now the industry, what they want that student, when he comes from the college or university, he should be job ready. So we have to see those changes, that the demand of the industry, the skill pattern is changing, the jobs are changing. So we have to modify our syllabus, we have to modify our courses, and we have to upskill our teachers also. The teacher also we have to upskill. As earlier it has been said, the teacher is very important part. As the Honorable Minister has also mentioned, we have the information, lot of information is available. The students find the information on any topic, maybe on Google, or they don't have the knowledge. So gyan, that is what we say, the gyan has to be given by the guru. So the teachers also are important parts, and they also have to be upscaled. So within, I think after the next generation is coming, that we have to upskill regularly ourselves. If we are taking the same patterns we were studied, we have in the old patterns, we have to upskill ourselves also. And the universities and the colleges, schools, even the schools, they have to give the upskills, the short courses, the skill courses. It is a very good initiative by the government. The NEP 2020 has come, which allows the students to do two degrees or to take the courses of skill also along with their degree. So we have to give the students to chance to bring out from them what they are having and what they want. So the skill, the industry, the technology, they are moving, and we also, the universities, the schools, colleges also have to move along with them. This is my views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll hear from Vikram Shahji for the industry perspective. That what is the future of work would be in coming time.
Thank you so much. And yeah, exactly. I think I am the odd one out currently in the panel. Yeah, exactly, sir. You spoke about it. But I am not an educationalist, and all of you are here on the dais. My name is Vikram Shah, and I'm the Chief Business Officer at Merito, formerly No Paper Forms. We provide operating systems for student enrollment to educational institutions, and I'm sure that 8 out of 10 sitting here in this room would be utilizing our platform to enroll students. Now, my perspective is a bit different in terms of what industry is looking at and specific to the topic. We are not talking here about 28% of the gross enrollment ratio of students who are doing courses in higher ed. We are actually focusing with respect to reskilling and upskilling. Mainly, I feel reskilling and not upskilling, because there's a difference between reskill and upskill. For those 72% of the population who don't even go to higher ed, they straight away go to industry, and then they figure out a way in terms of learn how to learn and how to drive their stuff on a day-to-day basis. To give you an example, we are a 7-year-old company, and majority of the companies which I have seen in the past and I've been observing, 60 to 65% of the workforce is in middle management, largely. And what they are doing is, and they need a constant reskilling, because the way work is changing, the way technology is making a difference in the life of people. This workforce, middle management, need to upgrade themselves in terms of learning, in terms of learning what's going on in the market and apply it at their job. Now, the other part here, which I would like to highlight, is largely from a point of view that you have got two main broader aspects in skills, which I'm sure Dr. Deshpande and sir also mentioned. You have a soft skill aspect and you have a hard skill aspect in a profession. और बहुत ही एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूंगा. I am a marketing manager in a company, and I've been working as a marketing manager for the last 5 years. Forget about whether I've done the higher ed or not, but currently I am in industry and driving marketing for the company. As a marketing manager, I know I have a skill for marketing related job. But if, let's say, tomorrow the tools related to marketing changes, like what has changed, the chat GPT has changed the entire algorithm of Google. I know the skill, how to do marketing, but I don't know the tools, because that has changed. I've been working for 5 years. I'm good at what I do, but now I need to learn how to implement this solution to get the same desired result. Where will I go? How will I learn? So I feel, from a future of work perspective, the universities, the higher ed institutions need to come up with those kind of certification programs which are small in nature, where middle management can drive. Our universities, our higher ed do offer management programs, but the word is management development program. That is only to the top management most of the times, because they go for MDPs. My question is more with respect to what will happen to the middle management, and how university is looking at this in the changing dynamics of technological revolution and the way we interact with each other. That's the submission.
I think very well said, sir. The middle management has to be focused. So I think the universities has got a major role to play in this. So let's start with, I would ask Dr. Banerjee, ma'am, to how Vikram Shahji mentioned that the middle management has to be trained, and how is the word. We need to make sure that is universities coming up with the programs which have got freedom, they're agile, they're fast to deliver, and also are we making any initiatives in your university we can share with you?
Lovely question and great thoughts. By the way, we use no paper forms. so, I think a great question, and I want to share with you that when I went to the City of Lakes a year back, right, and we saw this great university institution. It was on-campus experience, completely. Students were on campus studying. So students from across parts of India, especially even South, were there in the university, but we took care of that vertical of middle management. So just to give you a case study example, that we did a program along with FL Smith for the graduate engineer trainees who were already there on job for more than 2 years, where they needed certain skills, right? So we started a program called STAR. Of course, STAR is an acronym we use for SPSU Training Academy and Research Center. So through that, we are catering to the market across different sectors. For example, be it in the IT sector, be it in the retail, be it in FMCG. So I think we are really looking at upskilling not only our students, and in fact, I talk about not just upskilling and reskilling, I talk about even new skills, because that is what is needed by the industry today. So yes, one of our initiative is the STAR program, where we are helping and working together with other institutions in offering these programs. And the second is for our own existing students, we have global certification program like for business analytics, which is a very sought after course with MBA. We have, of course, a SAS proper certification. If you talk about even a BCom honors today, so earlier people are interested in becoming a CA or CFA or ACCA. All of these certifications are becoming now necessary. So like that, for every core area, we are offering advanced technology programs. So that is one of the things which is creating a benchmark. And this is, let me tell you, end of the day, we are looking at outcome-based education. So be it higher education of students going abroad, or be it the placement. So I think it has given very good results where, companies are delighted to have students who are better trained. So there, the aspect of both skill and knowledge and education and attitude all comes together. Thank you.
I think very nice one. Thank you so much for your answer. One more thing which I was driving out of this conversation, a lot of students who have passed out of their institutes and now are working in good places. I think universities has also got a major role to play with the alumni who has got a deeper connection with their parent institute. I would also like to bring attention to everybody that is Indian universities. We are, I think, everybody is doing a lot of work in different domains to make a great program to which is uh, employable. But I just want to check with Sir Deshpande sir. How do you think that alumni, opening doors for alumni to come back to university and upskill themselves and reskill themselves at a comfort of their connect with everybody would help, sir? Like if that could be one point.
So yes, the alumni connect is a very important aspect, and as far as our university is concerned, once a student, always a student, as far as we are concerned. So our students, even after they have graduated, they could always come back and attend, join any credits that they wish to, without having to pay for anything. So that's the answer.
Yes, so I think alumni is the key portion which we really need to work on. Maybe a lot of edtech companies, as ma'am said, edtech companies are in the room. They are providing a lot of courses. The partner universities, we should also offer, I think, to a lot of students, they can also connect with this. Very important thing which was mentioned by Dr. V.K. Ratan sir. I think he has got very expertise from a lot of time. That government is also putting a lot of efforts in upskilling the youth. We might be focusing on managers, but there's a big area which is missing in our education system, which is upskilling the youth. So government is also putting a lot of efforts in upskilling the youth. this was that a lot of universities are regionally scattered all over India. The regional demands also believe in collaboration with the regional industries. So a lot of people are not willing to come on that platform, but I think with time, a lot of people would really take this point, and I think this would be the driving factor of a lot of universities to get their teachers, because I think it would be learning for both ends. Teachers would also get an upskill with getting first-hand experience with the middle management. Uh, one one question to ma'am, Ms. Kirat ma'am. You have been mentioning about reskilling in your opening talk. Since you're also from a business school, and the reskilling in today's days, a lot of jobs are driven by data driven and digital driven. So how do Narsi Munji comes up with reskilling and taking small steps in their curriculum, and how difficult it is to involve micro credentials or digital badges or certificate program in the regular curriculum, like a 3-year degree program, so that it's easy for us.
Thank you, Tushar. And I think this is one of the questions which we all higher educationists keep on thinking and evolving in a different process. Narsimunji is a trust with SVKM, which is having a legacy of 40 years to be at the top. It's very easy to come at the top, but staying at the top needs a lot of hard work. We have anchor and a mentor program. We do not leave everything what is being there at a today's scenario. Every year, syllabus is being changed with the limit of 20%. And who changes this? International experts in the industry, international academicians, our academicians, our industry people, alumni, and our students. Just imagine in this six, when they sit, they put their own thought process. It's almost, a 10 days process that starts by giving first the basic inputs, then coming up, then finalizing, then one draft, two draft, third draft. It's a very rigorous process, but it pays off. Then comes anchor. Who will be the anchor? It's very easy to change the, syllabi. You can just bring best by putting futuristic, but who's going to teach that? Same teachers. Every year we cannot change 20% teacher, please. How it is going to be there? That comes identified upskilling. Same faculty is being trained. Be it require an anchor from our international tie-ups, be it require an expert. Have anchors from different walk of life as per the subject requirement. The anchor is going to take a complete control of content delivery in the class. A process is being refinedly laid out that is going to be followed by the faculty in the classes. How it is going to be shaped up. And every time a student is being asked to submit a practical, assignments. I see components always there. We all know, we talk a lot about industry, but at the end, when we have to give them a degree, we have to follow a protocol of UGC, proper lay down, and we need to. There has to be few things, right? Every student in NMIMS campus is having their own Turnitin account where they check it before submitting it to the faculty. And the rubric is being very well defined, told to the student, if you reach at this level, this much is going to be the scoring. It is very transparent. They are actually empowered with a lot of information when they enter the system. They are being very, given a complete student resource book from where they are going to follow that. They made their own graph. They look at their student portal. They define their things. Okay, I have to improve in this. I have to do it in this. This was your first question, and then you said a short-term courses. Here, NMIMS doesn't do. The reason is the first answer I gave because those things are already added in the syllabus. The course learning outcomes are very well defined, and having those all things in it. I would just like to share one observation. The industry person who's sitting on the stage, we are also using the same, and I think for a long time. And when a recruiter come to my campus, 90% of the cases, they don't ask the questions. They negotiate with them. They ask them, can you come here? That is what is required. We need to push student to the limit. There are a lot of, hurdles they have to cross. I even tell all the parents and my students, once you get convocated, you have earned it. We have to make them earn that thing. And the earning only comes if they are being empowered. And empowerment will only come if they have the required skills of whatever course they are doing. They are doing BBA, they are doing BCom, they are doing BTech, they are doing law, they are doing pharmacy, whatever course. Only then they'll be confident. That's what best practices we have it there. And this was all about Anchor. Mentors are from industry as well as academia. They are not from NMIMS. They are always the outsider from the same industry where it is required. And we have periodical, we have to submit reports. I do look at what mentor remarks are, what anchor remarks are. That's how we improve. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your answer. I think very wonderful insights by all the panelists. I think we are running short of time. Thank you so much for Elets for organizing this session. And at the last, I would like to mention that upskilling and reskilling is an ongoing process. Higher education institutes would be should have a cutting edge for the next 5 years plan to implement this in our country because this is going to lead our nation in the coming time. Thank you so much to all the panelists for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our esteemed dignitaries here on stage. May I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come on stage and present small tokens of appreciation to our panelists here. So if you could please present this memento of appreciation to Mr. Kanwar Tushar Punj, Pro-Chancellor, Sri Sai University, Himachal Pradesh, for wonderfully moderating this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Kanwar Tushar Punj. To Professor Professor Hitesh Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya Devai Patil University, Pune, Maharashtra. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insights and your presence here. Round of applause, please, for Professor Hitesh Deshpande. To Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, Vice Chancellor and President, Sir Padmapat Singhania University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee. Dr. V.K. Ratan, Vice Chancellor, GNA University, Phagwara, Punjab. Thank you so much, Dr. Ratan, for being here this afternoon. Round of applause, please, for Dr. V.K. Ratan, Vice Chancellor, GNA University, Phagwara, Punjab. Professor Dr. Jaskiran Kaur, Campus Director, NMIMS, deemed to be University Chandigarh. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us this afternoon. Round of applause, please, for Professor Dr. Jaskiran Kaur, Campus Director, NMIMS, deemed to be University Chandigarh. And to Mr. Vikram Shah, Chief Business Officer, Merito. Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much for your presence here. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Vikram Shah. I'll request the panel to please come forward for a group photograph. Along with your mementos, please. A group photograph along with your mementos. And while the group photograph is on, I'd like to request all our delegates, you can visit the Elets booth or you can come near the podium to know more about the upcoming 27th World Education Summit that's being planned in Malaysia and Singapore in the month of September. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Moving ahead, we'll now move ahead for our next panel discussion. Thank you, ma'am. We now have the next panel discussion, which is on entangling digital literacy in higher education, technology to promote learning in digital space for students. Joining us for this panel, may I please invite Dr. Manpreet S. Manna, Pro Vice Chancellor, Chandigarh University, Punjab, who will be moderating this discussion. Welcome, sir. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Manpreet S. Manna. I'd like to also invite Mr. Pravesh Dudani, Founder and Chancellor, Medhavi Skill University, Sikkim. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Pravesh Dudani. Professor Dr. Parul Gupta, Provost, Dr. K.N. Modi University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Professor Dr. Parul Gupta. Mr. Vivek Iyer, Vice President, Sales, Anthology, India. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Vivek Iyer, Vice President, Sales, Anthology, India. I'd like to welcome Mr. PVNSLSSR Murthy, Head of Products, Anubhavam Technologies Private Limited. Welcome, Mr. Murthy. Thank you so much for joining us. Please, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. Murthy. Professor Dr. Nihar Ranjan Biswas, Vice Chancellor, Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Deep Tuva University, Puducherry. Welcome, Dr. Good. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. And Mr. Manav Ratan, Head of Education and Government Business India, Max Hub. Mr. Manav Ratan. Okay, sir, you may start. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I understand when you are reaching near to your lunch time, as well as when already one very high profile panel discussions took over, and immediately there is no commercial break in between and there's another panel discussion. Because reason I have to catch my flight, so they have just made me to be sit over here for next 40 minutes. Thank you very much, organizers. Quickly, I will go for this panel because every day now we are going to be looked by the world. What is that? New India. New India. And why New India? Because it's a digital India. See, wherever our honorable Prime Minister goes across the world, they ask, what is a Modi mantra? What is this mantra that we have the huge transactions happening in country India and see the negligible attacks as well. We can't deny. But at the same time, this panel is going to be discussed with the academia as well as the industry together. Are we ready to take a lead? Because the lead has to be taken by the youth of the country India. Yes, young India. And are we ready for this TEI? What is that? Technology in education or technology through education? So this is what we are going to discuss with the literature. And very first, I'm going to be just giving opening remarks open to all my very honorable panelists, but not more than for 2 minutes because we have to be have so many insights from you for the different parts of the questions which has given to me, and I am sure that paper is not leaked out. So I just start with the next to me. Yes, of course. So please, sir, just give an opening remarks for the 120 seconds so that we can push up to next. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Pravesh Dudani, founder chancellor of Medhavi Skills University. It's a university as well as a more of an awarding body in the skills space. So my 120 seconds take on the integrating digital into higher education is that this whole uh, approach or the need for integrating digital into the education space is something which we have already has been spoken a lot, but the the main point is that this is something where the audience, the students, are much ahead of the academia, right? So when I studied in IIT Kharagpur, that time we were the initial batches when we were starting to get PCs, computers, and we were getting some aspects of internet. And one thing where we were sure of that anything which talks about technology, we were ahead of our professors. So this is the same situation right now that the youth, whether it's the youth in schools or in college, they are much smarter than learning the tools, learning the technologies, as in what is required in our curriculums, right? So what I think is that if you really need to deliberate on technological aspects of higher education or any form of education, it has to be it has to be looked one from a curriculum angle. How do we make the curriculum more outcome oriented, more skills embedded into it? How we can track that what tools and technologies one is learning? So that is where the real energies has to be put in.
Absolutely, absolutely
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah,
good.
thank you.
So yes, I will move forward to, yes, Professor Parul, what will be your viewpoint for this, just on the opening remarks?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Parul Gupta, Pro Vice Chancellor in Dr. K. Modi University, Jaipur. As the topic is given, the entangling of digital literacy in higher education. As we all know that the digital literacy is required in every institution, universities, and colleges. That is the basic requirement of the every institution and the university. And we are doing the work for this. Lot of things are going on for the digital literacy in every universities and colleges, and students are doing for there are a lot of ways to promoting the digital literacy in colleges and universities. Uh, for example, that every schools and universities students are using that different types of tools like that YouTube, and there are different things in the COVID period. We are using the different types of tools in the Zoom and other Google Meet. Lot of tools are there that students are doing, and that's all. Thank you.
Every learner is a Digitech. Every learner is Digitech. So, Mr. Vivek, are we ready for the same? What we are looking from? Yes.
Yes, we are. Hi, everybody. My name is Vivek. I had the sales for a company called Anthology, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, edtech provider in the world. We've got a beautiful stall here, so you should check it out. It's right around the corner. Um, when I look at digital literacy, yes, of course, we look at how do we increase the digital literacy when it comes to students. But I couldn't agree with the first speaker more that the students are always ahead of the curve when it comes to digital literacy. So when we help institutions increase what we call as the digital quotient of the university or the institute itself, and that also involves increasing the digital literacy of the faculty members. And I'm hoping you'll ask more questions around that later. But essentially, it involves how do we raise the ability of faculty to create more engaging content, which helps overall increase the digital literacy of the students, and also helps get academic outcomes and increases the digital literacy of digital quotient of the university itself. So we tend to take a slightly more holistic approach at a institute level, and that's the lens we view it from.
That's a great, yeah. Mr. Bhuti, as you are working across the world for the solutions from one of the, digital tycoon, what kind of need of the universities in India you are looking for, and how you are going to complement it? Just with the opening remarks. Yeah.
Hi everyone, this is Murthy, Head of Products, Anubhav Technologies. We have got like a stall here, and our solution is AI infused solution where we provide various solutions which enhance a student experience towards their learning, towards their success, and towards their engagement. So right now there are many learning management solutions out there in the market, and every learning solution will provide the learning content, and it provides some kind of insightful information, but that like hasn't been enough in this era. We have to have some kind of AI infused, meaning that just we'll have to make sure the learner and their pattern is completely unique, and because every student will have their own learning patterns. For that, we have to have some kind of pedagogical tools which will support, assist them, making sure it is interacting on regular basis and it is talking with it, or with the students, and it provides the kind of embedded learning outcome experience where the activities can be tracked towards the like outcomes, and it is trying to provide some kind of useful insights. So that will definitely help the students to interact with their peers and try to improve their performance all the time. And of
Absolutely,
course,
absolutely. Without the solutions, without the complementing from the corporate, the education world is going to be have a partial learning because it's a digital. And of course, I think President must be agree with me, and I would like to be, have something inputs from him also.
Yeah. Uh, I am Vice Chancellor of Sri Balaji Vidyapit, that is a health university. We have different courses there: medical, dental, pharmacy, then nursing. So precisely as in this digital era, we have to upgrade the skill of both the student as well as the teachers, because teachers should forget that old-fashioned teaching. Now they have to also upgrade their knowledge, because and we have to see what is the expectation from the students, because now students are uh, uh, clever enough, they know what to learn, how to learn, and it's not time when teachers used to teach and we used to just note down. So there is a drastic change now, so we have to see what is the expectation from our students. Then there are many online courses also, not necessarily that student have to come to attend the class. So and the teachers also should know how to teach online and this by this digital platform, so that this talent management means the students' talent should be improved either by virtual workshop to train the leaders, means the teachers, the technology, then adopting content writing, what to teach, the quantity of the teaching, and then change the teaching methodology also. Not like in earlier this duster and blackboard. So now by tablet and by new technologies, even by mobiles, and then you have to recruit and keep and retain the skilled and trained manpower, means the teachers who will teach the students in this digital type of teaching. And there should be good culture in the institute, and you have to engage all these things. So precisely, there are many other things like teachers sometimes stress, so they may have to de-stress by yoga and music therapy. Then this financial part of the teachers also to be taken care of, because there will be a lot of new cost living and other things. So campus management in the university also to be the ecosystem should be managed. So this digital transformation is a really challenge, and to the many faculty who are old fashioned, so I want to tell that they have to change their old teaching style. And
Absolutely. This is the mindset of the faculty that has to be. Until unless a teacher is going to become a digital teacher, although the chalk and duster is not going to be get removed from the college and campus, but the mindset, because the learner is curious to understand. Learner is curious to understand. Few years back, we got RTE. What is what? Right of education. Right of education. I think the next act is going to be come up by Government of India. right of digital literacy also. It has to be. Otherwise, the crimes, what is that? Cyber crimes, IT unethical approach is going to be risen in a many fold. A small village in India, and they are known to be, and there is a movie has been, I think already documentary has been made. In a one village, the guys, those are not even a matriculate, but they are even taken out the money from one of the member of parliament's account also because of literacy, but unethical approach. That's the point. So how? My question is coming to the academia first. I would like to know from you, Professor Dudhani, are you ready with the curriculum to be fetched? Because you can't take out the competency of the, the engineering or a management, the actual core, but at the same time, being a value-added courses, you have to have some digital literacy to be taught in the higher education. How you are finding it?
I think it is about the pedagogy, because I will answer this in light of the new national education policy, which talks about more of a flexible approach towards education and integrating the digital skills into all aspects of education. Why? Because digital technology or the literacy is only way through which all the provisions of the national education policy can be met, which is a flexible learning and anytime anywhere learning for that matter. See, we are all used to, in our graduation days, we are all used to having a one-on-one interaction where there was some content we used to wait eagerly that what the teacher is today going to teach us. But today is the model of flipped classrooms, because you know what's the outcome you're going to get over the year, over the course duration, and how much you can be well prepared for that, so that your classroom interactions could be more of an interactive, project based or case based discussions or peer based learning, right? So the whole move is towards cohort based learning, peer based, flipped classrooms. And if someone is not catching up with that, that's a big problem. So we ourselves, we feel proud to say that we are now a paperless, completely digital paperless university.
That's great.
Yeah.
So paperless university does mean that their operations are going to be paperless. But at the same time, I would just like to be asked to the Professor Gupta, when it is a paperless university, how we are going to make that kind of a paperless towards the classroom? Are we going to start only the online education system? And do you think that engineering or medical science or many other kind of professional studies can be made without hand holding or without any case studies, writing on a notes or maybe handwriting? So how we are ready for that? Is there any challenge you are facing?
Yes, sir. There are a lot of challenges are there in digital literacy. That is the lack of fundings are there. Because there are a lot of universities and colleges are they don't have that much of students that they can earn the fundings. And the second thing is the infrastructure. Infrastructure is a very important thing, which is required in every college or university to take this online system. So, and other thing is the third one thing is the training part. The training part is also required for that. They are not available this type of professors and faculty members who are giving this type of trainings. These are yeah.
Yeah. Vivek, I just want to understand. You people are giving a solutions amazingly to this education world. When you come out and you meet our faculty, they feel it is a black box. It is not that it's a black box. It is a full of the applications, but they do not have that kind of a learning because the teacher, he came from the GW Basica world. And today you are going to talk something about the Python or you talk something about the new technology. So when you are reaching out to the universities, are you coming with the master trainers or you're looking some kind of solutions for the faculty? How you are going to be cope up with this?
Well, I mean, it would be a bit unfair and unkind to the faculty community to, just brand them as negative mindset all the time. I think it is human nature to sort of resist change towards something you're not familiar with or you're not comfortable with. For example, even me, my son comes up with some tools and shows me, Dad, Appa, this is not the way to do it. I do it this way, and I am immediately taken aback, and it takes me a while to reset and think that this is the way kids these days are behaving. So it's entirely a mindset issue. I think there is people do get intimidated by technology. The onus, I think, is a little bit shared. I think even we as providers of technology also need to make it as simple with simple intuitive user interfaces, which make it easier for faculty to use. But yes, we do provide a lot of hand holding, a lot of guided pilots where we take faculty through, okay, what's a day in your life look like? What are your challenges that you face? Let me show you, how those challenges can be mitigated and handled in my system. We do a lot of elaborate hand holding sessions, which hopefully bring down the barrier levels for them to start adopting the technology.
Absolutely. I think it's wise to be asked this question to Mr. Murthy, because Mr. Murthy, you know that nowadays it is a very challenging for any faculty or registrar or even a vice chancellor to be have a good number of data to be submitted for maybe so-called NIRF, NAC, NBA, and many kind of rankings, accreditation. It's a mandate. Every university has to be showcased because 1100 plus universities existing in my country, and learners having a right to be select which where. So I don't want the same time my faculty to become a clerk. Faculty should be the faculty for the teaching. So how you are bringing solutions for this, all this kind of, the data acquisitions, data presentation, data mining, and sometimes data manipulation, how it's going to be worked out to the faculty can be given as a load less to that. Yes, over to you.
Sir, we have got an accreditation framework solution which we have designed by taking all the like faculty pain points and making sure faculty will be only focusing on the learning teaching learning activities, not on the laborious work where they have to just collect all the data and have to just organize them the way the NIRF, NAC, or NBA follows. So just we have got some kind of like tools to just take all the activities of faculty and it just collate and put the way the accreditation bodies prefer to have the formats or the metrics, whatever we call our criterion. It takes care about all the activity, all the like records of those activities. And we always make sure the faculty will be only focusing on the TLP process, which they primarily have to focus to make sure they're improving the performance of students rather than doing the laborious activities of collating the data, put them in the formats. And we have even got AI infused, making sure if the activity been done by the like stakeholder like faculty or student or even the management system will track them and put them in the repository and generate the reports based on the accreditation body they are applying for.
Okay.
If it is for NBA, it generates the
Means you are
reports.
taking the optimum use of the artificial intelligence kind of tools built up by your corporate world to be given to the faculty to make them ready with the data rather than going to be create a data. We are just going to fetch data overnight.
Absolutely, sir.
So, Professor Ranjan, I have a very stressy question with you, and you are one of the seasoned academic leader. From last many years, a mother at home teaching a girl child what is the bad touch and what is a good touch. And it has to be taught by the mother. And it is required.
Yeah.
Are we teaching the similar way to the campuses, to my learners, what is a bad surfing and what is a good surfing? Because end of the day, it's an open education source because of these digital solutions. You can watch the world sitting at your mobile and just looking on a single click. So how we are ready to adopt? Because sometimes, chat GPT and so many buzzwords are coming and students are thinking, I can crack my exams with the chat GPT. I can submit my assignments to the chat GPT. So what their creative mind, the creative thinking, the positive thinking is going. Are we ready to adopt the right pieces of the digital literacy in our campus? How you are coping up with this?
Yes, very valid and need of the hour the question. You see, literally, as you told, starting from mother, mother is the best teacher. When a child born, you learn from mother how to do, how to speak. Because I am facing the same thing. My daughter-in-law is teaching my grandson, so that is the thing apart. Otherwise, at present, as the changing age, the digital and mobile, then this tablet and other type of laptop and other thing, we have to take that. It has some merits, but it cannot replace the human mind. Like in my university, where there are medical college, dental college, and where the student has to come and to see the patients. Patient is the best book. Unless you go to the wards, unless you go to the OT, you cannot learn. You cannot, unless you touch the patient. There are many things immediately by touching a patient, you know. That cannot be learned by any book or by any Google or other thing. It has its limitation. Of course, the technology has given a lot of things. This robotic surgery, the surgeon is here, patient is in the other room and doing surgery. Then this tele conference or tele radiology, the X-ray or MRI is in another town. You are giving some reports. It has some advantage, but that cannot replace the clinical skills of doctors. So that is in general, but in comprehensive way, I will as a finishing speech, I can tell few points in general. Like as in the last meeting, I was listening that we must upgrade the skilling and the skilling that is there. And World Economic Forum predicts that by 2025, throughout the world, 85 million jobs will be displaced. So it is a very challenging to meet these problems. We have to look after. Then these different types of channels, as we are discussing, new technologies, including automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are coming, and we cannot prevent that. It is in the way to come. And then there we need international knowledge collaboration, because we have to share our knowledge to the Western people, and we have to learn from them. So this is a important thing. And what this NAP, this New Education Policy 2022, that recognize this vibrant campus life, as I told earlier also, is very important. The mixing between teachers and students is very important. That
Yes,
solve
the
a
collaboration has
lot
to
of
become
problems.
the modular approach, the multiple entry exit system, the flexibility in a curriculum, and of course the language. The regional language has to be given the same weightage as we are given the international speaking language. Quickly, I will just come up with my panelists, especially from the academia first. Give me one bullet challenge if you are going to make your campus as a digital campus, not only for the digital technology for the delivery, but at the same time to teach the digital part also. Because if you will not teach them the digital, you can make your campus digital, but end of the day, your learner is going to the world where he has to survive, and their survival is in the digital world, and especially in the digital India. So the first challenge, one from you, sir. Yes.
See, I would say for all the challenges we talk about, the solution is in assessments and our assessment pedagogy and approach we take. See, earlier when the technology was digital was not there, it was a huge challenge for the faculties to actually take examinations and check the papers and give the marks. That's why we took a model of once a year examination, then it took semester wise examinations, then it was quarter wise examinations, some unit test. But now this is a time where we have to figure out that why cannot we can assess the students learning, whether it's digital, non digital, or any competency for that matter, inside a classroom after every class. See, that's the child. See, when we graduated, we didn't pay attention to the classroom, but we made sure we got our CGPA, cumulative grade point average, by studying 3-4 days before the examination, day and night slogging, and we got the marks. But now in my university, I have made sure that the weightage of the end term examination is not more than 20%. Because after every class, we have a quiz. And that quiz, online mobile quiz for 5-10 questions, is the quiz which the faculty is supposed to make that quiz before the classroom and prepare what they are going to teach and how they are going to assess. That is because of the technological revolution, digital revolution which has happened.
Absolutely.
So
This
just
is
I'll
the
conclude in 5 seconds. The need of the hour is that the higher education community has to really think about the curriculum, pedagogy, and the way we assess the learning. The solution is only there.
okay. So techno-pedagogical transformation which has to be take place, and this may be the challenge with some of the institutions. Those are still not visioning to that level. And what challenge do you feel when the technology comes to your place?
Yes, sir. So in my point of view, there are two types of challenges are there in every small institution, universities and college, degree college, all are they are facing these type of two problems are there. One thing is that the internet access. The internet problem is everywhere because in 2016 the Geo has come. If it's not come, then what will happen? We can see that in the COVID period, all the teachings are going on this online. So that is the main challenge. And second thing is infrastructure. infrastructure is also less in a lot of institutions and universities, and faculty and students are facing the problems for this digital.
Absolutely. So before I go to the Professor Ranjan, I would like to be asked to Vivek, when you are reaching out with the solutions which you have created or you have created from based on our curriculum, are you going to look into these challenges also, because the bandwidth is not in your hand? If you go to some campus in the rural area, of course, they may not be having even 2G, although we are talking about the 5G. So what kind of the independent from the network bandwidth, or what kind of the solutions you are giving that is independent from that, and the same time digital infra economy? If you have, please speak it out.
Yeah, and the challenge which was posed by one of the speakers here was obviously the digital divide is what we're calling. Access to technology is not equal. Rural India, especially, we take it for granted here in sitting in urban cities, but electricity itself is a problem. Access to device is a problem, and access to internet is also a big problem in spite of geo and all those things. From a technology perspective, what we do, and we are cognizant of this challenge, we are mindful of the problem that it poses, and our vision and mission is obviously to break down the barriers to learning, and this is definitely a barrier that we've been working towards. What some of the things that we've done to alleviate this challenge is, how can we make our, we also monitor, the bandwidth usage. How can we make it as light as possible? How can we make the application itself as light as possible? That is one thing. Second is, we are also aware of, the unstable, internet connectivity. How can we provide access in an offline fashion for students, for learners in the rural area, because they will not have continuously, stable connections. So how can we provide offline, content so that they can consume the content when the internet connectivity is not stable, but then they can reach out back to those pockets where internet connectivity is stable, and then participate again. So those are some of the things that we have been doing.
So Murthy, is it independently we can have a thought of the technology which you are bringing to the one campus, and it is not going to be match the desires or maybe the insights of the other campus? Or you have a one standard solution which is common for all, whether they will take it or not? That's the question, because many times, being a vice chancellor, we want to understand what is the best for me. But at the same time, I look at it is best for me, but it's not for the rest of others. So the customization, and whenever we reach back to you people, you say change of request, and it is going to be have a next burden of the economy to my whole campus. And this burden goes finally to my learners only, because none of the campus leadership is going to pay from their pocket. It is from the fee from the learners. So how your solutions are so independent and make the customization? I just want to understand.
Sir, while we are, just building the whole higher education product, we haven't built it like a single solution, or we haven't built it like a product. We build it like a platform, meaning that it has its own flexibilities where every institute, like you mentioned, their process flows will be different, their workflows will be different, and their approval flows also might be different. Depends upon the role hierarchy, they'll define all of them. So we are making sure all these are flexible in Creatrix in terms of, like just providing the solution. It will be unique for the requirements of institute. And of course, there are some standard policies like ABC, Academy Bank of Credit, change of program, or certain aspects which we, like provide in the form of standard solution. But in terms of, the unique process flows where every institute follows, that we are always complement with our platform. Rather than bringing it as a product, we always, let's just provide a configuration tool for them to, configure themselves and use it.
Absolutely right. Sir, I will come back to you, because you have, I think, gone through with very well with the NEP 2020 literature, which has been published by Government of India, and now it's made it a policy by Government of India. Look into that NEP 2020, it's a proper brackets given to for this, gender equality. We talk about the national curriculum, we talk about the constitution, we talk about the UHV, that is the urban or human values. What percentage of the digital literacy you are finding in the NEP 2020? or they have missed out to be put this digital literacy component in the NEP 2020? I just want to understand from you.
Yeah, it's a very valid question because it's difficult to tell exactly percentage because digitalization is a very recent phenomenon. Otherwise, in NEP, the main two parts are the social justice, which contains the access. Means now it is nearly everybody is getting access of that. Equity, employability is also to some extent satisfied, but the main problem is the quality of the education. That is unfortunately not satisfactory, and that may be due to lack of clarity and specificity, an absence of coherent action plan to achieve that goal. That is the part where we have to work hard, both digital education as well as normal conventional education. With a brief note, I want to just take you to the story of our country's education policy. Kothari Commission report came in 1966. That was the first education policy. Then followed by this first national education policy came in the vogue 1968. And then principles are access, equity, employability, and quality of education, the same things. And next policy came in 1986. And finally, after 34 years of 1986, 2020, this Kasturangan committee came. And now we are following all university in these things. And built on the foundation pillars of this access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability, this policy is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower, where our esteemed Prime Minister is target that superpower, India to become superpower. So we have to work together to make sustainable education.
Absolutely, absolutely. What is the need of our, what is coming up after world's largest, world's biggest LMS system given by Government of India, of course, SWAM. I think most of the audience must be aware about this. I feel so blessed, so proud to say, yes, I'm the founder of SWAM. That's why the Government of India recognized my services by giving a President Award. And now they are coming out with the NDU, National Digital University. With this National Digital University does mean that any learner in this country, wherever he is going to be enrolled for the program, the same time he can get a 50% of the credits from the National Digital University with the government emblem. It's going to be there. And at the same time, every university, every institution, whether it's a school or college or a university, as we came to know from the panelists, everybody has to be bring the technology first in their campus. If you do not have the technology, you can't practice on it. If you can't practice on it, you can't make to learn about it. And tomorrow when you are going to send your graduates out, they cannot be called as a global graduates because they will be having a certain knowledge, certain norms of the knowledge, competency, of course, their area of studies for which they have enrolled. But how to make it fruitful to the society, fruitful to the nation, if they do not know how to present it. Today, you go to any shop, it is AI enabled. Earlier the day, I used to look at for the try room to be just changing my dresses and look at to which is the one is going to suit. Today, I don't have to go to the change room because of AI. Just standing in the mirror, I'm just going to see my gestures. You are going to travel to the any part of this world, you know, just having a mobile with you. You don't have to carry your Aadhaar. You don't have to carry your boarding pass. It's a Digi Yatra. And any learner in this country is today earning even a single credit. Every credit is on Digi Locker. And under ABC, he don't have to ask for the migration certificate from one university to another university. No transcripts are required because of NDA, National Digital, you know. So NDL, NDA, Shodh Ganga, Vidwan, SWAM, these all are the digital initiatives because these corporate world are giving the solutions. And the same way, I think the universities also have to take a lead. If they will be not taking it, so there's a simple quote which we say, technology is not going to replace us, but the person coming with the technology is definitely going to replace my chair. Then I have to be no more, because today we need a DG vice chancellor, we need a DG teacher, we need a DG promoters, and other that DG Yatra will be there, DG Locker will be there, but you will be not DG, then you will be analog. And you know analog, what is analog? Thank Thank you very much for giving such a insightful discussions, inputs from the academia as well as from the industry. And thank you very much for your patient listening. Now over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for wrapping this up real quick and yes, giving us very, enriching insights as well. So I am going to request Dr. Ravi Gupta. Can I have my team members to please call Dr. Ravi Gupta to kindly come and felicitate our esteemed panelists here on stage. No, sir. We haven't yet opened lunch. We still have another small industry insight. So then we'll break for lunch. So requesting our delegates to please bear with us. And thank you for your patience, for staying with us throughout, the 1.5 days that we've just witnessed. And while we have Dr. Gupta coming in, I'll once again reiterate and remind you that the giveaway is still on. We have the leaderboard going on. It is visible to everyone. So you can, watch how many points people have gathered. So, be encouraged to participate. And we have Dr. Ravi Gupta here. So, sir, if you could please join us. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? So if you could felicitate Dr. Manpreet S. Manna, Pro Vice Chancellor, Chandigarh University, Chandigarh, Punjab, for wonderfully orchestrating this discussion. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Manpreet S. Manna, Pro Vice Chancellor, Chandigarh University, Punjab. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Pravesh Dudani, founder and chancellor, Medhavi Skill University, Sikkim. Thank you so much for being here with us afternoon. It was a pleasure having you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Pravesh Dudani, founder and chancellor, Medhavi Skill University, Sikkim. Professor Dr. Parul Gupta, Provost, Dr. K.N. Modi University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Thank you, Dr. Parul Gupta, for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for acknowledging his presence and his insights. Mr. Vivek Iyer, Vice President, Sales Anthology, India. Thank you, Mr. Iyer. Thank you so much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Mr. Vivek Iyer, Vice President, Sales Anthology, India. Mr. PVNSLSSR Murthy, Head of Products, Anubhavam Technologies Private Limited. Thank you, Mr. Murthy. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Professor Dr. Nihar Ranjan Biswas, Vice Chancellor, Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Puducherry. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. It was a pleasure having you with us. May I request all the panelists to please come forward and have a group photograph along with the mementos. A group photograph along with the mementos, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next industry insight is from Seema Jingan. She is senior partner and co-founder of Lex Council. She has almost 3 decades of experience in areas including mergers and acquisition, education laws, telecom, venture capital, and many more. I'll request the delegates to please be seated. We still have A small industry insight left, requesting delegates to please be seated. SEMA has been recognized as one of the top 3 lawyers among 1,200 plus international lawyers as the Member of the Year 2022 by IR Global at Barcelona, Spain. Let's welcome her on stage and throw some light on the topic, creating opportunities through strategic investments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Seema Jingan with a huge round of applause.
I'll wait for a minute for everybody to settle down. I know I'm keeping you away from your lunch. Okay, so I understand you've been hearing a lot of education since morning. Since I'm a lawyer, I'll be speaking on our legal and technical aspects of education, which is more related to how to grow the university or an educational institution with strategic investments. So let me start with a story. Now, this is a story of, let's say, one fictitious person, Mr. Ram, who is now an industrialist who wants to go into education, and he does not know anything how to get into and venture into education. He has a vision. The issue is that the education institution cannot be set up just with vision. It requires a huge amount of funding and huge amount of investments. Considering that he wants to run it as a corporate enterprise, he's grappling with a lot of questions. And some of the questions would be, can I set up a for-profit educational institution? Can I draw dividends? Can I have a situation where I invite foreign investment into the education institution? Can I have related party transactions here? Can I outsource services from the education institution? And can I have private equity and venture capital investments into the higher education institution? So he's grappling with all of these issues. He goes to a legal expert like us, and I'm going to be just narrating the interview. I'm just doing a question and answer interview session here, what Mr. Ram discusses with the legal expert. So the first of the question that he would have is that can I set up a for-profit educational institution? Now, the answer to that is, since education is a social service in India, it's still wrapped in that particular philosophy. We cannot have an education institution which is for profit, which means the educational institution has to be run from entities which are not for profit, cannot declare any dividends whatsoever. So, what are these entities? These entities could be, for example, a society registered under the Society Registration Act, could be a trust, could be a Section 8 company registered on Companies Act. And if a question is whether a trust would be better or a society would be better, if you're looking at a closely held entity, then trust is definitely better, because trust can be established by just 2 people, and in fact can be established by 1 person as well. Whereas a society would need at least 7 to 8 people to be a national society. The second question would be whether a trust versus company would be a better structure. Now, if you're looking at private investments, if you're looking at PE investments into your educational institution, then you need to go for a company, because company is a structure which is more understandable to a private equity fund or a foreign investor. But there are far more compliances compared to a trust. The second question he would have, now I can't have foreign investment into and private in these not-for-profit entities. How do I fund the university? How do I fund this establishment of a higher education institution? It could be just a college. The answer would be that you need to set up outsourcing entities. What are these entities? For example, if you need to set up an infrastructure, you will set up an infrastructure-enabled company, which is a for-profit company. And in this company, you can have foreign investments. Similarly, if you want to manage and run the institution, you can outsource a lot of services. So you need to have a management services company or an educational company where foreign investment can come in. So that's one of the aspects that you have. These are some of the structures that are adopted by the industry to establish their educational institutions. The second question would be, I have got the private equity or I have got the foreign investment in these outsourced entities, but my educational institution is still unfunded. How do I run the educational institution? What would be the mechanism for that? And most important, can I outsource services from these educational institution to these entities which are actually got funded? The answer is yes. There are no regulations, whether it is UGC or AICT or any other higher education regulation, which bars or which sort of restricts the outsourcing of services from the higher education institution to these support companies. So you can outsource services such as, let's say, development of high-end content, could be library management, could be laboratory management, could be horticulture, could be housekeeping, could be hostel services, could be several other services that can be outsourced. Similarly, all the infrastructure services which are being developed can be outsourced to these companies. The issue would be the outsourced entities are all related entities. They're all related and connected to the main promoter. Is that possible? Is that even allowed under law? So there we'll have to look at the regulations, not from only from UGC requirement, but also from income tax point of view, and see that income tax laws do not bar related party relationships. That's clear. And the reason it doesn't bar is that there is no harm in providing services or receiving services, even from related party entities, as long as they are the services fees are reasonable, they're justifiable, and they're commensurate to the services provided, which basically means that no undue benefit has to be given to the related party entity for providing those services. What it basically bottom line means is that it has to be at arm's length, which basically means that as a promoter, you need to do several activities to ensure that your services fee for these outsourced activities are not unjustified or unreasonable. How do you do that? First of all, do a transfer pricing study for sure. Also receive quotations and bids from several entities which are not related party and benchmark them. Once you benchmark your services, you'll be able to justify that this particular service was costing, let's say, X. The related party is charging X minus, and that entity is equally having the caliber and the expertise to deliver those services. And you have to do it regularly. You have to do it every year to justify. And the income tax audit or the income tax officers are not going to come to you after 2 years or 3 years. They'll come after you after 5 years when you're well entrenched with the outsourcing entity. So you have to do it yearly or twice, once in 2 years. Also, when you drop your contracts with the related party, ensure those contracts are so drawn up that it passes the muster and the audit of the income tax authorities. Why do I say that? And I have recently handled such cases where such notices were received that these are related party transactions. How come only this related party, which is connected to the owner, is providing the services? Now, your contract should be so well defined, which means the roles and responsibility of the related service provider, the mapping of his performance, the performance matrix is clearly mapped out. There are rectification and breach clauses in the contract. You also should ask for liquidated damages even from a related party. What the biggest mistake what the related party transaction has is those contracts are 1 pages or 2 pager, and they will never pass the muster. If they go to an income tax officer, he knows that this has been done just to cover up flow of funds which are surplus with the higher education institution. So be clear in mapping up the roles and responsibility, doing the annual audit, ensuring that these are properly delivered services. These are not services which have been just shammed up. Do not go that way, because you will be in deep trouble doing that. Now, the next issue would be, sorry, I think I skipped one of the slides. Anyway, so one of the issue would be, can I, as an outsourcing entity or as an entity which is running higher education, can I receive private equity funding? Because private equity funding and education are two different ball games. Foreign investment is a different story, because foreign investment could come from educational companies. It can come from strategic companies. But can I get pure private equity funds who have nothing to do with, let's say, education as a sector? Can I receive funding from them? As again, the outsourcing entities are absolutely welcome to receive private equity funds. The question would be in an owner's mind and also in the private equity fund mind, that when I'm investing in the outsourcing entity, which is providing the services to the higher education entity, how do I get a share of the pie of the higher education entity? What is the basis in which I'll be able to control the higher education institution itself? And there were lots of ways and means to that. For example, typically a private equity fund or a strategic investor would have a nominee as a board member of the higher education institution. They will also have affirmative voting rights and what can be done and cannot be done as a higher education institution. For example, you're passing a new budget. The budget would require the affirmative consent of the board member, which is who is a nominee of the private equity fund. So there are lots of ways and means to do that. What are the other ways of strategic collaboration in the education sector other than outsourcing entities, private equity fund, FDI? Well, you do not need to just follow these structures. There is one more structure, which is simply having management services arrangement. Now, management services arrangement would typically mean that you are an expert in managing educational institutions, and you bring in your experts and you pitch it to the higher education that I will manage your institution and I'll go through the entire operations and management. Now, but be very clear, do not call that arrangement as a management services, because the core activities of the educational institution, which is academic and day-to-day running and operation, has to be managed by the educational institution. Otherwise, it will be flagged off. So what you need to be clear is how you draft and how you structure your management services agreement. One more way, which is not related to the previous discussion, is you can have collaborations in the form of strategic collaboration, where you want to keep as an educational institution your structure as capital light, which basically means that you will collaborate with either infrastructure provider who does all the infrastructure heavy lifting of setting up the infrastructure, other than the mandatory one which a higher education needs to bring in within its society or trust because of the AICT and UGC norm. But the rest of the infrastructure is developed by the infrastructure provider. Or you can have a strategic alliance and collaboration for a content developer who does the entire pedagogy and content and development of knowledge-based information. Again, as I said before, the education has to be provided by the university, has to be the professors, the associate professors, everybody, the educationist has to be delivering the courses. You cannot have outsourced professors from outside. You cannot outsource training, teachers coming from outside and delivering, let's say, a BTech course. That's a total no-no. But content and pedagogy and specialized training and knowledge and solutions can be you can have a collaboration where there are a lot of dimensions to creating structures in higher education. I just have 15 minutes and I'll leave 1 or 2 minutes for questions. But I'll be here for the lunch, so I'll be happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request Dr. V.K. Ratan, Vice Chancellor, GN University, Fagwara, Punjab, to please come forward and present the small token of appreciation. Ma'am, if you could join us at the center stage. To Ms. Seema Jingan, Senior Partner and Co-Founder of Lex Council. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you for felicitating Ms. Seema Jingan, Senior Partner and Co-Founder of Lex Council. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Ms. Seema Jingan. And thank you to our esteemed panelists and our esteemed delegates here. We will now be breaking for lunch and we will be reassembling here the next 40 minutes, sharp by 2:55. Thank you so much. Okay, great. I think the issue is resolved. So I'll welcome once again Michael Hermansson, TEDx speaker, author, and entertainer from Sweden, Europe. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here all the way from Sweden to India to tell you a little bit about a project I started 10 years ago. Picture this. It's a gray November morning, 2010, and I was just going to start my morning lesson when this 11-year-old boy, Valid, came rushing into my classroom. I could see that something was wrong. He was sweating. He didn't look well. He handed me a note written in broken Swedish, and I read, "Good morning, Michael. Valid has a massive fever. Could you please send him back home directly after gray of the day? He refuses to miss it. Kind regards, his mother." This is a powerful feeling that knowledge is cool. And I think we can create that feeling whenever, wherever, in classrooms, in Scandinavia, Australia, and of course we can do it in India. My name is Michael Hermansson. I grew up in the northern parts of Sweden, and my dream of becoming a great football player had at least one big problem. Here's a picture from my hometown. Yeah, the summer of 1974. So you can realize that no football for me. I had other dreams. I wanted to be a Swedish Tarzan or a president. That's impossible in Sweden. I also wanted to be a rock singer in the rock band, The Clash. It didn't happen. Nothing happened. Luckily, I have one more thing on my list. I loved my books and my nerdy facts. I learned all the capital cities by heart, all the flags, all the chemistry signs. I mean, I even memorized how long my favorite songs were. Beatles' She Loves You, 217, that kind of nerdy stuff. And years later, when I became a teacher, one of my main missions was to show my students that knowledge could be fun, that knowledge could be cool. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a tough mission. You know, when parents ask their children, "What have you learned at school today?" the most common answer is nothing special. And that's a heartbreaker. Well, 10 years ago, that was my classroom, my students, and I was a tired, really tired teacher. I had three options in this crossroad: to quit or continue complaining about it all the time, or perhaps the tough third choice, quit complaining about it and try to give this job one last chance, teaching. And I realized, Michael, you have to change a lot about your leadership, about how you teach, about how to reach out. Everyone. And I was lucky. At the same time, 2010, I got a new class. Or, well, class. They turned out to be something else. They were 21 10-year-old monsters. And of course, I'm kidding with you, but this was a challenge I never seen before. I tried every trick in the book. After 25 years as a teacher, it didn't work. I had no chance. And I decided I will quit. In December, I'm out. But just a couple of weeks before, I got a little bit of an idea. I saw the light, and I wanted to try something new with my class of tiny, small monsters. I wanted to kickstart every morning with a mind-blowing micro lesson about whatever, persons, buildings, places, whatever, as long as it has that wow factor. Rosa Parks or Taj Mahal, whatever, as long as it has the wow. And I will show you a couple of the steps I used. Now you are my class. I will try it on you. You don't look like monsters, but that's okay. That's really, really good. Yesterday, before you left school, I gave you all a teaser, a clue, like we had a wonderful dream. can see that you all start to think right now. That's good. Totally normal. Everyone does. You go back home and try to figure it out. I go back home and I create my micro lesson. The micro lesson this morning, you come back, you have some guesses, and perhaps you say, Michael, I think that this micro lesson will be about Dr. Martin Luther King, and that's correct. So 8 minutes, just 8 minutes about Martin Luther King. A story, not just facts, a story and a wow in the end. That was one of the tricks. And then we have step number 3. I want you to go home tonight and retell parts from someone back. Like, hey, Grandma, did you know that Robert Kennedy was actually speaking at Martin Luther King's funeral? And then 2 months later, he also got shot at the hotel and died. Stories with that strong factor. A clue, the pre-thinking part. A micro lesson relying on the short form, the story with a wow, like a fairy tale of facts. And then the retelling phase. That was my new formula for bringing back joy in the classroom, joy in teaching, lust for learning. And I wanted to give it a name. So in me and my class, we just said, let's call it Grej of the Day. Okay, we did. No one cared. It's not gray. It's the Swedish word grej with a J. Say after me, please. Grej. No. Grej. Ah, good. You can speak Swedish now. That's good. Grej means one thing. So it's one thing every day. Every morning, instead of nothing special, I wanted to create at least one memory that stuck. I didn't brag, but the results, they were amazing. It was, I mean, my class, my monsters, they transformed in front of my eyes. School was fun. Knowledge was cool. They wanted to come back even with a fever in the morning. That's powerful. Today, Grave Day has started to move from this little classroom in Sweden to, well, more than 40 countries all over the world. 100,000 teachers are using the concept today. That's 1.5 million students. And it's really taking off right now. I got a mail like 6 months ago, and it shocked me a little bit, and I was so proud. It was from Australia. It read like, "Hi, Michael. My name is Sarah from Sydney. Me and my class, we've been graying now for a year. Thank you very much. We really, really enjoy it." And I mean, reading like this, the Swedish word graying in an English text from Australia, that made me so happy. But I had no idea about all this when I started with Grej of the Day. I remember I get the idea during night. I stayed up. I planned the story with a wow and a clue, and I gave my class this one the next morning. They came back, and I said, "This is the first clue in Grej of the Day. Can you solve it? Why don't the polar bears eat the penguins?" I give you 20 seconds. Check with your closest neighbor. Can you solve that clue without Googling? 18 seconds left. Let everyone have a chance to think about it. that can be one. 15 seconds left. Can you solve it? My class couldn't. They had no chance. Why don't the polar bears eat the penguins? Let me hear. Do you have the answer? It's really obvious. Yeah. They will never meet. They will never meet. The polar bears are up on the North Pole. The penguins down the South Pole. They will never meet. And my first Grave Day was going to be about the South Pole. I had created a story and a clue. And I said to myself, with this class, I will have one chance, one shot. So I took a deep breath, checked my watch, and I started. 8 minutes. I talked about penguins a little bit. I talked about the snow and the ice, temperatures down to minus 90 degrees. But most of all, and that means 4 minutes, I talked about a famous race from 1911. They were competing to be the first man to reach the pole. It was Amundsen from Norway. It was Robert Scott from Great Britain. And that's a great story. And I could see that my class were sitting on their chairs. They were leaning forward with big eyes and big ears. And when I was done, I checked my watch. 8 minutes, 15 seconds. Perfect. But now I could see that my class, they were really, Michael, tell us more. That was the first time with my class. And I said, well, I'm sorry, it's a micro lesson. I can give you some answers, but the rest is like a cliffhanger. We'll come back to it later. And they were so frustrated. But there were one good question. Michael, will there be more gray of a day? I said, this might be the start of something. It was. I did 600 gray of a days during 6 years. I stayed as a teacher until 2015. They went home with a new clue for the next day, on top of the world. And I created my first PowerPoint. The answer of this is quite obvious, I think, for you. They came back and said it must be Mount Everest. Yeah, and I gave them a new day or day about Mount Everest. 8 minutes, super short. The next day, diamonds. The day after that, Apollo 11, totally random. But they started to enjoy learning. There's so much knowledge that's really, really fun and cool. And I always ended with a wow. Like, hey, by the way, did you know that both a 13-year-old girl and the Olympic torch have reached the top of Mount Everest? The wow trick in the end. What? Yeah, it's true. And my 11-year-old kids, they thought to themselves, we have 2 years to break that record. They wanted to break that record. Outside the classroom, we have that gray of a day wall with a big map, and every gray, well, a needle, something to remind us. We built it day by day. On the other wall, there was a timeline, every gray at the correct spot, year, century. This was the backbone of my new schooling. Every day, gray of the day, of course. The grades, wow. The lust for learning, even better. And they started to see this, that everything is linked together in a never-ending worldwide web of knowledge. And that's super cool. They wanted to come because tomorrow there's a new fun thing to know and go home and tell their parents, hey, Dad, did you know about the Eiffel Tower? It was supposed to be in Barcelona. What? I started to talk about Grave Day 2015. And this question was bothering me. Hey, I like it, but why does it work? Why does it work? I had no idea. So I started to travel around the world with a brain, an extra brain in my luggage. Because I knew that I have to know how we memorize things. I have to be the expert of a brain. And this is just a problem when you get to the airports. They see what I have in my bag. I found my favorite part inside of the brain, the hippocampus. The hippocampus, 2 small seahorse-shaped parts that can do a magic trick. If I can activate hippocampus, it will take short-term memories and lift them up to the long-term memory shelf. How do you activate them? Yeah, you activate them with dopamine, something with a wow. That's the trick. How about the clue, the pre-thinking part? Yeah, every study says the same. Our brain loves to be teased and set in a ready-to-learn mode. The pre-thinking effect. You can use it anytime. I used it in Gray of the Day. I mean, we don't want to know the total. We don't want to know everything at once. We want to be curious. That's the human race. I love clues. King of Sweden. They thought it was really simple. They went home, they came back, and they said, well, it must be Carl Gustav. But someone was always thinking outside the box. Carl Gustav, they said. Me and my mom, we thought it was Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the football player. No, it's not, but it's good that you start to talk. Keep it short. All studies say the same. After 10 minutes, we lose focus. So I'm sorry, it's my fault. I talked too long. 10 minutes. My 8 grade minutes was so much better than a 60-minute session. A TED Talk is 18 minutes maximum. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, 17 minutes, 40 seconds. So keep it short. Come to the chorus. And turn on the lights by using storytelling. It will never go out of style. Never. If you want someone to listen, tell them a story. It always works. Also, 2024, I promise you. And be amazing. Without that wow, hippocampus will not be activated. End it with a wow, like, hey, did you know that the tongue of a blue whale, it weighs as much as a full-grown female elephant? What? Yeah, it's true. It's true. Or did you know that when 21,000 American students were asked to pick the one word that best described their feelings after a lesson, this was the winner? My friends, this is the winner. School equals boring. And that's so sad. This is called the Van Restorff effect. When you get a lot of information, all the tomatoes, this is the one that you will remember. It stands out. It's amazing. And the amazing part is what you will go home and retell. So that was the circle of knowledge in my classroom, today in classrooms all over the world. They also used my learning material. TV programs in Sweden use Grej och Dave to get attention. Even big companies are interested in how could this be used for us. Right now, even the Swedish royal family, the royal family use it in a project regarding art of the day. I mean, that was really good. 5 points to remember. Start with a clue. Start with a clue. Turn on the lights by using storytelling. Keep it short. 8 minutes, that's enough. Longer is not stronger. The hippocampus, it's up to us to be good at knowing when, why, and how the brain peak performs. And be amazing. At least once or twice a day, so the brain can, well, be activated. And for me, having a chance to come into India and fulfill one of my childhood dreams. Look at this. It's a great ending. Yeah, I finally got to be in the Clash on a big stage. For the record, this song is 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Yeah, knowledge can be so nerdy. And knowledge can be so cool. So cool, not even a fever in the morning, Mike. Thank you very much. Keep on graying.
Thank you, Michael. You've surely got a full house after lunch. That's
I take my brain and I go sit again.
just 1 minute. May I request, Michael, if you could just hold on for a minute. I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come on stage and present a small token of appreciation to Michael Hermanson, direct speaker, author, and entertainer from Sweden, Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for Michael. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Moving ahead, we are now going into a panel discussion, which is going to focus on redesigning assessment methods in higher education, fostering critical thinking and problem-solving skills. The panelists for this discussion include Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Education Group, Telangana, who will be moderating this discussion. Mr. Ashish Mittal, if you could please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Mr. Ashish Mittal. I'd like to also invite Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Local University, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ashwini Vashne, Dean, Student Welfare, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Ghaziabad. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ashwini Vashne. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Vashne. And Dr. Srinivasa Rao, the Dean of the School of Education, Mahindra University, Hyderabad. Dr. Rao, if you could please join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Srinivasa Rao. Over to you, Mr. Mittal, for taking the discussion forward.
Very good afternoon. If we have too much of lunch and desserts, there's pin drop silence. A very good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much. The pin drop silence was a bit scary, but anyways. So, okay, welcome to this an engaging panel discussion on redesigning assessment methods and fostering problem solving and critical thinking skills. In an ever-changing world, especially in today's times, it's imperative that as academicians, as head of the education institutions, we teach our students not only on academic skills, but also on essential life skills, which are required when the students actually face the industry. We are trying to understand, we are trying to use old models of assessments. When we're talking about today's context, we talk about VUCA. All of us have heard, right? In 1987, the American War College coined this term volatile, uncertain, complex ambiguity. While people have been talking VUCA, but it is considered as a past. Now we're talking about Bani model. Brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible. Because VUCA talks about current and Bani talks about future. So as academicians, how are we trying to assess these students using our old traditional styles? Summative assessments, formative assessment, diagnostic assessments. And we have seen that in the education space, the last 3 years has gone through a sea change. 2021, all of us know we started online education, right? Post-COVID, all of us are aware. 2022, we started hybrid education, which was again a game changer, never heard. Hybrid education. 2023, there is a paradigm shift in academics in terms of teaching learning process. So what are we seeing is there's a rapid shift going on in the education industry. Now let's hear from our external expert panelists, what they have got to say, what are their views on assessing students. So my first question goes to Dr. Srinivasa Rao, sir. What are your views on current types of assessment methods used? Is there is a need for change in assessments, or can we continue on with the same assessment models?
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. If you look at the arena of higher education, what we find is, to a great extent, the regular examination patterns, I think, which completely overwhelm the whole systems of higher education. The colleges and universities, all the time, busy with some kind of examination or the other. It makes actually higher education system a system of examination rather than a system of education. We would not know what exactly we mean by higher in the higher education. Why do we call this as higher, at all? Actually, what is the idea of higher education at all, in the first place? How is it very different from the school arena? So therefore, I think, the examination patterns that we follow at the school are supposed to be dismantled at the level of higher education, so that the higher education systems allow the emancipation of the mind. Actually, see, higher education is where you tend to kind of free the mind, enable it to think, make it actually more responsive to the society and its civilizational roles. And therefore, the entire methodology of our teaching learning at higher education has to completely undergo change in order to realize the uh, the goal of a society um, which is more kind of uh, kind of liberating, in the sense of allowing the mind to function the way it wants to function, allowing it to kind of challenge itself, and by discovering the methods that suit its conditions and environments. So therefore, if we don't really allow the mind to free itself from the bondage of this kind of the examination systems, or think actually examinations in a different way. So the semester system that we tend to bring in over a period of time was expected to make some changes in terms of allowing the consistent engagement of the mind, liberated from that fear of examinations. Uh, Kind of you all know about Rabindranath Tagore's famous poem about where the mind is without fear. And what happens actually when the mind is without fear is that I think it tends to kind of uh, puts itself actually into some kind of constructive problem solving methods, allows the creativity to flourish. And therefore, I think that brings in a society which is more innovative and actually allows it itself to kind of discover new things actually. As the society changes, actually none of the changes are static, so we don't remain the same. Every year, every month, we keep seeing actually different kinds of challenges in front of us. And it is the role of the colleges, universities, and the entire higher education ecosystem to find new answers to these kinds of challenges. Now, it's very difficult actually to pinpoint that the change has to come from only the assessment methods in order actually to allow this critical thinking to flourish. It also has to be in the other realms of higher education, namely the curricular changes, the pedagogical changes, the role of the teacher. Actually, teacher has to be innovative and very different. But at the same time, I think what we find today in the classrooms is that we have large classroom structures. So when you have large classrooms, the teachers keep asking this question: how do we really inculcate these ideas of critical thinking? We can't even have the contact with the children. We can't even see the child. And it's very difficult to communicate to the child when the class is big. So I do understand that there are challenges when you expand, and our higher education system has been expanding tremendously over the years. And at the same time, we are not really innovating different kinds of methods actually which will suit our requirements. I feel actually that this is the way forward actually to look at different kinds of aspects of higher education rather than only assessment methods.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Prof. Rao. And yes, you rightly kind of nipped that it's a teamwork at the end of the day. All the tools have to work to bring about a revolution, a change. And very rightly said that today's teachers have to change with the changing times. And now connecting this to my next question would be in terms of edtech technology. We all know how the edtech technology has actually kind of created a boom in the market in the mind of the students, in the mind of the teachers. We're talking about flexible learning. We're talking about multimedia, where children are able to learn through YouTube videos. I mean, we're talking about augmented reality, AI, ML, mixed reality. That the students are able, and we are also talking about metaverse. A report from a World Economic Forum says by 2030, every one of us will be spending more than 60 minutes on metaverse. So the point is, as teachers, we need to be 10 steps ahead in terms of understanding the technology and how do we utilize this technology to give a best learner experience. And secondly, I think today it's more of a teacher. We are playing the role of a facilitator. During our times when we was young, yes, we went to school, there no internet, no Google, just teachers, whatever she taught, and yes, we listened and patiently and came back home. The students, plethora of information is available. We're talking about asynchronous learning. They want to learn at their own pace, own speed, and whatever content they want. That's the reason with NEP we have this ABC, we have the cafeteria model in NEP 2020, where children and students can choose the subjects they want. Keeping these edtech tools in mind, so my next question will go to Prof. Ram. Okay, maybe any one of you can just take this question, sir. That how this digital tools can actually revolutionize assessments and support hybrid learning.
I would like to take this question. Thanks,
Sure,
Amit.
sir. Sure.
Myself, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra. I am Pro Vice Chancellor to local university Saharanpur. Our university is situated in a very rural kind of area, and we are struggling hard for the good intake also. And we are basically really working for the student, those who are in the need. And if you talk about the technology and all, let me take the lines of Richard Riley, former Secretary of Education, that we are currently preparing students for job that don't yet exist, using technologies that haven't been invented in order to solve problems we don't even know are problems yet. Maybe last 6 months, 7 months, there was a lots of buzz regarding the chat GPT. Many speakers since morning were talking about that the story of chat GPT 3, 4, and many other things. Google Bard is also coming, and Apple's is also coming, and many other stories are coming. But the main point of the education technology are the students' perspective about the technologies are really changing a lot. Even my 6 year old kid is more faster, more smarter than me in handling the tabs and the smartphones and MacBooks what I have. So they are really smart. They can handle it very properly. But the question about our education system, either it's a school education system or a higher education system, we are again focusing on the last stories of the Macaulay's education system, what he has built, that let's create an ecosystem where the Indians will feel sorrow, well, Indians will feel sorry that their education system is nothing and our education system is great. And ultimately they need the clerks, and we are producing the clerks having the no skills. I think last 5 6 years back there was a big survey of uh, for the from the prime minister's office or some other offices, I don't know the exact source, about the skills, skill men force what we are our university is producing. So they have found around less than 20% students in the higher educations are having the skill to work with the market. Industry is changing at a very fast pace, right from industry 1.0 to now 2.0, and now industry is talking about 5.0. Now everybody is interested that before sitting in my car the AC should on, before coming to the bedroom AC should on. People are talking about washing machines with Wi-Fi connectivity, AC with Wi-Fi connectivity. So industry is changing fast, technology is changing fast. The question arises about our education system, whether what we are doing just for the name and sake of national credit framework policy, just for the name and sake of national education policy, and just to follow few mandates received from the UGC as a vice chancellor or the school principals. I'm changing little bit in the curriculum, and I said that I'm NEP ready. My university is NEP ready. But the harsh reality is that nothing is ready, nobody is ready. Really wonderful statistics shared by moderator, that students are sparing more time with the technology than the family members, than the friends. Now you remove the WhatsApp, now you remove the phones, they are good in Instagrams. So Instagrams get, metaverse gets lots of hype. So people are, students are very very much with the technology. But whether my teachers or myself or our university system, our education system is not enough or ready to go with that change. So that's a hard reality, that nothing has been changed. Education system is again 1970s story only. We are merely changing. Still I'm talking about Taylor's theorem, I'm still not talking about Ramanujam's theorem, which is the great contribution to the world. Ramanujan something in the mathematics, but we are talking about Maclaurin's series in mathematics, Taylor's theorem in. Of course, this is all required. I'm not saying it should be removed from the system, but what is the innovation? Where we are going? So how we can think and dare to think about the technological revolution? I had experience during the COVID, many Coursera, Up Academy, Unacademy, many flooded with the technological solutions. Today also, there are lots of people from the technology edtech companies were there. So they're really helping a lot. But as a teacher, as a I personally feel lots of headache. Suppose as a pro vice chancellor, I'm introducing. We are going to introduce new LMS system. XYZ name. I'm not going to promote any brand right now. So my teachers were having नई चीजें फिर से सीखनी पड़ेगी, परेशानी होगी, ले देंगे तो पुराना सिस्टम समझ में आया था. So they are not ready to cope up with this technology. Could be a generation gap. Your students is far away more interested in leveraging with the technology, but the teachers are not ready. So there are multiple questions, but there are really need to change the mindset of the teachers also. Earlier days, the academic are working very well. All the universities has the mandate to send their faculty members for at least one orientation program and two refresher course for upgrading their position from assistant professor to associate professor and all. Few government universities are following it, but the private universities are saying how we can spare 21 days or 14 days to a teacher. Why we will give the salary for non-teaching days, non-working time? So this kind of attitude of the entrepreneurs, those who are running with the institutions, are again in the market. So that also needs a paradigm change. Thinking also should be changed in that way. But really, the students are very smart. I personally bought Baiju's tape for my kids. So my baby was running to me and showing that, Papa, see, I got some badges. So they have badges for each milestone completed. So some of the time he come with a silver badge. Some of the times he come with a diamond badge, golden badge, bronze badge, and all. So that kind of things are really need to change in the education system, but it needs a serious revamping and serious counseling of the first of all the vice chancellors, and even the managing director and owner of the institution, that really they want to change or not, or they just want to become a degree producing institution. I think I have answered.
So first of all, I must appreciate your views. Can we have a please a big round of applause for sir? Thank you so much. And I think he exactly nipped the challenges of technology in today's context. First being one of the biggest challenges, not every institution, not every college or every university will have access. We're talking big things about, I mean, all we know about virtual reality, you need a VR headsets, right? That kind of investment has to go. So not all colleges, universities have, that's one of the challenge. The second challenge, which sir rightly touched, are our academic faculty members trained? Is anybody thinking of training them? Okay. So point is, if we do not train our academicians today, and will only cut out a sorry figure in front of our students. They will know probably much more than us. They have all the information available. So I think it's, as rightly sir mentioned, that we have to put all our efforts and ensure that have the right vision where we want to go. Stephen R. Covey said, begin with the end in the mind. So do we want to just run on the mill, just normal college, degree college, or do we want to be top best, top 10? And then work backwards. Thank you so much, sir, for your views. So my next question to you would be, what are your views on application-oriented assessments? Because in today's context, it's very important that a child not only understands a concept, but he's also practically able to relate and is able to explain. Most of the time as HR, I've been in the HR industry for the last 2.5, 3 decades. When we interview theoretical, yes, they give me theoretical mugging up, good answer. But when I give a practical case study, there is silence, or probably their confidence level drops down drastically. So if you could just share your views, what kind of assessments should be used, and any of your views or any experience on that, sir?
Good afternoon to everyone, all the panel members, all the learners present in this ballroom. Let me share my experience that I have, what we have done in the last 2 years. We have extensively worked for redesigning the assessment plans for the students after the announcement of the new education policy. We have the NEP. NEP clearly states, advocates about the CCE mechanism, that is comprehensive and continuous evaluation and assessment of students based on formative assessments and based on the summative assessments. We are affiliated, we are into the management education from last 20 years. We are affiliated to the state university. What we have observed that students are good in academic scores, but when it comes up about the placement opportunities, they do not able to crack the interviews of the Deloitte, EY, or Wipro. Why? What? Because their assessments are based on the high order thinking questions. That is the main element that has been missing in our academic journey. So what we have done, we have redesigned our assessment. That made us to redesign our assessment plan. We have introduced the diagnostic assessment system. In that diagnostic assessment system, there are the 3 tests we use to conduct. at the commencement of the MBA journey of the students. Students coming up into the campus, they are getting the admissions on the basis of MAT scores, CAT scores, having a good scores in MAT, having a good scores in CAT. But when we assess them during the orientation program, we kept 2 days for the purpose of diagnostic assessment of students at the journey of his or her MBA. What we do the tie-ups with the co-cubes, Aeon co-cubes. They design the 3 modules for us. One is the psychometric assessment test. Psychometric test is based on the FIROB test and the MBTI test that tells about the personality traits of the students at the commencement of the programs. Second is the skill assessment test. That skill assessment test helps the students in identifying what are the strengths and weakness at the starting of the programs students have. And then the third methodology that we have adopted is the career assessment test. In that career assessment test, at the starting of the program, what we do, we try to match the aspirations of the students and parents through that career assessment tools, what actually they need to do during this MBA journey in the next 2 years to achieve their career destinations. What we observed, students do not have the clear career goals at the starting of their MBA journey. So with the help of these faculty mentors and with the help of these rating scales of these assessment tools, we prepare the individual, or the, you can say, the personalized development plans for the students, what actually they need to do, what are the certifications, what are the activities, what are the simulation programs, what are the project based learning programs in which they need to participate to reach to their career destination. As regards this academic journey, we have developed 5 principles in assessments, that is based on like assessment of students within the course, assessment of students between the courses, then comes up your the course assessment, program assessment, and institution assessment. So we have created a direct and indirect assessment tools mechanism for assessment of these all 5 principles.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think you have taken a lot of initiatives at your institution. And yes, in terms of psychometric, we also need to know that any psychometric test can only eliminate 80% of the chances. It's no psychometric test is 100% foolproof. It's just that 80% we try to be safe, that we don't have the wrong person joining us. But that way, I think, considering the current context, huge lot of initiatives. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. My next question, so probably anybody can share their views. So since you also mentioned about personalized learning, you touched that, so I'm going to pick up the thread from there. The personalized learning will play a very dominant role, and I think the kind of assessments will also have to be personalized. Because today, as you mentioned, every child wants to learn. We know the WAC model of teaching, right? Visual, oral, and kinesthetic. There are different kind of learners. And again, we must also learn to understand the Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. So different students want to learn, have different styles of learning, and it's very important in today's context. With the aid of digital tools, a student is able to learn at his own pace. Similarly, he would want to be assessed. There'll be no kind of physical comment. It could be online tomorrow. So what are your views on personalized assessments? And I think it's kind of inevitable in today's scenario. So would like to share?
And the ultimate objective of any kind of education is to personalize the learning experiences. For example, as a teacher, when you enter into the classroom, your attempt would be to make contact with your students. You want to know each and every student who is there. But certainly, I think, as I mentioned earlier, the large size of the class itself actually puts an impediment actually in knowing actually the student, your own student. So therefore, one of the attempts, even as a fresh teacher entering into a class, whom you might not have actually entered into a classroom before that, but you have had an experience of being a learner before that. But certainly you would like your teacher to know you as a student. So therefore, it's a kind of a mutual kind of responsibility on both the student as well as the teacher to know each other, and therefore understand that the classroom is not a homogeneous classroom. A classroom would have a huge diversity in terms of how much each one actually can learn, what they bring actually into the classroom as their experiences, past experiences, and how they would respond to the kinds of lessons that are being taught, no matter actually what that class is, actually, whether it is a science class or as a social science class, a humanities class, any kind of classroom. So therefore, I think there are diversities of needs in a classroom, and therefore the onus of knowing your student falls upon the teacher. So therefore, teacher becomes a very critical input. I think there was some references to the teacher training actually in higher education. And what happens in most of these academic staff college refresher courses or orientation courses is to tell the inform them about the latest improvements, but not about kind of do not let them to introspect. I think as teachers, at times we need to have that space for reflection, whether actually we are able to reach out to the last child in our classroom, whether that child is able to make sense of what is happening within the classroom space. So if we don't do that, then this whole idea of engaging the classroom engagements, engaging with the child and invoking some kind of critical thinking in that child becomes very, very difficult. So therefore, all kinds of classrooms, no matter what that classroom is, or any kind of purpose of higher education or education in general, has to evoke that critical reflection. That's what I believe actually, that we all should try actually, whether it is the edtech mode or the regular traditional modes of classroom training, So you need to really invoke through your lectures a sense of reflection uh, within the teacher and also within the student. I think ultimately that's what matters.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. And I think there have been reports which have been published that engaged students perform much better in academic space. Dropouts are less, engagement levels are high as long as student is engaged. And in today's context, we can't talk about engaging a student using our age-old methods. So we have to tweak our styles in terms of adopting technology, keeping ourselves updated to ensure that we are able to have this balance. Today we have smart classrooms available, wherein the teacher teaches and there are cameras placed. Okay, there are about 30 students, there are cameras placed at particular angles. The camera throws out which particular child is distractive, how many times he's looking at the mobile phone, how many times he's moving his neck left, right, how many students are actually focused. In fact, I was going through LinkedIn and there's another article which popped up. In China, they put a band on every child's forehead. Ultimately, that band tracks the movement and distractions, serious focus, and it pops out a report. Anyway, so these are the changing times. So keeping on to this, I would like to have a next question.
Just to add into it,
Please,
Ashish.
please, sir.
As regards this personalized learning, what we have observed that like we are affiliated to an university. So most of the universities in the higher education system are completely based on the whereby the assessments of the students are either at the end of the program or at the end of the semester or the mid semester assessments, and that is completely based on lots is order thinking skills as defined in Bloom's taxonomy. So what we have redefined it, we have adopted this continuous assessment methodology. In that, what we have done, we have created a students e-portfolio. It is a backlit profiles we have created, whereby students after each and every activity during the program is assessed, and that progress recorded into that e-portfolio. And we, at the end of the program, we also share that e-portfolio with the recruiters. In fact, due to that, earlier we, in the past 2 3 years, we have 1 or 2 placements in Deloitte, but last year we have 6 placements in the Deloitte. So that can be a success that we have observed into our system by inculcating this personalized learning, personal assessment system during the course curriculum.
I support that with your permission that this continuous education system and continuous test, continuous assessment method will be the only solution. Otherwise, if you go for the semester end examination maximum mid-semester examination, or that will be all the formalities. So why don't we, the educators are using the technology, like Blackboard or other some platforms. You can definitely, create the test on the daily basis as well. So go for the evaluation of the students. And if I believe, I trust that many of you have the app like SSG in your mobiles. Step, set, go. While walking, while running, while cycling, it records everything. And in the year end, or in the after 6 months, they publish a report that this month was the highest number of steps you have taken. This month was marathon month for you, or likewise. So in that way, this e-portfolio will definitely encourage the student. It is equivalent to that badges, getting badges kind of thing. So students will be definitely, much excited and more focused towards their education or their study. But the serious question before implementing all this, that our syllabus should be in such a way designed that it should fulfill the requirement of industry 5.0 or 4.0. And if you are creating a difficult assignment, this days chat gpt is ready to answer. And the faculty member having in the morning somebody was talking about that teaching become a load, so teaching load is there. So it's quite obvious in the private organization. I'm also working in the private organization. Teaching load is must required. I always ask to my dean academics and the other deans also that come with the load, justify the load. Why this faculty has given only 12 hours? He is not having any PhD candidate likewise. So then they are trying to justify that he's involved in NIRF also. He's involved in the NAC compilation also. So many jobs the faculty has to do, and how we can expect that he will daily take a test and daily evaluate this also, right? So now the not the only not only the students, but the teachers are also not much interested, in just they are interested for delivering. This is complete failure of outcome based education, right? When we talk about now earlier the days, if you remember, those who are interested to go for NVA, they only need to think about outcome based education. They have to define the vision, mission of the university, department, school, copy paste content from internet, this university, that university, and their POCO is ready, right? So nobody is bothering, even faculty has not been trained for the outcome based education. So now, as a teacher, my job is eat lots of things and omit in the classroom, right? So that was my story, that I have prepared a lot. 2 hours for 1 hour lecture, I have prepared 3 hours, 2 hours, whatever my capacity, my experience to that particular subject, and just deliver that class. And I also forget, student also forget, right? When the exam will come, the student will remember and give the test. So this should not be done. The teaching should be the not only the teaching should be mentoring. And nowadays, as the technology comes, everybody was proudly saying, since morning I heard that guru has become the facilitator. Guru was becoming converted to teacher, and now the teacher has been converted to facilitator. So students are also not much interested in getting the knowledge. Knowledge becomes, information, and information easily available everywhere. Right? They're much familiar with the technologies that if somebody asks what is the name of your father, they're about to Google it, and now they're asked to the chat GPT. So that kind of harsh reality is there. Serious revamping are required in terms of the curriculum, in terms of teachers education, teachers training. Everything is required, but everything is depleted like anything, right? So that's my take on it.
Sure, sir, definitely. And actually, you have rightly nailed it that continuous assessment and feedback is extremely important. Today, as HR heads, we have also launched performance appraisals in academic institutions, universities. And gone are the days where they say, "Bhai, HR aega, ye appraisal hoga, year mein increment kitna hoga." Today's we have a mixed gen set working in organizations: baby boomers, Gen X, Y, Z, millennials, and our children alpha generation probably. So today's, when we hire the Gen Zs in a workplace, they said, Ashish, held to your already 1 year increment. You tell me today I'll do a good job, what I'm going to get. They need feedback probably every 6 months, every quarter, every month, or for the matter, every fortnight, every 15 days. Because today, even in the academic space, suppose then the faculty is going right or wrong, student feedback matters. When you work in overseas countries, if a student feedback is bad, the door is shown. Let's talk facts. The point over here is how actively we are able to engage our students, how actively, how much we are upgraded in our own academic style of teaching, how we actively were able to contribute to the education sector, it makes a lot of difference. My next question would be, in today's context, we have seen, we have heard a lot of students committing suicides, right? Kota, Rajasthan, Telangana, you go for it. 2 months back, we had an unpleasant experience in one of the private universities in North India. A boy shot a girl, right? You can Google, you'll get it. So point is, while we are talking about academics, are we really teaching life skills to our students? Because today I am a strong supporter of sports. And I strongly tell in every forum and every session that please encourage, as education, as faculty members, leaders, please encourage everyone to take 1 or 2 sports in their life. Because sports do not build your character, they reveal your character. Sports teaches you resilience, okay? In today's context, students commit suicide, love, relationship issues, low marks, but a sports person knows how to handle victory, knows how to handle defeat. There is nothing called defeat, it's victory or you learn something from it. And we talk about decision making. All leaders probably are taking even how quickly we take decisions, but sports people take split-second decisions. If I'm playing badminton, that half a second, fraction of a second, if I'm not going to go pick up the shuttlecock, which shot I'm supposed to play, how I'm going to kind of cheat the opponent in where I'm going to drop. So sports person is thinking very productively, very actively. There are productive hormones going. As sir mentioned, we're talking about gamification and rewards. Your son or your grandson came and he showed you some Byju's thing. Why is that? Because when you do something good, your mind produces positive hormones. Dopamine, which is actually a reward hormone in a body. So my question is, what as education leaders, what are we doing to improve the life skills of our students apart from academics?
I think you raised a very important point actually about these student suicides. I think we see that tremendous pressure on the students at every level. And if you look at actually the real statistics, they're really horrifying. If you take you took the case of Kota, in a single year, maybe around 2017 or 16, in the city of Kota, there were more than 60 student suicides. These are all aspirants to engineering and medical entrance examinations. And if you take the IIT system, between 2004 and 2014, there were 63 or close to 70 student suicides. And this was actually, if you look at the student suicides before 2005, there are hardly any. I think maybe at least they were not reported. That was not such a serious trend or an issue. But why is this happening all of a sudden in the new millennium? And the number of seats have been increased, and we actually have more number of seats now, and more number. But at the same time, I think we also have more number of students competing for these places. So therefore, the parental pressures, the institutional pressures, the coaching institutions, everything has become coachable. So therefore, we tend to sort of put immense pressure on the child. And therefore, that is where I think I began by saying that examination, that idea of this whole culture of examination is the culprit. And what we ultimately want our child to be is only to be so-called successful. Successful in what? Actually, successful in examinations. So what it does actually, this whole system of higher education does, is to kind of split the student into two binaries: a successful student or the failure. And this whole fear of failure leads the student actually to kind of harm herself or himself. So ultimately, I think, is this the aim of our higher education, or is this the aim of our society as a whole? Do we want our child to kind of take their lives ultimately? Could they not actually perform something else? Could they not do something else where they can be successful? Should they be 80% all the time, or 90% or 100% all the time? So what I'm trying to say is that the very fact of assessments has to be seen very differently from what it is now, if you want to change a whole generation of youngsters in this country. If you don't, then I think we are going to be kind of doomed as a society. And I think technology is definitely good, but Is that technology isolating the child, or is it actually giving the child a group of peers with whom he or she can share their life experiences, life stories, and then probably I think there's a kind of common sharing of experiences. I think therefore I think we need to go for fundamental changes. Definitely, I think the other changes will have to be addressed, and at the same time, we need to look at our primary stakeholder, the student in our college or university, and their well-being and their mental health all the time. If you don't, I think what is this higher education for? If you don't have actually, if we don't have our own child within our family, what is this family for? Ultimately, I'm sorry for asking these serious questions.
Sure, sir. And but last but not the least, as I just like to add on by saying there has been research by Carnegie Institute of Technology which says that, which proves that whatever you teach in colleges and schools, okay, so a Pareto principle 80-20, your academic IQ contributes only 20%. 80% of your success depend on your emotional quotient. Today, CEOs are hired for their IQs. You got a good degrees, everything, good job, take the offer letter. But they're fired for lack of EQs. So it's very important that we have an overall development of the students in terms of EQ and IQ so that we make them best leaders for our nation, for our organizations, for all of us, for all of the society around. Thank you so much. I leave the
last one I wish to add on this one, that there are not only higher education system who are, or the education system who are involved or culprit for all these suicide cases and all. There are many other aspects like family members, we the parent, we the society always interested for the results. Ramanujam got failed in all the subjects. Sachin Tendulkar also got failed in many subjects, but he was a good cricketer. If you give the bat to Lata Mangeshkar, she could not played well. So why don't we understand our expectation? इंसान कल एक बात सिखाई आंखों के नीर ने इंसान को पीर बना दिया, इंसान को पीर बना दिया इंसान के पीर ने, और जो देख रहा था चिड़ियों को चुगते हुए दाना उठा के फेंक दिया कटोरा उस फकीर ने। वो एटीट्यूड हम अपने बच्चों के अंदर नहीं ला पा रहे हैं। वो बस हम प्रेशर दिए जा रहे हैं, प्रेशर दिए जा रहे हैं कि वो बस रिजल्ट भी लेकर के आओ, ये भी करके लाओ, ये भी करो, ये भी करो, एंड विद द हेल्प ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी बाद में वो टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अकेले हो जा रहे हैं और जा करके उस टेक्नोलॉजी का मिसयूज कर करके कहीं कहीं और परेशान होकर के finally they got the solution ki let's quit, and quitting is the solution, and that's not the solution.
In one line, just
yes,
just
sir.
in one
Yes, sir.
line.
No worries.
The biggest culprit, according to me, is the summative assessment systems that we have in the higher education.
It's a postmodern, actually. Absolutely. In the interest of time, we have one question. Ladies
Hi.
and gentlemen. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Colonel Vishal. Thanks for inviting me, and it's been a pleasure, hearing you guys. I just want to tell you that, as you said, the leadership qualities are basically ingrained and learned not in the indoors, but actually in the outdoors. So there've been situational awareness, and there'll be situations where others will cry, but the real leader is the one who, when the chips are down, that is the time that he's going to take the whole pack with him. So there've been so many instances in our life also where we've been in operations and so many things have happened. But then if you keep your mental cool, and this comes with a lot of mental toughness, with actual mental training outside. And I'm sure with that, it's a main thing what we lack in our syllabus. So I'm sure if some kind of a outdoor training or a mental toughness exercise are also given, it'll be a huge personality, thing which is going to be welfare to everybody. Thanks.
Actually, sir, sports teachers, discipline, time management, self-management, everything.
Yeah, I'm Dr.
Ma'am,
Mandeep
can we
Kaur
take this question?
Arora
Just a
from-
minute, just hang
If
on.
it's a question, we'd like to take
Yeah,
it.
I'm from Department of Psychology, and actually this is belonging to I'm from University of Delhi. So just wanted to tell you in one line, emotional self-regulation, which is actually missing in our children because, in a click, we are getting shopping things. In a click, we are doing everything. Our neurons are depleting, and due to that, our dopamine levels are reducing. So the only way that we can improve is not about the pressure, that we are having from the parents. It's also about the lifestyle. It's also about creating patience, which we are not giving. And that is because everything is there in a click and we are in the virtual world. So that's the answer. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, but we'll have to take this offline. We are really behind schedule and we have a lot of lined up. So thank you, panelists, and thank you, audience. I see that a lot of interest has been generated with your talks. May I invite Mr. Shivakumar Veerappan, founder and CEO, Creatrix Campus, powered by Anupam Technologies, to please come on stage and present small tokens of appreciation to our esteemed panelists here. Can we have the mementos, please? Thank you, Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group, Telangana, for wonderfully moderating this discussion. So, Mr. Ashish is in the center of the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause, please, for Mr. Ashish Mittal. Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global University, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. It was pleasure listening to you. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra. Dr. Ashwini Vashne, Dean Student Welfare, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Ghaziabad. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Round of applause, please. Dr. Srinivasa Rao, Dean of the School of Education, Mahindra University, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause, please. And if you please have a photograph along with your mementos, can we have a group photograph, please? Group photograph, sir. Not a problem. Sir, group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your presence. Moving on. Thank you. We have a very interesting industry insight coming from Sarvesh Susnyal, CEO and co-founder, Launch Pilot, and this will be on impact of AI on education. May I request Mr. Sarvesh to please come forward and join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sarvesh with a round of applause.
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. And it's lovely to be on this side of the stage for a change. I'm just 23 years old. I just graduated from university about a year and a half ago. And I started this company from a hostel dorm along with a friend of mine. The impact was very simple. We, as students, as university students, we quickly realized that content, information, education is going to rapidly change in the next few years. Coding, website development, data, machine, we have all of that available on our fingertips right now. But what is it that still remains the same? So for the past 2 days, I've listened to a lot of speeches, a lot of beautiful comments that are being passed about how do we impact the next generation, about how do we create a new India. And, while I was preparing for my speech, I wanted to actually be a bit different. I wanted to create an impact so that you guys could take something away. And when I actually thought about it, I realized that I am the new India. I am the future generation that universities and chancellors out here are going to revamp. So I wanted to share my journey being a student and being on this side of the table. So how do I perceive and how do I see what the next generation of education is going to look like? We're going to have a lot of intelligent tutoring systems coming in. There'll be data analytics, there'll be predictive learning, there'll be a lot of virtual assistants coming into the fore. The impact of this is going to be tremendous across multiple domains. The biggest impact that I see as a student is that hard skills are going to be a lot more common. So we wouldn't really depend on a university. We wouldn't really depend on teachers and professors to teach us a lot of other hard skills. It's going to be a lot more common and a lot more easier for us to learn. Knowledge and education is going to become a lot more personalized going forward. So if I want to learn something, I would make sure that I end up doing it without going through the entire realm and without going through the entire process of studying a lot of different other things. And the last point, which is probably my favorite, is that education is going to become a lot more accessible and a lot more inclusive to people with disabilities and people who do not have the access to these opportunities. So how do we make education more effective, right? And Three Idiots is one of my favorite movies. I'm sure all of us have seen it. And Three Idiots has a beautiful line that says that we are often taught to chase success instead of excellence. What if we chase excellence and success is going to follow? But till today, our education system kind of teaches us to chase marks, to chase a higher job, to chase getting into the best university. And somewhere deep down, we do not intend to build the next generation of leaders. So how do we do that? And for this, I'm going to just take a step back and revamp a bit of my own journey. So growing up, I was always told that once when you enter university, learn to pick up a lot of hard skills, learn to pick up stuff that's going to make you employable. So I did that. I learned a lot of coding. I built a few products. I built stuff that essentially did not take off. And one of the reasons why I did that, one of the takeaways from that entire experience was basically the fact that I realized content is available to me, technology is available to me, but what is not available to me is the guidance and expertise of human beings, of people who have that real life experience and people who've done stuff before in their lives. And that's how I came across, the effective power of mentorship. How I look at education is we have to be a lot more inclusive with not just futuristic tech, but integrate that futuristic tech with human expertise going forward. Human experiences, I see so many mentors and so many leaders sitting in this room right here. But how are we going to make use of all this knowledge? How do we make use of so much of experience that people have garnered over years and years of education? Is technology the only way forward? I would say technology is going to take 60 to 70% of most of our time, most of our skills going forward. But the remaining 30%, and probably the most crucial 30% of making companies, making startups go from 0 to 1 is actually through effective mentorship. And this mentorship should come through people sitting like you in the room, people who are out there in universities, people in industries who are actually doing a lot of work, but somehow that mentorship system is not getting passed on to the next generation. So what did we do different at Launch Pilot? Today, like I said, I am just 23 years old. I am seeking mentorship in every nook and corner, whatever is available. And when we started off Launch Pilot, we had a simple goal. We wanted to make mentoring a lot more regulated. Today, universities have a mentoring system. There are mentors just like in every nook and corner of the world. Just like cricket, for example. Everyone in India has an opinion on cricket. But there's a difference in being a cricketer, and there's a difference in actually giving those opinions. Similarly, with mentorship, there is so much of knowledge out there, but it is such an unregulated and unfragmented industry that entire expertise is not getting passed on to the next generation. So we came up with this mentor-specific skill model specific to Launch Pilot, where we worked with a lot of experts. We worked with a lot of college experts, a lot of networking professionals, and we realized that in order to make mentoring a lot more specific, mentors themselves have to be trained. So just in the previous panel, there was a lot of points that were mentioned about how do you, upskill teachers, how do you upgrade teachers, and that is what we are doing at Launch Pilot as well. We have an entire ecosystem where we have so much of respect for our mentors, but we also understand that in order for that mentorship to be effective, they do need to undergo some form of training that makes them a better mentor going forward. And effectively, we have that same for the mentees as well. So at Launch Pilot, I personally look at outcome-based education in two very broad facets. One is your job creators, which is the next generation of entrepreneurs, people who are going to build stuff, and the other is the job seekers. And again, I am, of course, more inclined towards a stronger entrepreneurship mindset because I feel that as students, we should be empowering to be the next leaders. We should be creating jobs. We should be looking to create real outcome. And that's only going to happen through the power of mentorship and through effective leadership going forward. Again, a very critical aspect that I realized at this juncture was that as a student, I have access to content. I have access to courses. I have access to a lot of different platforms. But what is missing is, of course, along with mentorship, a network, right? In order for my skills to be accessible, I need to have that network. I need to be connected to the right people. LinkedIn does a great job at doing that. But to be very honest, a university student will not have that much of an impact on LinkedIn. Number 3 is to have a community. And universities out there are probably the last set of communities that a human being is closely tied to. because after that you get into a job, you have a very close-knit community, and that's about it. So we wanted to take into these three accounts. Number one, mentorship. Number two, build a solid network. And number three, build a very inclusive community. Because along with all the hard skills that I've acquired through AI and through a lot of these other mediums, I need these three human touches to make me go to the next level. So we came out with two very specific programs. One is called the Global Entrepreneurship Program, and the other is called the Career Advancement Program. And each of these programs are actually backed by a network of global experts that we have. We have our offices in California, in Gujarat, and we are officially based out of Singapore. So just to touch on the Global Entrepreneurship Program, how do you empower the next generation of university leaders, right? We have tons of brilliant ideas that university students have, but why do they not implement this? Why do they not use it on a side? Why do they not have access to a community that they can actually leverage upon? Why do they not have an expert network that they can use to actually upskill their own startup ideas? And that's how we structured this Global Entrepreneurship Program, where we connect our universities with a pool of experts that we've garnered through our networks. We've reached out to startup CEOs, we've reached out to members who've done stuff before, and this was entirely a passion project because I love building. So I really like talking to people who've done stuff before. We got them onto our platform, and we realized that these people, these experts, they actually had an urge to give back to society. They wanted to use their experience, they wanted to be connected to the next generation. So we devised a very good mentoring program where we have domain-specific filters. So as a startup, if I am a technical person and I need mentorship with business development or fundraising or marketing, we have very domain curated specific mentors to get them out. We have our platform is again powered by AI models where we can help students get their ideas up the ground. So we've taken care of all the components. The only component which is the final piece in the puzzle is the mentoring piece, because that is what is needed to take ideas to the next level. Then we have the Career Advancement Program. So at the Career Advancement Program, we again realized that and again I heard this somewhere yesterday, that students really do not know what they want, right? They are exploratory, and this is a very common thing that happens with students. Up till grade 10, they are made to study all subjects. In grade 11 and 12, they are made to do a sudden choice between science, commerce, or arts, and so on. And someone who has never studied commerce will never know what commerce is. So people make vague decisions. People do not know, what is the right course for them, what is the right path for them, because they've not been exposed to that eventually, right? And our universities, again, our schools and universities do have these mentoring programs, but like I said before, it's very unregulated. So what we do in our Career Advancement Program is that we approach these universities, we tap into their existing knowledge database that they have, which includes their professors, their existing mentors, their alumni, which is such a strong and a key component of a university. And we train them to be effective mentors so that they can actually teach or get the next generation of leaders out. We've done this across a lot of universities in Southeast Asia. We've partnered with NUS, NTU, and all the other big names. And we were looking to how to come back and make a substantial impact in a country as diverse as India. Yep, that's about it for me. I do have some time left. And again, I wanted to just be very honest. I'm just 23 years old, looking for mentorship, but also on the hunt for making mentorship a lot more regulated and a lot more structured, so that people like me, so that the next generation of students like me can actually go out there and make an impact. Thank you.
Stay with us for a minute. And I think it's a really exciting time to be a student. I wish we had all these opportunities when we were in schools and colleges. So thank you for these insights. And may I request Dr. Ashwini Vashni, Dean Student Welfare, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Ghaziabad, to please come on stage and present a small token of appreciation to Sarvesh Tusneyal, CEO, co-founder, Launch Pilot. Round of applause, please, for Sarvesh. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd now like to welcome Kunal Gupta, founder and CEO of Henry Harvin Education. Kunal is a celebrated EdTech entrepreneur accomplished with 40 under 40 EdTech Entrepreneur Award, along with being an author, columnist, and a gold medalist. He is recognized as one of the top 10 innovative CEOs to watch out for in 2022. Kunal's exceptional achievements have been showcased by esteemed media outlets such as Aaj News, World India, Economic Times, and the Sun Times, among others. He loves to play golf, chess, and run marathons. So let's give a huge round of applause to Kunal Gupta. Welcome.
Get ready, kids! Still everyone is sleeping. Can I have some energy in the room, please? Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So, guys, we are the education industry of India. We are the sunrise industry. That's not what Modi ji says, but that's what enlightens the youth of the country. And this is the summit for that education fair. So, guys, can we have a loud round of applause for Mr. Ravi Gupta for organizing this amazing summit? So Sarvesh's presentation recalled me of my initial days 10 years back when we started this company. And now I'm proud to say that we are one of the oldest upskilling companies of India. So yes, this is what happens when we rely too much on tech, right? And that's where COVID has proven that alone, EdTech cannot sustain on the basis of tech. There has to be a very beautiful combination between the online world and the offline world. And that's where I'm kind of proud to say that we're not a COVID baby, right? EdTech industry was known like 4-5 years back only, but we started 10 years back. And back then it was a difficult journey to even introduce ourselves. But our credibility of working with more than 200 plus colleges pan India really helped us in not just redefining ourselves, but also be part of an industry which apparently is now looked at for setting the grounds for future of India. So who we are? Who we are. Henry Harbin is now a multinational global edtech company with business verticals in the field of training solutions, advisory solutions, staffing solutions, and select education solutions. We are present in more than 11 plus cities in India, and also in Dubai and in Middle East and in US. So yes, most Indian companies are proud to call themselves a US-based company, but we are proud to call ourselves an Indian-based edtech company, which is out there to rule the entire world, which is out there to apparently tell the world that India will be the epitome of the education industry. And India is not just going to skill the youth of the country, but also the youth of the globe. With that, we have more than 800 plus courses, and we proudly say that we are a university of upskilling programs. Yes, having more than 1,200 plus trainers, 400 plus employees, and with a background of training more than 4.7 lakh students from not just the education sector, but also from the professional sector. We are proud to call ourselves as one of the top 10 edtech companies in India in the upskilling space, working with more than 210 plus colleges and 900 plus corporates. As I mentioned, we incepted in 2013, and our vision is very clearly defined. It took us more than, I would say, more than 200 hours to even phrase those 10 words of our vision statement, which says to reshape the growth of individuals and organizations globally by delivering excellent training and services through benchmark content, resources, and state-of-the-art technology. So this means that alone trainings cannot work. Alone trainings cannot upskill the people whom we are looking for. So that is where we figured out that we have to have a bouquet of programs. We have to have a bouquet of academies. The way in colleges, the way in universities, we have schools. So we are very proud to say, ladies and gentlemen, and I would humbly request all of you to please put your phones aside for the next 5 minutes. I've worked really hard for this presentation. So just 5 minutes, I would request all of you to please keep your phones aside and maybe just participate in this presentation mode. So yes, we have finance courses, management courses, medical courses, ERP courses. We are partners to SAP for the SAP partner programs. We are running business analytics courses, Six Sigma courses, and all these courses have been jointly developed by a lot of corporates, a lot of industry partners to make sure that the colleges of India get the right programs, which apparently helps them, in getting in the industry with the right skills, so that after joining they don't have to undergo the same training again, which lot of students face, that the whatever skills they gathered in their 4 years of BTech or 2 years of MBA may not be totally relevant. And that is where, when we were working with colleges such as IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Calcutta, we realized that they already have so many jobs in hand. So what is there that we have to offer to them? It is their dream jobs. If we talk about colleges in the private sector, apparently, who are even struggling to get their students placed, where are we adding value? We're adding value to impart those letter of experiences through our internship guarantee that we offer post the training. So that is where I say that alone courses cannot bridge that gap which the expectation industry has from the education sector. And that is where we curated a 9-in-1 program. We have a two-way live online and classroom training program which we do with colleges. We offer a hallmark certification to the participants post the training. All our students undergo projects, minimum 3 and overall 10 on an average. Students undergo project before they pass out. They get guaranteed internship, which leads to a letter of experience. We offer them placement support, hackathons, master classes, e-learning, and 1-year gold membership. And what does gold membership offers? Gold membership offers unlimited access to batches, which means that even 2 months, 6 months down the line, if a student of a college who struggles to retain knowledge, how can we expect them that through a 30-hour program, 50-hour program, they can remember all their lives, or even for the next after 3 months, they can recall those topics. So we have seen that 60% of our students also undergo the same batch again, so that they can apparently relearn what they learned already. And relearning is equally important as reskilling is and as upskilling is. So what we offer 4 kind of programs, ladies and gentlemen. One is the internship-based programs. So as you can see, these are in-demand certification programs, which is in the field of data science, ERP, finance, language, medical, and management. We're also having one of the largest portfolio of language courses in India. To name a few: French, German, Spanish, Korean, Japanese, Arabic, and yes, we do support Ukraine, but Russian course also we run. Portuguese, also Indian language courses. So we are having a portfolio of more than 30 plus language courses. For example, in case of medical academy, we have courses such as medical scribing. So we have tied up with a company called Cognizant, which I'm sure each one of you is aware of. So we tie up with them, we figure out what kind of jobs are there in the market, and then we offer that to the students with a guaranteed job in front of them, with Cognizant being the placement partner. That is how we work with most of the colleges who are struggling with placements. So roughly 5,000 rupees per student accounts to be the fee, which is quite reasonable. We're not charging 20,000, 50,000, roughly 100 rupees, 125 rupees per hour. Second category is earn, value, learn, which is very, very important. A lot of students really want to get started with earning right after they reach the age of 18. And the concept of US, wherein kids sponsor their own education, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line, slowly will start coming up in India also. And that is where we have digital marketing courses, coding programs, HR programs, writing academy programs, wherein after the training, participants have an option. They are taught how they can earn. They are hand-holded till the time they get their first penny in their accounts. Third sector, ladies and gentlemen, is the job guarantee programs. So that is where our placement team closely works with each and every participant, each and every student, to get them placed, a job guarantee program. And next is a very beautiful program that we have curated, pay after placement, wherein we charge zero upfront fee, and after the training is done is when students get a job, and after they get a job, they pay in the next 12 months and installments. So neither they have to pay upfront, and even after they get a job, they pay after the next, they pay in installments for 12 months. So saying all all these big stuff, how do you trust us? You can trust us based on the credibility of being a training partner to more than 210 plus colleges pan India. I'm very proud to report that out of 21 IIMs, 20 IIMs we are partners to, and 17 IITs we are partners to. Whether you talk about North, IIM Jammu, South, VIT Vellore, East, IIM Ahmedabad, Northeast, NIT Silchar, we are partners to them all. We are also training partner to more than 900 plus corporates because of our amazing HR connections. We have an amazing media reputation, which justifies our credibility in the education industry. And yes, online reputation having an average rating of 9.1 on a scale of 10. We have won several awards, Best Corporate Training Platform Award, Game-Based Learning Company of the Year Award, 30 Most Admired Companies of the Year Award, and 10 Best Online Learning Companies of the Year Award, which justifies the credibility. So, people who are here in front of us, we're all from the education industry. And this feature presentation, I'm here to present to you all how we can work together, how we can collaborate. A lot of us are running universities, colleges. A lot of us are running individual edtech firms. And these are the 4 models in which we can work together. One is that we can offer you value-added programs wherein college doesn't have to pay anything. Guys, just 2 more minutes. I have 2 to 3 more minutes, guys. I request your patience, please. Model number 1 is value-added program, which is the student-sponsored initiative, where students pay, college is not supposed to pay. And through that model, we are already working with 1920 IIMs and 16 IITs already. Second model is value-added programs in which we offer, in which it is college-sponsored. Student doesn't pay. And we're already working on this model with BMS Bangalore and Mangalma Institute. Third is the degree programs. So for example, with Lovely Professional University, we have curated an MSc in e-learning program in which we are delivering 45% of the content and 55% we are delivering because that is as per the AICTE norms. And that is where we are the industry partners. So we can jointly also develop degree programs and deliver that end to end. And fourth model is the elective subject. Like for example, for IIFT Kolkata, we are delivering one of their electives. These are the 4 models that we can collaborate. And how does it benefit? For example, for a government college, it gets new companies for placements. It helps individuals to meet eligibility criteria of companies and prepare for foreign job skills. There is a certain section in Canada where French language is a requirement. And for that, a lot of our learners are learning French language from us just to clear that requirement. Our in Japanese language is accepted by the Japanese embassy. And that is where a lot of jobs available out there in Japan which have a requirement of minimum entry level of Japanese. Students learn from us and move ahead to get their jobs in Japan. So that is the benefit. These are few of the benefits which government colleges tie up with us. And talking about the private colleges, yes, all above benefits, but in addition, it improves their admissions for private colleges. Why? Because our name has a standing in the industry today. And in addition to that, the certifications that we're offering really helps people in building their profiles. Really helps people in building their profiles is why they put our boards also outside the college. That okay, we are partners to Henry Haven, which really helps them in improving the overall standing, the way they put other partnerships outside. And yes, overall media branding which college gets because of tying up with us. They get higher visibility in the media. So I really appeal to college chancellors, VCs, deans, heads, and professors that upskilling cannot only be sustained through training. It is a whole package of lot of things. And one most important thing is experience, industry experience. And that is what we exactly focus at. Not just training is what we give, but most importantly, the master classes that we offer, wherein once or twice a week they attend various soft skill classes for preparing their overall profile. Because soft skills and hard skills both are required to get placed in the industry. And in addition, letter of experience, the actual groundwork experience really matters a lot. So with that, I want to thank you all, patient enough for being part of this presentation. But picture abhi baki hai, because at Henry Harvin we always say that each one of us are warriors. And we just want to give you a demo who we are. We are Henry Harvin warriors. We are Henry Harvin warriors. We spear the gap, we bridge the gap. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this reinfusing the energy into the hall here. And if I can request Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global University Saharanpur, to please come forward and present a small token of appreciation to Kunal Gupta. Round of applause, please, for Kunal Gupta. Thank you, Kunal, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, sir. And as we move ahead into the penultimate session, the panel discussion before the World Education Summit Awards, the panel will be focusing on preparing higher education students for jobs of tomorrow, artificial intelligence or AI driving job changes. For this panel, I'd request Dr. Samba Shivadi, Director Research and Development Cell, Nizam College, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, to please come forward and take up the moderation for the discussion. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Samba Shivadi. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I know, audience, you've been patient with us, but let's welcome our speaker here. Thank you. Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and CEO, Luxury Connect and Luxury Connect Business School, Gurgaon, Haryana. Mr. Abhay Gupta. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Abhay Gupta. I'd like to invite Dr. Indira Bharadwaj, Director, Delhi School of Business, Delhi, to please join us on stage. Dr. Indira Bharadwaj. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. And round of applause, please, for Dr. Indira Bharadwaj. I'd like to invite Dr. Hani Sharma, Campus Director, Gulzar Group of Institutes, Ludhiana, Punjab. Welcome, Dr. Hani Sharma. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tapan K. Nayak, Dean Academics, Jaipuria School of Business, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Nayak is welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Tapan K. Nayak. And Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean Research and Distinguished Professor, Sharda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar. Dr. Samba Shiva, over to you for taking the discussions forward.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is exhausted. So this is the last panel discussion, but definitely I can guarantee you that this will be a fruitful discussion. So let's welcome you all, my dear panelist members. And on behalf of Elets Technomedia, and thank you very much for my entire crew to giving the opportunity to discuss on a very important and crucial topic, which is needing our nowadays. That is the preparing the higher education students for the jobs of tomorrow, and how this technology driven, that is artificial intelligence, the changes in the entire jobs platform. So we all know that we find ourselves in a pivotal moment in the history that the artificial intelligence reshaping the jobs landscape, and also it is giving the presenting challenges to us as well as the opportunities also. So the both academy institutions, that is the higher education institutions, and the students are go parallel to take these artificial driving job opportunities and that how these are changing. So here I want to say one point that here are the three key players in this uh, artificial intelligence changing job landscape. One is the first one is the students, that how the students are build their skills and knowledge. And second one is higher education, how the higher education institutions are adapting. And third one is the industry, how the industry is playing a crucial role in this the AI driven job changes. And fourth one is the ethical concerns. And fifth one is the what kind of job opportunities can be evolved or will be evolved in this current era. So before going to the discussions, and I would like to invite all the my knowledgeable persons to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Tapan Naik, the Dean Academics of Jaipur School of Business. At the outset, my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the Elets and Digital Learning for such a wonderful platform and discussion on a very, very pertinent topic called, the AI as a driving force for students' future job. So, Daksha, if you permit, we can start with the introduction of this topic, or we'll just introduce ourselves.
Introduce ourselves. Quick introduction is necessary because we are huge panel members here.
Yeah, please. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhay Gupta. I am the founder CEO for an organization called Luxury Connect. Luxury Connect is basically a strategy consulting company focusing on premium and luxury brands. We realized that, as somebody said in the earlier panel, that everyone has opinion in India, which means everyone has a lot of gyan, but there's very few people who can execute that gyan. So we decided that we are going to be an organization with a difference that, along with strategy, we'll also create a talent pool which can execute the strategy. And I'm proud to say that today we have created what is called India's first and only luxury business school. And the past 10 years that we've been in existence, we have trained about 4,000 odd people across corporates, across sectors, across brands, from corporate training to executive diplomas to full-time MBA programs. So we have about 4,000 odd people who have entered the industry. From a Rolls-Royce downward to a Thomas Pink, you will find a student of mine working in the luxury and premium space. That's my brief introduction. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm grateful to Elets World Education Summit. I'm the director for Delhi School of Business. I'm also a founder member of this business school. And I'm also the dean for the UG programs of business studies with WIPS, which is a top tier business school of IP University in Delhi. I've been into education for past 25 years, and my expertise is curriculum development. I've been on the curriculum development committee of IP University, and outcome-based assessment of education and assurance learning. So I've been a consultant for ACSB accreditation for assurance of learning, and my research has been on intangible assets. So this is about me. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Hani Sharma. I am campus director at Guljar Group of Institutions. And today's topic of discussion, that is the today's era of new technologies, AI, ML, deep learning. This is the point of discussion everywhere, whether the jobs of the people, how we can train the students, what is the future. So I hope the discussion of this panel will be fruitful and we'll come to some conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I am Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean Research at Sharda University, which is a state private university, 14 years old. And we believe in outcome-based education on the principle of gain, global investing, pursuing for excellence in academia, innovations, research, and nurturing the entrepreneurship. We have got a strength of almost 15,000 students. There are 14 different schools which impart quality education, and side by side, the research wing is quite strong, that both the wheels of the carts are running very well, and we make a balance in both these things, teaching, learning, as well as research.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I have the 5 important questions. So each one, I'll ask one question. The remaining knowledge persons can add the points if there's anything you need to be added that points. So my first question, before going to first question, asking to the sir, that our university system is the student centric always. So the students are the I can say the sufferers first, because they don't know what to do, how to do, why to do. But just by force of parents and neighbors, they join in the courses, most probably in the higher education system. Because in higher education, the students, example, because I'm a science faculty, basically I'm from biotechnology. Whenever I ask my students, why did you join the course? Simply say that I didn't get the NEET rank. So this is type of questions are coming from the students. That means it is making us to realize that the students' mindset need to be changes first, because what are the opportunities are created by this biotechnology also should be given them from the day one when they are entering into the classroom. So by keeping in this mind, my first question is that with artificial intelligence, there is no doubt that it's reshaping the job opportunities and the jobs landscape. What are the key skills and knowledge areas that higher education students should focus on to it remain competitive in today's job market? So,
Thank you. It's really a very good question. Thank you so much. Before I give you answer to your question, let me bring certain backgrounds before answering your question. Before coming to this platform, I was asking to the ChatGPT that what is the percentage of jobs are going to be lost in future. The answer came out from the ChatGPT that certainly there is no answer from my side, right? But there is a report given by McKinsey that it says almost 14% of the jobs are going to be shifted by 2030. So that shows that we as educators, the institutions, have a bigger responsibility on our soldiers to bring those skills, to bring those educations, to bring those changes which are uncertain, which even we do not know what is going to happen. So having said this, you must have been going through a Facebook post these days. There is this guy called Aditya from IIT Kharagpur. He's coming out in Facebook and saying that if ChatGPT is going to replace you, the answer is yes. Right? Don't get surprised. What is this meaning of yes is? He says that it is not ChatGPT directly which is going to replace you, but it is the person who knows ChatGPT, how to use ChatGPT, and how to use the AI technology is going to certainly replace you. Now, my point here is, taking to your question, right? It is not all about the mindset of the student needs to be changed. It is the mindset of the institute. It is the mindset of the faculty. The educators need to be changed. We also need to be very, very agile, adaptive, and embrace the change. We also need to update ourselves, upskill ourselves, reskill ourselves, right? Not to be very, very rigid on what we know is going to be taught inside the classroom. Like some of the speakers who are telling, आजकल के टाइम पे टीचर वही होता है जो पढ़ के जाता है क्लासरूम में निकल के आ जाता है. That is not going to work. We need to update ourselves so that we can disseminate the change to our students, right? Gone are those days, the conventional education used to help the students. This is not going to work. Having said this, I'm not saying that conventional education is not working. It is going to be there. In the morning also, the Honorable Minister of Tourism of Nagaland said that it is not the education what we teach, it is the right education we have to give them. It It is not, the what we are surfing. It is what exactly we are surfing. It is not the AI which we are getting. It is whether this AI is plausible for us or not. Whether the technology which we are using is going to help us or it is going to take you through the wind. That is very, very important for us. We need to balance. We need to balance between the traditional education, the modern education, the new age skills, and the industry prescribed skills. These four needs to be balanced. Otherwise, what would happen? This might be a devastation for students that they might not exactly get what industry, what market, what corporate, what the new age technology is expecting from them.
Any points from your end?
So, thank you very much. I'd like to add further to what my co-panelist said. See, the point is that in the past few months or maybe post-COVID, AI and machine learning has suddenly become the devil in the room. It's the elephant in the room. The fact remains that we have been dependent on technology for years together. You go back maybe a decade into history, dialing a Citibank number and then getting frustrated because you can't talk to a human being, you keep on pressing numbers, was nothing but AI. You fast forward to post-COVID, right from your morning alarm to what OTT you should watch, to what route you should take to get to your office, is all AI controlled. So we have been using AI without really making a big issue out of it. Today it is becoming a big issue just because ChatGPT has surfaced. We need to analyze what really is ChatGPT and what really is AI and what really is machine learning. So to my mind, my research says AI is nothing but a machine which has been made intelligent artificially. If you look at the disclaimer of ChatGPT, he says that my knowledge is restricted to September 21. Scenarios may have changed after that. Is that not applicable to current day teachers? Why should our teachers or why should we as teachers be teaching what was taught 100 years back, or we keep constantly at the same curriculum when the market is highly dynamic and the market is evolving? So to me, I believe that machine learning is a machine is learning as you use. You watch a particular kind of a serial or a comedy show, and your feed will be constantly fed with that particular show. Yesterday we got into a debate with some friends. Why is it that today the political discourse has taken a discussion point where within the family it has always been prevalent that I may believe in a particular party, my father may believe in another one, my wife may be another one, my child may be another one. But we all lived harmoniously even when we were young. Today, we cannot do the same because we have become very, 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 very rigid of our beliefs. Who's to blame for that? It is AI. Because if I watch a particular kind of a video or I read a particular kind of a news article, you can be rest assured that AI will constantly feed me with that to the level that it will influence my mind. It will change the direction of my thinking to make me believe कि मैं जो सोच रहा हूँ वही सही है. And that is where we are coming to a point where AI is becoming harmful. We are seeing the impact of violence. We're seeing the impact. The previous panel we were talking of failure, the student committing suicide, etc., etc. Somewhere this is a negative impact of AI. Having said that, there's a lot of positive impact as well. So I would probably pass on to the other panelists because this debate can keep on going on. There's plus and minus everywhere.
Okay, I'll be just a little more on the practical aspects of the kind of jobs that AI will create. For the next 2-3 years, we just want to create more intelligent machines. So the jobs in the field of AI expertise will increase because we want more and more machines to become intelligent. But maybe after 4 to 5 years, when most of the machines are intelligent, that is when the job loss will hit us at its worst. We are already facing the scenario of job losses because what has ChatGPT changed? ChatGPT has taken over a lot of jobs which were routine. So you have to tell the students, and I also tell this to my students, that see, if you're doing the routine things in the routine way, short you lose your job to ChatGPT, right? So it's just the non-routine part of your work that will keep you alive. So your fight is not against your peer. Your fight is against a machine which is much faster, much more accurate, much more precise, and does not have emotions and family, which is a liability for companies, right? So companies are now hiring people with ChatGPT skills. So it's in the requirement that you have to be proficient with ChatGPT. Why? Because they are replacing 4 people with you. because the rest of the job will be done by the machine that you're going to use. And the more and more so, we need more people to make machines more intelligent. So yes, a lot of courses in AI and ML are coming. But what is the answer to the problem that was just mentioned by my co-panelists? That okay, we are having these machines and it's a dangerous situation, and the president of US has been calling on these tech expert CEOs that something has to be done because of data privacy issues and data security issues. Okay, these are the operational part, but what about skill? So I was just reading an article and somebody said we have been living with AI because remember the chess championship where it was the Kasparov versus the machine, it was an intelligent machine. So AI has always been there. So what is required now is not artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence. Augmented intelligence is when human beings can actually use AI and make the best use of it. And the answer is not to become a slave of this tool, but to use it to the best. So not getting opinionated is one big thing. Not getting prejudiced and biased that, okay, I think the best. And not getting, depending totally on what the machine is guiding you. SEBI has been doing a lot to prevent algorithmic trading. So people are putting regulations in place to ensure that you don't get completely opinionated by what the machine guides you. But what is important is your thinking skill. So that thinking is creative, the thinking is critical, the thinking is lateral, the thinking is out of the box. You can give it multiple adjectives to define how you can beat the machine. So all the higher education setup has to focus on how to improve these thinking skills which can help you beat the machine, rather than just thinking, okay, now what do? I have a competitor who's going to take away my job, so now what? So not doing things in the routine way, and focusing on your thinking skills which can help, because the machine will only learn how much you want the machine to learn, but what you can learn as a human being is far more, is unfathomable. Actually, we don't even know how much our brain capacity is, and thank God that we don't know it, because we would have put it all in the machine. So how much ever we knew, we've put it in the machine. And thank God we don't know the majority part of our brain, and that is where the success lies. The key to success is to use the part of the brain which is still unexplored, which means using the unexplored potential of human mind. I think that's the answer to AI challenges. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Continue with the thoughts of my friends. I also read somewhere that about 46% jobs will be lost by 2025 or 2030. But at the same time, what type of the jobs? The jobs which are of a clerical nature, data collections, drafting, and if we see that today also the people who are doing these type of jobs, they're not assets for the companies or industry. They are replaceable. So the thing is, what are the positive points and what are the negative points? Jobs will be there because machine cannot be run by the machines only. The technology is not come till now. The machine can work itself. We need certain peoples. But on the other side, this machine learning or AI, it is sportive also. Now, a country like us, India, in which the medical facilities are not everywhere available, in the villages, there is some X-ray rooms are available who can take the X-ray, but there are not experts available who can read that X-ray and diagnose the disease of the patient. But at the same time, this new technology of AI and ML, if we just feed that report to the machine can diagnose the disease and it can help the doctor, which is far away from that village, to do the medicine for that particular patient. So they are the both faces of the coin. One way, there is threat to the loss of the jobs, but at the same time, it will make the life more easy, more comfortable.
So breaking forward, my colleague just mentioned about the medical sciences. We have learned a lot about this corona pandemic. And he very rightly said, is telemedicine and doctors at home. These are the two examples where this autonomy in the devices, autonomy in the systems by which we can warn about the disease occurrence, we can warn about something going to happen in future. Also, it adds to the diagnosis. The thing is, we can do many of the things by machines, but the ultimate decision dwells on the human being only. So certainly there will be some replacement of the manpower, we can say. Otherwise, if we say the work economic structure of particular you can say project or something, partly can be done very well by the machines which are autonomous in nature. But certainly the replacement we are talking maybe 20%, 30%, 40%, only time will tell. But the skill which the human being has got will always be superior over the machines because artificial intelligence will remain always artificial. Whereas the human intelligence, the real intelligence. You see example of so many air vehicles, all those things, those spacecraft, all those things, where machine sometimes there is failure. I tell you some examples. Kalpana Chawla case, there was some failure at the machine level because we could not get the right answer from the person who are dealing with. It is ultimately the brain of the human and the brain in the machine, both if we compare, human brain will remain always superior. And second part, as we were discussing, on the biological aspect, if we see, there is one nurture, one is nature. Nature is what we inherit from our parents. That generally does not get changed, remain static. Okay. Whereas this nurturing, nurture means training. So whatever training we get, and the best place is our first home, then our school, then our higher education institutions. So there, this development of skill, it is much more important, and there is interaction of the environment and the human being. So by both this interaction, we can certainly improve upon our the thinking power, our skill, our entrepreneurship, all those things. So what I feel, the supreme power will remain the intelligence of the human being. However, the machine part will be assisting to that.
Thank you, sir. So we have another 16 minutes left over only, but I want to mix the questions together. We are all in a panic situation right now, to be honest, as well as students and educators and education institutions also, that the artificial intelligence is going to change the job opportunities. So to mimic this, what are the strategies are taken by these academic institutions and how they're adopting this artificial intelligence in their academic curricula, and what kind of job opportunities may evolve by utilizing this curricula or with the help of artificial intelligence. I would like to know that from my co-panel members. Please, sir.
Thank you. In fact, I was expecting this question. This is very, very pertinent because knowing about artificial intelligence or using about artificial intelligence is fine, but we need to understand how this needs to be done. So as an educator, institution, as I said earlier also, this is very, very pertinent to us. I'll take little more minutes because I'm very good at writing notes. Since morning, I was writing notes from different, the speakers. As an institution, educators, we need to be very, very pertinent on how this particular technology is going to be taught to the students or what kind of skills we need to create or imbibe in the students. The first and foremost thing is, as you said, that we need to have a robust curriculum, that we need to integrate AI into our curriculum, right? Now, having saying this, my point here is that while we integrate AI into curriculum, we make sure that the original curriculum should be taught clearly to the students. Now, suppose, for example, we introduce AI in marketing. Students must understand what is marketing all about. What are the basics of marketing? What are the fundamentals of marketing? What are the 4 P's or 7 P's or 11 P's of marketing? Then you teach them artificial intelligence in marketing, right? Second, let's say you create a dashboard in HR, you talk about fintech, you talk about blockchain, you talk about Python, you talk about R, you talk about SQL. So before integrating all such, we as an educator needs to understand, needs to make sure that students need to understand the basics and the fundamentals of these subjects. Otherwise, this is going to be very, very flat, let me tell you. Now, second thing is, today, the entire world is called as a data-driven world. Data is called as a new fuel. The students must understand how to analyze, how to gather, how to interpret the data. So that may be, done through the subjects like data analytics, business analytics, big data analytics. But yes, before, I mean, this is nothing but, a new wine in old bottle. The old earlier days we used to call it statistics, now we call it data analytics, right? The students must understand the fundamentals of statistics, basics of statistics, data interpretation, then you go for the business analytics or business analysis, right? Nevertheless, like sir said, artificial intelligence is always an artificial thing. Humanness should always be there, right? A kind of creativity, innovation inside the students might needs to be brought in, might needs to be encouraged. Otherwise, if artificial intelligence is going to do everything, then what students and what teacher needs to do? And the fourth most important thing is the faculty who is going to teach them. Do we have the real, the enabled artificial intelligence enabled faculty for them? Today, if you talk about the IITs, most of the students those who qualify, they have only one ambition to go for computer science. It is only computer science, computer science, and computer science. All other branches in IITs, you will find they are sitting idle. Right? Now, the second point, very important point is, do they have a right kind of faculty to teach them? The newest technologies which we're talking about, may it be AI, may it be ML, may it be AR, may it be VR, may it be machine learning, anything. Or we are getting a person who is just reading it from ChatGPT, going to the classroom and teaching it. That is not going to serve the purpose. This we need to be very, very clear. This is a cycle. This is going to be end. Like in 2000, there was a hype in IT, right? Again, in now you find a hype in computer science. So maybe after 5 years or 10 years, you'll find something else will come. My point here is, it is not only one skill we need to focus on. We need to reskill, we need to upskill, and we need to encourage the students to change their mindset, change their skill set every bit and point of time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My point is that I would like to add here, to the curricula, we must teach them the application point of artificial intelligence and how this knowledge can be applied with the help of this artificial intelligence in a simpler way. That is my point. Sir, over to you.
I think there's a fundamental question here. Do we teach AI or does AI teach us? I think that's a bigger question that needs to be addressed, because both are equally important. We have to teach AI so that AI can teach us. Both are interrelated. I will give you a very simple example. Yesterday, I took my wife to a doctor who's very, very expensive, charges by the minute. He's more expensive than a lawyer. He simply asked my wife for the symptoms. While she was giving the symptoms, he was feeding the symptoms onto his computer. And I was wondering, ye kar kya raha hai? Within minutes, he gave us probable solutions. And he said, Mrs. Gupta, with the kind of symptoms that you have told me, I have fed them into my AI machine, which has got similar cases all over the world, and the best 3 treatments that have sort of recovered the kind of illness that you have. Now, is he using AI to give a solution, or is he using his intelligence to choose the best solution that AI is proposing? We have to agree that today medical science does not work in isolation. A doctor will never go by prescribing anything on his own. He will first tell you 20,000 tests, and which are very, very expensive. Those tests are eventually conducted by machines. Those machines are giving a result which a doctor is analyzing and saying that clinical examination and pathological labs say this, so this is probably the case, probably. He does not give a final verdict, right? So here is a live example of how a doctor is using a global database of similar cases. Why can't a teacher do the same? So a teacher, whether if he is reading Chat GPT, but if he is projecting that same case in his own words into the context of the learning curriculum that is designed, like the gentleman said, that if it is a marketing class, and if I do use Chat GPT to bring out the best case studies from across the world rather than to my limited knowledge, then I'm using AI for teaching. And I'm also using AI for learning. So I think it's a question of perspective, and every education institution needs to adopt that, is my humble opinion.
So we've had an example from the medical sciences from a couple of my co-panelists, and there have been publications which are saying that surgeons psychiatrists, psychologists, judges, teachers are some of the jobs that will not be replaced by AI. So yes, because they are more personalized. And now I'll give you some examples from the corporate world. One of the banks I remember initially when the apps were launched for banking, the advertisement would say "Sari banking apps." And recently, a couple of months ago, there was an advertisement from the same bank saying "Sari banking apps." So there's a shift. So we need to realize that with all the AI going around and all the machines answering your calls to your CR, customer representative manager, where they take about 1/10 of the workforce because the AI machines answer 90% of the calls. So very rarely that you get to speak to a customer representative in person. Another example I would give from the corporate world is Coke using celebrating togetherness and launching a pilot of NFC enabled bottles where the bottles would not open unless they're kept together. So the philosophy of togetherness manifested in a product. And another example is the way the IPL is viewed on television. Where would the camera be? How to capture the speed of the ball? How to capture the view of what an audience would love to see when there is a sixer or when there is a bold or when a batsman loses, so things like that. So there is a machine which is working. So AI is going to drive the way the products will be or way the customer would feel. But I think more importance would be that you still have to give a personalized experience. So I think like we have included a course like customer experience management where we are telling them, okay, technology is going to be there, but let's remember it's a machine talking to a human being. So we have to blend it with humanity. So ultimately, everything will survive only when there's a human talking to a human, whatever be it. And one last but very important thing I would like to say is the more and more data that gets loaded up, taking the same example of medical records getting uploaded and people viewing them, data security, data privacy, and the regulation. So cyber security is another very important skill. When I just say agree to all the terms and conditions, I don't even bother to read them because India has very loose cyber security laws and data privacy laws. But if you go to the GDPR regulations, they're very strict. The European Union regulations and the US is talking about copying them. So the data security, privacy, and the right to information regulations have to be, the students need to know. So they just can't blindly say, okay, agree. I want access to your microphone, yes. I want access to your camera, yes, because the app will not work without that. But the kind of data that the app collects, intelligence has to be built into the humans who are using the AI because they're using you and your data, and it could be used at multiple levels, multiple ways, and it could really cause you a lot of harm. So that is another important skill of being rational by using what is required and not just getting data and putting it and storing it and getting yours also added to it and using it randomly because it's very very insecure and your life actually becomes very unsafe. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a very very tight rope that we all need to walk, and we have to train the students accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the important thing is AI and ML will remain in the system and it will improve our society. But the main question is how we can impart the knowledge of these subjects to our students. If we see these eras, these knowledges, these subjects are changing very fast. Faced with this ever-changing technology, we in the colleges are talking about at the maximum machine learning and deep learning, and that is also from the you can say just brief about these concepts. Our teachers who are teaching in the colleges, they are not specialized in these branches. Maximum of them are masters in computer sciences or computer applications. Very few of them have done certain certification courses. And God knows those certification courses have how much the value, whether they have actually get the knowledge or they just get the certificate. So this is a big question. The first thing, if we as a teacher, we have to prepare ourselves. So in this regard, I want to say, learn, unlearn, and relearn. If we want to go with AI and ML, these three words are very important because what we learn today, most probably after a year time, it will be an old knowledge. You have to unlearn and then again relearn. This is the first thing. The second thing is, what about the students? The students are more interested in the data provided in the, you can say, ag tech company, provided by the ag tech companies. With all due respects to all the tech companies, but there is no regulatory body who examines the data provided by these companies. We cannot say how much that data is accurate. And my personal experience, because I am an expert of this machine learning and deep learning, I'm teaching those students. If you take a good book and if you take a lecture from the online, any source, you'll find a big difference. There is a huge jump. The students are not interested in the basics of these technologies. They are interested directly into the application of these technologies. And the problem is here only because if we are not aware about the basics of these technologies, we cannot work with the industry. If we jump directly to the application, we can be expert in one area, but when you go to the industry, industry will ask for the generalization of a generalized application of these technologies. So we have to look for the both. The faculty, we have to train our faculty, we have to give the time, money, and the training resources, and at the same time the audits to look how our faculty is trained to teach our students. At the same time, our assessment system, in the last talk, we talked about the assessment system. Our assessment system, especially in these fast changing technologies, should be like this. If we can actually assess how much our students are prepared with these technologies. This is my side of. Thank you.
To further carry forward this discussion, development of technology and its judicial application is equally important. As very rightly said, we are not experts, many of us, in the higher education institutions elsewhere for this AI, ML. We take all these things, as said, this chat GPT or autonomous, this all equipment devices will name the disease and will also name the medicines also. Okay, there are number of the diseases, number of the medicines, means the probable solutions are given. But the ultimate thing is whether all these kind of autonomous things or the machines can provide the pathophysiological changes at the molecular level. On the basis of this, the drug acts. Sometimes what will happen? They will be totally mismatched. Mismatched in the sense because it will not give the entire depth and width of the thing, not the nut and bolt of the problem. So unless we understand the problem, that is not 100% sure that this system will provide to the mankind. So my only this thing is, these are very good things. These have been happening from the era of Ramayana and Mahabharata. You have seen, only name have been changed. But we have used them very judiciously for the welfare of the mankind. In this context, we have to see what is the, where we have to apply and what.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, my co-panelists, for your valuable insights. Now the floor is open for questions. If anybody have the questions, please you can raise your hand. One question or two questions, one or two questions only. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll just end up with by saying one sentence into AI, that it should be humanness in artificial intelligence, not artificiality in humanness. That is going to save us in future.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, and thank you to the audience as well for being so patient with us. And can I request my colleague Mohammad Iqbal, the education lead for Digital Learning Magazine and Elets Technomedia, to please join us on stage and present these small tokens of appreciation to our esteemed panelists here. Can we have the trophies, please? Dr. Sambashivadi, Director Research and Development Cell, Nizam College, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this discussion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Dr. Sambashivadi. Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder and CEO, Luxury Connect Business School, Gurgaon, Haryana. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause, please. Dr. Indira Bharadwaj, Director, Delhi School of Business, Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause for Dr. Indira Bharadwaj. Dr. Hani Sharma, Campus Director, Gulzar Group of Institutes, Ludhiana, Punjab. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause for Dr. Hani Sharma. Thank you to Dr. Tapan K. Nayak, Dean Academics, Jaipuria School of Business, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause for Dr. Tapan K. Nayak. Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, Dean Research and Distinguished Professor, Sharda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Bhuvnesh Kumar. I'll request the panel to please step forward with their mementos for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short 10-minute tea break, and then we will reassemble here in the Higher Education Hall for the World Education Summit Awards. Thank you.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा प्राप्त किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता है, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया डेवलपमेंट। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Before heading towards the award ceremony, we have a very interesting presentation. Creating opportunities through strategic investments by Seema Jingan, Senior Partner and Co-Founder, Lex Council. Can we have you on stage, ma'am? Can we have a round of applause for ma'am?
Good evening, everyone. I'm coming between you and your awards. It's a very short session. It's an aspirational session because as educators, as teachers, as vice chancellors, I think everybody has this dream, innate dream inside to be the entrepreneur one day. And that's what I'm going to be igniting, that spirit in you. If you decide to be an entrepreneur one day, how do you go about setting up your education institution? It could be higher ed or it could be school education or just simply as a support service provider. But technically, this is more focused to educators who can be the owners of educational institution. So here am I. I'm a lawyer with 30 years of experience. I've done a lot of M&A and PE and venture capital investment kind of work, but I've been in education space for last 20 years, and I've worked with a lot of schools, a lot of universities, and a lot of support services companies. So I'm happy to be here. Let me start my presentation. I promise to make it very quick and non-technical, because coming from lawyer, it can be a little technical at times. Okay, so let me start with a story here. The story is of Mr. Ram, who is an entrepreneur. He's an established industrialist. Now he wants to go into an education space, and he doesn't know how to go about it. He wants to set up a for-profit company, wants to set up educational institutions. And well, he has a vision, but that vision requires a lot of funding and a lot of investments and a lot of structuring. And that's where he is grappling with questions such as, can I set up a education company in a for-profit structure? Can I get a foreign direct investment in the company? Can I have outsourcing arrangements? Can I have related party arrangements? Will there be any income tax issues with that arrangement? Can I get PE and venture capital funding into that arrangement? What are the collaboration structures as an entrepreneur I can have in the education? And that's where he goes to a legal expert like us. And I'm going to be playing out some of the questions that he may have. These questions may be all of the questions that you may have whenever you decide to be an entrepreneur. And these are very relevant questions coming from distilled from my 20 years of experience in education. So the first question is, he has asked, I'm an industrialist running factories. Can I set up a for-profit entity and set up educational institution? Could be a school, could be a university. And the sad answer is no. Education is a social service sector in building the nation. So we still are in the not-for-profit entities like societies, trust, and Section 8 companies. So that's where you will have to structure your educational institutions. You cannot have any dividend declaration, you cannot earn profits. And therefore, all of the structuring have to be done in a way which is conducive to receiving investments. And I'll discuss in a bit how. I'm skipping some portions of it, which is a better structure, whether a trust is better or a company is better or whether a society is better, because that's going into too much detailing. I'll go to the next slide, which is related to, can I get foreign investors? Now, these could be strategic investors. These could be investors coming from abroad to invest in India in the entrepreneur business that I'm having, which is a trust society or a Section 8 company. And the sad answer is that you cannot get foreign direct investment, which is what we call as FDI, in any of these entities. You can get an FDI in Section 8 company if you're a school. But if you're setting up a college or a higher ed institution, that will have to wait till we have the UGC norms set out with respect to foreign universities setting educational institutions in India. So that's where it stops. But then the question is, then how do I fund it? Because I do not have the cash and the wherewithal to go about it. And that's where the answer comes, that you have to set up structuring. You have to structure the transaction in such a way that you create outsourcing entities. Now, what are these outsourcing entities? And I'm talking about what is happening on the ground today. These are not creation of my imagination. These are like happening on the ground in school education and in higher education as well. So, for example, you want to set up a university with 100 acres of land. 20 to 30 acres of land has to be embedded within the not-for-profit entity, but there is a 70 acre that you can be outside. And then there are hostels and there are infrastructure such as sports and other academies that promote the education but not embedded within the university. In that situations, you can set up an infrastructure construction development company in India, and you can receive 100% FDI into that company. That same applies for whether it's a school education or a higher ed education. Now, coming to what are the other entities? For example, you can have support services companies, for the management support companies, the services that can be provided by, there are lots of entrepreneurs here who are providing support services to the schools and higher ed institutions. And those are the companies that I'm talking about. So those are the institutions that you will get to invest. So the private equity funds or the venture capital funds or the foreign investors will invest into those outsourced companies and then move forward with the funding. So the question is, if all the investment is coming in these infrastructure company, these outsourcing companies, and how do I get the services to the institution that I'm going to set up? So the simple answer is that whether it is school education or it's higher education, there are no restrictions or prohibitions from outsourcing your services. When I say outsourcing, please be clear, I'm not talking about core academic functions of teaching, of education, of delivery of the course being given to being outsourced. That is the core embedded service which the institution has to give. But there are so many other fringe activities, such as development of content or pedagogy, or something as simple as hostel services, horticulture, content development, library and laboratory management. There would be many other services that you can legally and rationally outsource, and your university will be, or your education institution will be, supported by these outsourcing companies. The next question would be, I would be getting investment in all of these outsourcing companies. These outsourcing companies are associated with the owner, the funder, and the person who set up the institution. These are related party. Do you understand the meaning of related party here? If not, I can just give you in a minute a dump on that. Related party means if you're setting up an educational institution and you're managing trustee of it, and you're a shareholder in the outsourced company, you're a related party. If that is the case, the logical question is, can I then outsource all of these services to my own related party entities? The answer is yes, happily yes, but there are many things that you have to be very, very careful about. There is no restriction, whether it under CBSE laws or education laws or state education laws or UGC and IAICT regulations, which bar relationship between the main company and the related party company. What you need to understand is there could be income tax implications where you have to ensure that the services that you are outsourcing and the fee that you're receiving for those services are commensurate with the benefit given, which means they have to be justified, they have to be rational, and they should not be given as being a way and a means of sourcing out the surplus from the education institution. Because primarily the education institution is not for profit, these are sometimes adopted by entrepreneurs to flush out the surplus, but that's not what I'm talking about. These are genuine services that we are looking at. And how do you ensure that these are not questioned by the income tax authorities? Sorry, I'll have to go back. Okay, the slide has moved forward. So what you need to ensure is that when you're doing this related party transaction as an entrepreneur, you do a yearly mapping of the services provided. What does that mean? You need to have transfer pricing studies done. You need to have other bids and quotation taken from non-related service providers so that you have a mapping of the services fee that other industry is offering for the same very services. Sometimes you can do benchmarking. This benchmarking should be done regularly and effectively so that whenever a notice from the income tax office comes, and it will come, I can assure you that, then you have a reason to justify cogently that you have a related party transaction which is above board. Plus, what you need to do is that your agreements that you put in place between related party entity and the higher education institution, they are at arm's length. And what does that mean? That means that normally the mindset of the owner is just create me a one pager and I'm done. But that will not stand the scrutiny or test of time in front of the income tax officer. For the simple reason, on the face of it, it would look like a way and a means to flush out the surplus. So what you need to have is a proper agreement with roles and responsibilities mapped out very, very clearly. There should be performance metric to it. There should be a review of the performance. There should be a rectification process if the performance is not mapped. Now, why am I saying all this? Because this is there. You will say, well, my right hand is doing the work for the left hand. So why do I need to create this? You need to create it because A, there is a system and a process in terms of what you are seeking in deliverables. It is documented and it can be proved as an evidence going forward. So you should be doing all of that. And if you're doing all of that, then even if you receive notices, you will be able to justify your services fee paid. The other options, now this is the modeling and the structuring of the structures we're going to be setting up. You may not be up for that. Then what else can be done? Can I receive directly funding, the private equity or the venture capital funding from within India into the higher education institution, which is a trust, a society, or a Section 8? Well, theoretically, yes, but that will be a donation. And I don't think any investment fund will be looking at investing into these institutions without a return, which is, they would be needing a P return to the investment made, which will not work when they invest into these societies and trusts, because that will be termed as a donation. So what needs to be done is that you again seek their investments into these outsourcing related party entities and create a structure where these related party entities have a control over the institutions that you are setting up. Most of the PE funds or venture capital funds or even strategic investors have a question that if I'm investing in the outsourced companies, how do I have any claim or control on the operations and administration of the higher ed or the school that is actually running the business, because the business is in the school? And the simple answer to that is that these institutions, when they invest in your outsourcing entities, they also take nomination rights of appointing a trustee or a society member. These trustees and society members, nominees, also have certain affirmative rights, which are we call as voting consent rights, where certain actions by these schools or higher ed institutions cannot be taken unless they take a confirmation from these nominees. The question is it legal? Yes, absolutely. But again, it has to be ensured that the control and management powers are not seemingly being given to these outside nominees, so as to appear that the society is being run by that one individual rather than the founder of the institution. So that has to be looked at. Then the other model where my slide is right now, because my time is running out, is the management contract concept, where you're not seeking funding, but you're not interested in managing the institution. It's not very complicated to you. So then you enter into management contracts where you don't have the wherewithal of running the institution as efficiently as you want, because you're an educator but not an administrator. And that's where the management services companies step in, and they do a lot of work for you. They run the operations without calling it as running the operation, because at the end of the day, that has to be run by the educator himself, the entrepreneur himself. And again, these management companies typically seek long-term relationships, 10 years contract, non-terminable sometimes, nomination rights in the higher education, and there's lots of other conditionalities agreed in the management services agreement. And one more option could be where you're not interested in any of these options, and there's several other structures in place. One could be, which is very, very common, where you keep collaboration in place, where you want to keep, I am just an educator, I understand how to run an education institution, but I don't have the capital, I don't have the wherewithal, and I want to keep my institution capital light. What does that mean? It basically means capital light means that you will tie up with the landowner, who will be responsible for bringing in the land, the infrastructure, the buildings, the fixtures and furnitures. And there would be a collaboration between you as the educator, setting up the higher education or school, whatever you are looking at. And this collaborator will bring in all the the infrastructure into the education institution. And this sharing is on a revenue model, which is something when you go deeper, you should be looking at understanding. The other option is again similarly soft skill content and brand license that you enter into with other collaborators So in the sense, I would love to have your questions, but I know my time is out. But I'll be happy to address any of the questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed for the awards, which are the Elets World Education Awards 2023, we do have a few felicitations from our roundtable discussion that happened today. And to present these, may I request Mr. Michael Hermansen, TEDx speaker, author, edu leader from Sweden and Europe, to please join us on stage. Welcome, Michael. I'd also like to invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, Editor-in-Chief. So we'd like to call upon Dr. Gaurav Kapoor, Director Academics, Ideal Radiant Public School, Delhi. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, and we are glad to have your presence with us. Round of applause, please, for Dr. Gaurav Kapoor. Dr. Shivaji Rao's S. Jodhila International School, Asangaon, Maharashtra, Miss Vidya Patil. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. Round of applause, please, for Miss Vidya Patil. Audience, a little bit more enthusiasm for Miss Vidya Patil, please. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Mahapara Jan, Principal, The Scholar School, Delhi. Round of applause, please, for Miss Mahapara Jan, Principal, The Scholar School, Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Rakhi Jibrani, Principal, Ashoka International School, Haryana. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause for Miss Rakhi Jibrani. Sorry, Miss Rakhi Gibrani. My apologies for that. Thank you, Miss Rakhi Gibrani. Thank you so much. I'd like to call Mr. Vikash Prakash, Director, Vidya Jyoti School, Bihar. Mr. Vikash Prakash. Round of applause for Mr. Vikash Prakash, please. Thank you, Mr. Prakash. Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Paromita Mukherjee, Head of School, Lingayas Public School, Haryana. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here with us. Round of applause for Ms. Paromita Mukherjee. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Arpita Singh, Principal, Sunbeam School, Balia, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause, please, for Ms. Arpita Singh, Principal, Sunbeam School, Balia. We'd now like to request the presence of the following guests that we had. We'd like to invite Ms. Sarita Gomes, Principal, Marwari Vidyalaya High School, Maharashtra. Ms. Tilotama Malik, Principal, Gores International School, Uttar Pradesh. Ms. Nidhi Nijavan, Principal, GD Goenka School, GD Goenka Public School, Haryana. And Mr. Surinder P. Sachdeva, Principal, Delhi Public School, Haryana. Requesting all of you to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for all our guests here. Mr. Surinder P. Sachdeva. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ravi sir, please stay. Michael, thank you. May I now request Mr. Mohammad Mahanashi, SU President, Advisor for Digital Transformation and Data Management, Saudi Electronic University, Saudi Arabia, to please join us on stage to present the Elets World Education Awards 2023. The Elets World Education Award 2023 in the category of Teaching Excellence in Sports. The awards goes to Springdale Senior Secondary School, Jorhat, Assam. Huge round of applause for Springdale Senior Secondary School, Jorhat, Assam. Please put your hands together for Springdale Senior Secondary School, Jorhat, Assam. Can we have everybody at the center of the stage, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. The next award for Excellence in Education for Holistic Development. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have stairs on the other end of the stage also. So for your convenience, you can use the other side as well. The award for Excellence in Education for Holistic Development. The award goes to Global Indian International School, Kitakasai, Tokyo. Can we have the representatives from Global Indian International School? Okay, moving ahead. The Elets World Education Award 2023, the award for Innovation in Campus Infrastructure, goes to PN National Public School, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause, please, for PN National Public School, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations. The award for innovative practices for academic excellence, the award goes to Orchids International School, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Round of applause, please, for Orchids the International School, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Heartiest congratulations to Orchids the International School, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Let's acknowledge the great work being done in innovative practices for academic excellence. The next award for innovation in curriculum in early childhood development, and the award goes to Maple Bear Preschools, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Maple Bear Preschool, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause, please, for winning in the category of innovation in curriculum in early childhood development. The next award for innovation in design thinking approach, and the award goes to Billabong High International School, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Billabong High International School, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Heartiest congratulations. The next award for excellence in education for holistic development. The award goes to Gurukul, the school, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Gurukul, the school, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, for doing commendable work in education for holistic development. Audience, let's give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations. The award for excellence in school infrastructure, the award goes to PN National Public School, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, PN National Public School, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, for winning the award in excellence in school infrastructure. The award for excellence in co-curricular activities, the award goes to Lotus Valley International School, Noida. Moving on, the next award for ingenious applications for academic excellence, the award goes to SR Capital Group of Schools, Delhi. The next award for innovative practices and academic excellence, the award goes to Dr. Shivaji S. Jotle International School, Asangaon, Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Shivaji Rao S. Jotle International School, Asangaon, Maharashtra. Congratulations. The next award for Innovative School of the Year, and the award goes to Billabong High International School, Cantonment, Kanpur. The next award The award for excellence in education for holistic development. The award goes to Blossom School, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. Representatives from Blossom School, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. Can we see you? Okay, there they are. Congratulations to Blossom School, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. The next award for Innovative School of the Year, and the award goes to Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam Group of Institutions. Heartiest congratulations and a huge round of applause for Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam Group of Institutions. The next award for excellence in technology integration in education, the award goes to St. Anandram's Jaipuria School, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. St. Anandram Jaipuria School, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Okay. So congratulations to St. Anandram Jaipuria School, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. The award for excellence in international curriculum practices, the award goes to Gyananda School, Gurugram, Haryana. Heartiest congratulations and a huge round of applause for Gyananda School, Gurugram, Haryana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud please for Gyananda School, Gurugram, Haryana. I'll request all the award winners to please stay inside. We'll have a group photograph at the end of the awards. The next award for leading preschool in Delhi, the award goes to Rhythms Kinderworld Preschool, Delhi. Congratulations to Rhythms Kinderworld Preschool, Delhi. Do we have representatives? Okay. Congratulations to Rhythms Kinderworld Preschool, Delhi. The next award in the category of excellence in education for holistic development, the award goes to APJ Swan Global School, Faridabad. Excellence in education for holistic development. Congratulations, APJ Swan Global School, Faridabad. The next award for excellence in education for holistic development, the award goes to St. Anandram Jaipuria School, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations and huge round of applause. I'll request all the awardees to please stay seated. We'll have a group photograph towards the end of the awards. The next award for innovation in preschool pedagogy, the award goes to Little One, the Jaipuria Preschool, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause for Little One, the Jaipuria Preschool, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations. Another award in the category of Innovation in Preschool Pedagogy. The award goes to Safari Kid International Preschool, Gurugram, Haryana. Congratulations to Safari Kid International Preschool, Gurugram, Haryana. Requesting audience, let's applaud each other. I'm sure we are all doing commendable work in the field of education. Thank you so much. The next award in the category of Innovation in Pedagogical Practices, the award goes to Sanford World School, Greater Noida. Heartiest congratulations to Sanford World School, Greater Noida. The next award for the category of Excellence in Education for Holistic Development, the award goes to St. Anthony's Convent Higher Secondary School, Badlapur, Maharashtra. Heartiest congratulations to St. Anthony's Convent Higher Secondary School, Badlapur, Maharashtra. Round of applause for winning this award in the category of Excellence in Education for Holistic Development. The award for leading K-12 chain of schools in India, the award goes to St. Anandram Jaipuria School. Congratulations to St. Anandram Jaipuria School. The next award for innovations. The next award for innovation in early years of education, the award goes to Little One, the Jaipuria Preschool, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause for Little One, the Jaipuria Preschool, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. The next award for leading school chain national, the award goes to Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam Group of Institutions. Congratulations to Sri Satya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam Group of Institutions. The award for innovative practices for academic excellence, the award goes to Neuron Lab School. Congratulations to Neuron Lab School. Round of applause for Neuron Lab School. We now move into the category of higher education. The award for outstanding initiative to build a future-ready workforce, the award goes to Westwood University College, Sharjah, UAE, who could not join us due to some unforeseen circumstances. But the award goes to Westwood University College, Sharjah, UAE. The next award in the category of Outstanding Management Institute for providing global exposure, the award goes to Pune Institute of Business Management, Pune, Maharashtra. Congratulations to Pune Institute of Business Management, Pune, Maharashtra. The award for leading professional certification programs in digital marketing, the award goes to IITE. Congratulations to IITE for winning the award as the leading professional certification programs in digital marketing. Congratulations. The Outstanding Leader in Higher Education, the award goes to Mr. Devendra Narang, Director, Jaipuriya Institute of Management, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Devendra Narang, Director, Jaipuriya Institute of Management, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations. The next award for the university providing global exposure, the award goes to Sharda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations to Sharda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The award for leading educational group of institutions in India, and the award goes to Rajashri Institute of Management and Technology, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Rajashri Institute of Management and Technology, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Let's applaud, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure your encouragement will make them do even, conquer greater heights. We'll now move into the corporate category. The award for the leading book publishing organization in India, the award goes to Vidya Prakashan Mandir Private Limited. Congratulations, Vidya Prakashan Mandir Private Limited. The next award in the category of Outstanding Higher EdTech Platform Provider for 2023, the award goes to Anthology. Congratulations to Anthology for being the Outstanding Higher EdTech Platform Provider of 2023. The next award in the category of Leading Learning Management Solution Provider, the award goes to Navneet Top Tech. Congratulations to Navneet Top Tech for being the leading learning management solution provider. The next award are the success makers who are transforming student success and faculty experiences. The award goes to Creatrix Campus. Congratulations to Creatrix Campus. Congratulations. The award for innovation in pedagogical practices, the award goes to Talent Sprint. Congratulations, Talent Sprint, for winning the award in the category of innovation in pedagogical practices. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud Talent Sprint for doing this commendable job in the category of innovation in pedagogical practices. Heartiest congratulations. The next award in the category of School EdTech Provider of the Year. The award goes to Singhania Education. Congratulations to Singhania Education for being the School EdTech Provider of the Year 2023. The leading organization excelling in social welfare, the award goes to Social Action Foundation. Congratulations to Social Action Foundation for being the leading organization excelling in social welfare. Let's have a huge round of applause for Social Action Foundation for being the leading organization excelling in social welfare. Many congratulations. The leading institute for hybrid classes and the high governmental job selection, the award goes to Mahindra Educational Private Limited. Congratulations, Mahindra Educational Private Limited. Round of applause for Mahindra Educational Private Limited. Technology Trailblazer in School Education, the award goes to Eduvate. Congratulations, Eduvate, for being the Technology Trailblazer in School Education. The award for Innovative and Creative Excellence category, the award goes to Smart Shape, the Divine Computers Private Limited. Smart Shape, Divine Computers Private Limited, congratulations for being innovative and creative for being awarded in the category of Innovative and Creative Excellence. The award in the category of Innovative ERP Solution Provider for School Education, the award goes to Shri Connect. Congratulations, Shri Connect. The leading EdTech solution provider in Southeast Asia, the award goes to Camu. Congratulations, Camu, for being the leading EdTech solution provider in Southeast Asia. The award for Outstanding Data Analytics Solutions, the award goes to Henry Harvin. Congratulations, Henry Harvin. The award for Innovative 21st Century Skills Solutions goes to StockGrow. The next award in the category of Leading Placement Company in Skill Sector, the award goes to Mahindra Skill Training Development Private Limited. Congratulations, Mahindra Skill Training Development Private Limited. Round of applause, please. We now have the Professor Glory Award and the Outstanding Professor in Technological Innovation. The award goes to Professor K. Kamal, former Principal, JSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Professor K. Kamal. The award for Exemplary Professor in Higher Education goes to Dr. Ravish Agrawal, Professor, Rajshri Institute of Management and Technology, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Dr. Ravish Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. The award for Outstanding Professor in Technological Innovation, the award goes to Professor Dr. Ajay Gupta, Professor and Nodal Officer, Maharishi Markandeshwar, deemed to be University, Mulana, Ambala. Congratulations, Professor Dr. Ajay Gupta. The award for Excellent Professor in Students Counseling, the award goes to Professor Rajendra Kumar, Professor, Department of Commerce, Rajdhani College, University of Delhi, New Delhi. Congratulations, Professor Rajendra Kumar. We have a certificate of appreciation for Mr. Pankaj Goswami, Springdale's Senior Secondary School. Mr. Pankaj Goswami. Congratulations, Mr. Pankaj Goswami. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, I'll request all the award winners to please come forward for a group photograph. Requesting all award winners to please come forward. You can stay. The group photograph happening now. We can have the awardees at the bottom, one line at the bottom and one line on stage. We'll not be able to have everybody on stage. Some people can be at the bottom of the stage on the ground. Elets team, please help organize this. Can we have the Elets team please help organize this? Arnav. I'd request the gathering to stay put because the official photographer is not able to click. If can we have the official photographer? Can you please allow the official photographer to please come forward and click the photograph? Thank you and heartiest congratulations, Ravi sir. Over to you.
Congratulations, everyone, and I'm looking forward to see you all in our next event, which is in Malaysia in September, Malaysia and Singapore, and we have another event planned in Hyderabad and another in Dubai. So I am looking forward to participation of each of you there. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Gyanendra School, Gyanendra School, we have a small token of appreciation. If you could please come forward, Ravi sir.